Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, thank you, madam. Very good morning, everybody.
A very good morning, sir. A very good morning, everyone. Hope everyone enjoyed yesterday's impressive keynote talks and panel discussion. So, with the same enthusiasm, let's start today's session. Once again, welcome to the 10th Go Green Summit organized by BioLeaks with association of Mahsa University, University Technology Malaysia, University Tun Hussein on Malaysia, UTHM, Horticulture College and Research Institute, Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, and Dwijendra University, Indonesia. I am Joshi Roshni, your moderator for today's session. We are thrilled to have you join us. Welcome to the 10th Go Green Summit. This premier international event gathers environmental activists, policy makers, scientists, and innovators to exchange ideas and solutions for environmental protection. Building on the success of 9 previous editions, we continue to foster progress and address critical environmental challenges. This summit serves as a platform to unveil new inventions and products aimed at promoting sustainable practices and fostering collaborations among researchers and practitioners in pollution prevention and environmental improvement. We look forward to a fruitful exchange of insights and ideas over the next few days. These are some of our glimpses of past conferences happened earlier. BioLeaks is a non-profit association dedicated to advancing research and development in life sciences and medicine technology. They are known for organizing transformative worldwide conferences that unite leaders, professionals, researchers, and academicians to foster industry skills and collaborations. These events serve as platform for discussing global advancements and innovations in science and technology. BioLeaks aim to create a better future through networking and knowledge exchange, leveraging advanced technology to drive progress in the field. The mission is to facilitate a global dialogue that accelerates scientific understanding and contributes to a brighter tomorrow. We extend our sincere gratitude to the Faculty of Engineering, Built Environment, and Information Technology at Mahsa University for their collaboration in the 10th Go Green Summit. In an era of continuous industry revolution, FEBIT at Mahsa University faces the challenge of delivering high caliber education that meets current industry needs. Their commitment extends beyond cognitive knowledge, encompassing ethics, effective communication, teamwork, and practical experience to ensure comprehensive student development. The Faculty of Built Environment and Surveying, established on 1st July 2018 as part of UTM Synergy 4.0, combines academic entities to enhance collaborations and synergy, offering a wide range of undergraduate and postgraduate programs across 6 disciplines, including architecture, urban planning, and geoinformation. The faculty aims to provide a strong academic foundation and industry relevant skills. With a commitment to sustainability and integrated practice, they prepare graduates to lead in national and global sectors. We sincerely thank the Faculty of Built Environment and Surveying, University Technology Malaysia for their valuable collaboration in the 10th GoGreen Summit, contributing to its success and fostering innovations in environmental sustainability. We are grateful to the Faculty of Civil Engineering and Built Environment, University Tun Hussein on Malaysia for their collaboration in the 10th GoGreen Summit, which is established on May 1, 2004. Formerly known as Faculty of Civil and Environmental Engineering, offers a range of undergraduate and postgraduate programs with a diverse faculty of experts from around the world, which leads innovative and sustainable research. The dedication to high quality education and research position as a pivotal institution in civil engineering and the built environment. We are grateful to Horticulture College and Research Institute, Tamil Nadu Agriculture University for their collaboration in the 10th GoGreen Summit, which is established in 1971 with Tamil Nadu Agriculture University. The faculty horticulture offers extensive programs in education, research, and extension activities. Their work has led to the release of numerous crop varieties and improved production technologies. They oversee several research stations and use various tools to disseminate their findings to a broad audience. Dvijendra University Denpasar, part of Dvijendra Denpasar Foundation, began as the Balinese School of Traditional Architecture and officially became Dvijendra University on July 28, 1982. Recognized by the government in 1984. It emphasizes cultural and religious studies with a focus of Balinese regional culture. The university comprises 5 faculties offering 10 study programs, all accredited by BANTPT. Thank you for collaborating in 10th GoGreen Summit. Now I would like to welcome our honorable dignitaries and eminent keynote speakers of the day. First of all, I welcome Professor T.S. Dr. C. Yotavi, Head of Center of Sustainable Infrastructure and Environment Management, University Tun Hussein on Malaysia. Next, Dr. M.S. Anisha Rani, Horticulture College and Research Institute, Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, India. IRTS, Dr. Mandun Lee, Senior Lecturer, University Technology, Mara, Malaysia. Dr. Mohammed Hassan Usman, Associate Professor, Higher Institution Center of Excellence, University of Malaya, Malaysia. Dr. Raizal Saifullah Muhammad Rashid, Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, University Putra, Malaysia. Dr. K.R. Rajadurai, Professor and Head, Department of Floriculture and Landscape Architecture, Horticulture College and Research Institute, India. Dr. A. Beulah, Professor and Head, Department of Post-Harvest Management, Horticulture College and Research Institute, India. Dr. P. Irene Bethamoni, Dean, Horticulture College and Research Institute, Payur, India. Professor Dr. Ahmad Sadgat, Professor, College of Engineering, Australian University, Kuwait. And I would also like to welcome our beloved session chairs of the day, Dr. Mohammed S. J. Darwin, Dr. Kiran Pillai, Dr. Jinfeng Zhou from the main hall, and the session chairs of Hall A are Dr. Anindita Banerjee, Dr. Barnini Navya, Dr. Ahmad Zair Rani bin Ahmad Azhar. Thank you. Now I take this moment to welcome all the participants from around the world. Now, I would like to welcome our first keynote speaker of our day, Professor T.S. Dr. Siyutavi, Head Department of Construction Management, University Tun Hussein on Malaysia, UTHM Malaysia, to give their talk. Sir, over to you, please. Sorry to interrupt you, sir. You're on mute.
Hello. Hi. Good morning to all. Good morning, Dr. Jushaya
Yes, sir. I'm just.
Rosini. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I'm delighted to be here today because we have our colleges, your friends, extended my thanks to BioLeaks as our academic partner to host this event. I think this is a good event since yesterday. I apologize. Yesterday, suppose it's my section. Yeah. And then this back it here. Okay, so without further ado, I will share about my research ways to energy in ASEAN. This is a project I granted in 2001, where we developed the soft skill, the training skill to all the ASEAN countries. Yeah, mainly is a part under Malaysia, Indonesia, and Laos. Yeah, the other ASEAN country we will take part by maybe by end of this year. Okay, I just share something about the program. Okay, I'm from the Center of Sustainable Research, Infrastructure and Environmental Management. Here is a 7 niche area to achieve in sustainable infrastructure and environment. So our team is expert in field of sustainable infrastructure and construction, environmental planning, management, and SDGs, waste management and recycling, sustainable city and community, energy conservation, building services, and human habitat and quality of life. So I share about my contents of this talk, this morning talk. Is about 15 to 20 minutes, yeah, doctor? Okay, contents consists of the waste to energy, waste management scenario in ASEAN, sustainable material life cycle, waste to energy technology, ASEAN states member, the way forward. What is the waste to energy? WTE plants burn municipal solid waste, often cause the garbage or dust, to produce steam in the boiler that is used to generate electricity. I think this is the most of us to understanding what is waste to energy. Municipal solid waste is a mix of enriched, energy-rich materials such as paper, plastics, wood, waste, and product made from woods. Excuse me. So scope of waste to energy look into the family of the technologies. They treat the waste to recover energy in the form of the heat, electricity, and or alternative fuels such as biogas. So the scope of term of waste to energy is very wide, encompassing the range of technology of the different scale and quite complexity. This includes the productions of the cooking gas in household, digesters from organic waste, thermal treatment of waste in utilizing size incineration plants. And then the other one is the collect of the methane gas from landfill, co-processing of refuel-derived fuel in cement plants or classification. Why use waste? This is commonly we asking. Yeah, as the amount of the fossil fuels available decrease. Yeah. So the coming years, fossil fuels like petroleum, will be increased of the cost. So at the moment, the limited of the natural resources like petroleum is estimated to be gone, to be disappear in this world in next 40 years. Natural gases is about 55 years and copper 25 years. So if now we don't have this green technology in terms of the to produce more energy from other resources. I think this is what we concern. So waste to energy is one part of it. So compromising, promising the process of green fuel and electricity products, yeah, which can be converted to useful fuel and other organic matter. So 50% increase in global energy consumption, waste emissions like GHG emissions resulting from waste management activity, especially in the landfill site. Yeah. The most concern of waste produced from waste to energy is ash. Yeah, and then with the dioxin. Yeah, if the burn is not incompletely, so we produce dioxin from plastic. Sources as other any resource activity that is a causes of the greenhouse gas emission. Yeah. This is about the waste hierarchy. When we talk about the waste management, sure, this concept that we hold in our hand. So from the first is avoid and reduce waste. Yeah, we resign and reuse and reduce. Yeah, in the context of the first phases. So later on, we go to the recycling, composting, material recovery, residual management, biological treatment, or stabilizer landfill. Last is unexpected, cannot accepted in the ecology of the industry of the material. So with we go to the last is installations, waste to energy or landfill site. This is a common we use. If they talk about the waste to energy, just a small part of the whole picture of the waste hierarchy itself. This is our consultants. They share with us about the metro in the Vancouver. Garbage produced 25% to waste to energy, where 25% of energy they can produce of 1.5 million revenue per year from power generated, and about 200,000 Canadian dollars from sale of the 3,000 tons of fossil and non-ferrous matter. So in the total, the generated electricity power can supply to the 16,000 homes. Now we look into the waste generations and the GDP growth in ASEAN. We notice that Singapore is the highest waste generated country, even though Singapore is small. Yeah, followed by Malaysia, Indonesia. The red line is about the GDP growth. Yeah, we can look into the sequence or the waste generations per day. Yeah, per persons in ASEAN, Singapore is the highest. The next slide is about the waste compositions in ASEAN. In the 10 countries, yeah, our study look into the waste characteristic or compositions into the organic, paper, plastic, glass, metal, and others. Yeah, here as a total, we can see the food waste or organic waste is the highest in ASEAN country. I think this is also happened in India. Yeah, it's quite similar, the waste composition, yeah, in Malaysia, even those, yeah, quite similar to India. This is a power sector where the power sectors, yeah, install capacity. Yeah, in Brunei, the lowest, yeah, they use oil is the highest, yeah, and then coal is the second. So in other ASEAN country, mostly they will use the what? The blue color is coal. Yeah, consider coal is most electricity supplies. Yeah, followed by natural gas or hydro. Yeah, okay, this is the whole picture. So meaning from the waste to energy is a part of it. Now we try to use the installations and other methods, to produce energy from waste. This pictures is about the waste to energy statute of the policy, market development, private sector corporations in ASEAN. If you look into the three main legend is high, medium, low. This is about the preparedness about the ASEAN country. The well preparedness or in the high range is in Singapore. Now Singapore already have the very good in market development and policy and private sectors cooperation in their country. Followed by the medium is Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. The other countries, even though Brunei is a very rich, in terms of the country itself, but the waste management also face a big problem nowadays. This is the overall of the preparedness of the ASEAN country. From my left, is Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia, Brunei, Laos, Cambodia, and Myanmar. The second row is about the waste generations by 2025 that we estimated. So status of waste to energy technology in Singapore sure is a mature level. Malaysia as in the developing stages. Now in my province, we try to come up with now developing few waste to energy technologies. In our side. So in Malaysia now quite move fast. In terms of waste to energy in the context. The study showing the global waste to energy market opportunity and forecast 2020 to 2027. ASEAN Pacific is a big market at the moment. Because we are growing, and then waste to energy will be a good market. Beside that, when we talk about the waste, we have to understanding about the sustainable material management life cycle, where material extractions, they will go to the manufacturing. Step 3 is the distributions, come up with the usage. Before we go to the end of life management, it involves particular of the management of waste, include the reuse, recycling, compost, energy recovery, landfill, and last, preferred. What we are going, are they all going to landfill? Now is the questions. So in the circular economy now, every material in the waste, or now waste is not calling the waste, they're calling it the material. We will try to come up to recycle it or to reuse it, before and to the landfill or other methods like waste to energy. This is a summary of the waste, municipal solid waste, MSW, refer to the municipal solid waste. Where the waste is produced from a household or industrial, they collected and transfer either to the landfill or going to the material recovery, recycling, or composting. And if not using the landfill method, we can go to the waste to energy. So waste to energy, they will generate the energy aspect. And the last part is the ash of the waste to energy. They produce a lot of ash, and then we go to the landfill. In Malaysia, ash is one of the is a hazardous waste. So we do have the proper way to handling the ash from the facility of waste to energy. This is a technology, is overall waste to energy. They cover the chemical conversion technology, thermal conversion technology. This both is picture. So in the chemical conversions technology include anaerobic digestions method and landfill gas recovery. From the methane, they collect the methane and produce the waste to energy. The other part is the thermal conversions technologies to look into the conventional thermal processing and advanced thermal processing. So include the two types in the thermal processing, installations and core firing. This is the two under the thermal processing. And then next is about the pyrolysis gasifications process. Yeah, it's under the thermal processing. This is I think the first waste to energy in Malaysia. But now, during the pandemic COVID, is not enough the waste for them to process. Now they are closed. Yeah, now in Malaysia we have the one waste to energy facility is quite comprehensive, and then it's a good example to the ASEAN country. It's located in Bukit Daga, northern part of the Kuala Lumpur. So we understanding the waste, it consists of the reach of the material to burn out. So this is a process of waste to energy. I think I don't need to explain more detail. Yeah, from the process. So they were doing the process and then burn, and then from the steam they produce the generations, and then the others with the bottom ash we go to the other process like the first maybe go to the landfill. The other one is the material. Yeah, we can use to build up the cement represent replace the cement in some other industrial. This is waste to energy in the Surabaya, Indonesia that I visited in last 2 years. They use a gasifications process. Yeah. Okay, this is the Bukit Daga, yeah, eco parks in Malaysia. Yeah, and then the life for this is about maybe 60 years. I think it's very well managed. Yeah, no smell, no bad smell and other things at this area. It's a very good example for ASEAN country to learn. And then landfill gas to energy. Because the project involved some of the local authority, we also involved the local authority. Yeah, and then this method also will be used in Kuching later on. Yeah, now is the process in dealing about the technology use. Okay, this is a giant sanitary landfill waste to energy in China. It's a very huge part. Yeah, and then composting is the other one method. Yeah, it's a very good composting. But in Malaysia, sometimes composting will, because our weather is humid, yeah, so it will make a lot of the problem. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then the process also, the composting after digestions, yeah, either they will produce the form of fuel, electricity, cooking oil, yeah, some can use as a cooking oils, and organic liquid fertilizer. Yeah, it depends of the quality of the composting process. Yeah. So this is one of example in Europe. Yeah, composting. Yeah, because they have dry season and they are not too wet in Europe country. So composting is quite successful compared to Malaysia. Actually, in the beginning, the study, we would like to implement composting method in Myanmar. But lastly, we can't make it because Myanmar during that time faced the issue on the political issue. So we can go and visit and propose the good project, yeah, to ASEAN. So for the overall ASEAN member states, the way forward. So the first, we look into the development of municipal solid waste management should be follow the waste hierarchy. Yeah, not always everything is down to landfill or waste to energy as an end of pipe solution. Yeah. Secondly, is the waste to energy must fulfill the high emission standards. Yeah, surely. Now I think it's not much as a problem issue on the waste to energy technology. Yeah, waste to energy require knowledge on the waste quantity and characteristic. Yeah, we cannot buy the technology and then set up in maybe in Malaysia, and then we use it. The technology maybe they just use it it's suitable for the characteristic of waste in Europe or in Japan. Yeah, we have to understanding the characteristic and then the quantity of waste. The point number 4 is about waste to energy built on the efficiency municipal solid waste management. And 5th is required significant financial resources. Yeah, sure. Money is everything. Yeah. Even though we get a consultant from other countries to help us, but money is the last, either we success or not. Yeah. So point 6 is income from the waste to energy sales does not cover waste to energy cost. Yeah, really. Yeah, this is a reality. Yeah, we invest on waste to energy. The energy sale is cannot cover the waste to energy cost. 7 is a waste to energy require the qualified staff. Yeah, it's very technical. And point number 8 is the waste to energy just a potential part of the functioning municipal solid waste management system. Yeah, just a part of it. It's not the total. So legal security of waste to energy investor must be ensured. And last is the waste to energy technology must fit to the local context. Yeah, this is the point I always talk to our government. Yeah, if not, even though we buy the top or the best technology, but it's not suited for the local context. So what? Yeah. Okay. So the whole project waste to energy in ASEAN, we try to achieve these 6 SDG. First is a good health and well-being. Yeah. Green water and sanitation, diesel work and economic growth. And then because waste to energy can develop, can develop the local economic growth. Yeah, can push up. Yeah, the other one is affordable and clean energy. Sure, this is going to its end. And then climate change issue, and then responsible consumptions and productions. And last is sustainability and community. Yeah, so I end up my presentation. Yeah, any questions? Yeah, from floor. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think I pass it to our beauty moderator today, Dr. Shuya. Okay, Shuya.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your impressive keynote talk. If any of the participant is having any questions, kindly drop your questions in the chat box.
Yeah, Dr. Joshua, I think they don't have question. I think better for you to run for the next section.
Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
thank you.
Thank you so
Everything.
much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to welcome our next keynote speaker of the day, Dr. Dr. Mandun Lee, Senior Lecturer, University Technology, Mara, Malaysia.
Okay. Okay. You guys can hear me, right?
Yes, sir. It's pretty audible.
Okay, so I'll just share my slide now, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so very good morning, everyone. So for those who are not from Malaysia, or welcome to Malaysia, namaste. Right, my name is Manjun Lee. So I'm the senior lecturer from the College of Engineering, so University of Technology, Mara, Johor branch, Pasir Gudang campus. Right. Today I'll be delivering my keynote speech, which is titled "Harnessing the Power of Ocean is the Key to Sustainable Future." So I hope you guys stay with me for the rest of this talk, right? A little bit about myself, right? So my research interest is mainly on the turbo machinery and everything, not everything, but I try my best to cover as much as an environmental aspect as well. And my main PhD work is in the desalination technologies. And for my part-time, so I like to do something related to the ISO 17025, helping the labs to grow, right, to get the gold standard by providing trainings and consultancy. Right. So if you want to know, if you want to know more about this ISO 17025 or anything about my research, do connect with me through LinkedIn. Yeah. So this is the QR code here. Right? Scan it, and you'll lead you directly to my profile. Right. And a little bit about myself. So I have a whole PhD from the Advanced Manufacturing Engineering, and my bachelor's is in the Mechanical and Manufacturing Engineering. Right. So currently I'm a registered professional engineer. Right. That's give me, if you wonder, in Malaysia we have this title of IR. That means we are the registered professional engineers that can practice the engineering in the field. Right. And I'm also a chartered engineer from the UK. And I'm a professional technologist, which give me this title also, professional title. So you see in Malaysian professionals now we have a lot of titles. All right, so that's it's just a short form to show that what our qualification. It's not to show off or anything, right? Okay. Okay, so this is a little bit about my presentation outline for today. So first, I'll start off with the ocean energy's global potential, right? To bring you an overview about what is happening in the world of this ocean energy. And I will bring you to explore the type of ocean power, then the benefits, right? So let you see what are the benefits of the ocean power and what are the extraction methods, right? So regarding the ocean wave energy, tidal, and some other technologies as well. And before that, before end my conclusion, right, I will bring you to the current scenario, what is happening in the world, and what are the challenges and the future prospect, and what can we do towards to build a sustainable future with the ocean energy. Okay. So as we know, ocean energy, ocean covers about 70% of the Earth's surface, and it contains various forms of energy. Right, I will show you the energy after this, yeah. And then the wave energy has the highest density and availability compared to the solar and wind power. So if you picture the sea as the solar panel, right, 70% captures the solar energy, right, and transfer it and make it become the wave energy. Yeah. So research suggests that, right, some of the research suggests that we could generate almost 30,000 terawatt hours of electricity per year just from the wave alone, which is around 20% more than the world's total electricity consumption. Yeah. So those statistics is based on the global electricity consumption, which is in the year of 2022. Right. Okay, and then because of this ocean energy's potential, the European Union, they are quick to grasp to the potential, because that's why most of the technologies or patterns or anything related to ocean wave energy, most of them are developed in the Europe, yeah. So you can see, European Union, they are very, very fast about all these things. Right, they hold about 44% of all the wave energy patterns, and the EU aim to install at least 40 gigawatts of ocean energy capacity by 2050, right, which is enough to meet the electricity demand of all the homes in France, right? So this is very huge capacity and very ambition. They are very ambitious, right? However, this could still be just a small fractions of the block's total capacity, which stands at around 1,000 gigawatts. Yeah, right. Okay, so this is the types of ocean energies that the ocean can offer. Yeah. First, if you look at the kinetic and the potential part, it will be the tides. The tides, low tide and the high tides, and due to the gravitation from the moon itself, right? So that gives us the tidal energy. And then the currents give us the kinetic energy, right? And then the ocean wave give us the potential kinetic and potential energy. Right. So if you see the river mouth, right, connected to the connecting to the sea, they will have salinity gradient. That means the change of the saltiness of the water that can provide us with certain level of chemical energy, right? And of course, the ocean, the surface of the ocean that absorb the heat energy, right, from the sun will give us the ocean thermal energy conversion, right? And the benefits of ocean energy is that it is very predictable, right? And it offers firm capacity. So it's more predictable compared to wind, but not solar. Solar is actually quite predictable as well. And social acceptance maybe is quite high, right? And it's ideal coupled with other types of renewable energy. If you see some offshore application now, they have ocean wave energy paired with wind energy and also with solar energy. Yeah. Okay, it provides also powers for the end use sectors as well, not just powering industry, right? But it's also powering the homes, right? And islands, right? So imagine islands that you don't have to have subsea cables or anything that connects to the main power grid from the mainland, right? It can have itself power sufficient, self-sufficient of power generation. And because of that, it creates a lot of job opportunities. And of course, right, the main goal is to mitigate the climate change, climate change. At the end of these slides, I will show you how what can we do to make it more sustainable, right? And ocean energy, not just to generate power, electricity in terms of electricity, and is also able to combine with more often they combine power generation with water desalination, right? So not just the moving part, right? The movement or the kinetic energy used to generate the electricity. Some of it is enough to generate the pressure, right? And maybe passing through the membrane that's give us water desalination, yeah. Okay, so we talk about a lot of ocean wave energy, right? So the main type of energy comes from the wave. Yeah? So first we need to know what is the formation of the ocean wave. Right. So as we know, the storm or the climate or the change in the climate in the local region due to the sun, right? It shines on the place, and then for a time, then it will create the storm, right? And wind and all that. That creates the swell, right? The swell, the small wave, and then that gives the wave directions as well, right? So if you look at it in 2D, so this is how it looks like, right? The crest is the highest. I mean, this is how we measure the wave height, right? And then the crest, that's how we measure the frequency of the wave, right? Okay. And I will show you some of the ocean wave energy extraction method. So the first type would be the oscillation water column, right? So how does it work is that we build a structure, right? Either you can build all the way until the sea floor, or we can use a mooring line to hold it, right? And then what we need is that the seawater, right? The level of the seawater going up and down, right? It will push and draw, okay, the turbine, right? Through using the air, right? So the air will be drawn in and then or sometimes pushed out when the seawater is rising, right? So that give us the rotational energy, right? That we can pair with turbine for our generator set to produce certain level of electricity, right? And the next one is the oscillating body system. So if we put a body following the movement of the wave itself, we can actually see different type of movement. If you see, this is heaving, right? The up and down, right? And then the surging, right? So left or right. So if you put it if you put a certain generator at the bottom, right, or solenoid, okay, if you see this one solenoid, if you moor it under the sea, right, so what happens is that the motion, if it's continuously moving, it will generate a certain type of energy, electricity, right? So when the electricity we extract it, we can actually use it, right? Or we can actually put a piston underneath, right? So if it can actually generate a certain level of water pressure and push the water to the surface as well, right? So that gives us water desalination, right? So the next one is the overtopping ocean wave converter. So overtopping is just like the name says, we let the seawater overrun or flood an area of the reservoir. And then what happens is that the reservoir will have a certain level of height, right? And once the reservoir is full, then it will discharge, right? So then the water will discharge from the turbine and through the turbine. So the concept is just like a hydro turbine, hydro power plant, hydro power plant. Once the water being discharged through the penstock, right, running through the turbine, you have a certain level of kinetic energy running through the turbine. Okay, that gives us some energy as well. Okay, so these are some of the interesting method, fairly new, right? Fairly new. So we call it the triboelectric nano generators. Right, what they can do is they have a lot of the small layers, or what we call DEEC, distributed embedded energy converter technologies, right? So when we have different movement, it will create electric charge. From the charge itself, it will harness the energy, right? It's just like a piezoelectric material, right? When you apply pressure on it, and it will have certain level of charge, right? So the problem with this type of technology is that up until now, the level of charge is still small, not really high enough to power up any big application, but it's good to send signals and things like that. For smaller application, yes, it's good, right? So for maybe you have a buoy in the middle of the sea, can self power and send some signal or data back to the mainland, so that is good enough, right? Okay, and another type is the M wave. Hold on, give me a second. Okay, so apologies for that. Yeah, so the M wave, they uses a membrane technology, right? Membrane, it means it's like a pump, a soft pump, right? So if you look at it, it's bulging up. So if it's being pressed by the sea, it can press by this moving seawater running through it, right? So what happens is that it will run through a turbine, right? Run through a turbine. It's just like a mini pump, right? Mini pump, right? With a diaphragm that pushing the water through the turbine. Okay, the good thing is that it can combine with other technologies such as the wind turbine, right, for better power generation. Okay, so moving on to the next one is the tidal energy. Yeah, so the gravitational effect from the moon, and then the that generates the high tide and the low tide, right? So that gives us another way of generating tidal energy, right? So if you look at diagram A and B, is the what we call the open rotor device, right? They uses the rotor, right? The movement of the rotor. Okay, so most of the time it can follow the directions of the tide. So if it's low tide, it will switch over to the low tide side. If it's high tide, it will turn it back to another side. Okay, and for C is the turbine type. So this is usually one directional, right? So usually people targeted for the low tide or high tide, right? Just one directional. And then if it's you can actually switch it also if in some of the cases. Okay, and for D is the vertical axis device. It's just like a wind turbine, right? So most of the design for the tidal energy, they actually uses the wind turbine technologies. Just that the working fluid is different, the density is different, right? And the rotation is will be slower, right? So most of them, they uses the wind energy turbine, right? So if you see a lot of vertical axis, like Darius type, all this thing, right? They copy from the wind energy, right? They put it under the sea to test it, right? Okay, and another type of interesting way of generating the energy is through the ocean thermal energy conversion, or we call it the OTEC, yeah. Okay, so from the left diagram, this is the open loop, right? Open loop, open loop diagram. So if it's open loop, what happens is that the warm water will run through the warm water from the seawater surface, right? What happens in the seawater surface is that it will being shined by the sunlight, okay, and it generates certain level of temperature difference, right? So the warm water from the top of the water, from the surface water will be bringing into the evaporator, right? So what this warm water do is that it will be transferring the heat energy through, usually through heat exchanger, right, to another working fluid. So in this case, most of the time they use what? Ammonia, because ammonia have a lower boiling point, very, very low boiling point compared to water, but it's enough to boil it, right, using the warm water. So warm water transfer heat energy to the ammonia, and then ammonia will start to boil. What happens is that it boils, it will run through the turbine, right? And then after that, it will be condensed and sent back to the system again, right? Okay, so this is how it is actually works, right? In the open loop, and then the closed loop, right? So you have a condenser, it will keep on cooling the working fluid back to the normal original phase. Then after that, the refrigerant will be pumped back, will be pumped back to the evaporator, right? So most of the time people use the closed loop, right? Open loop is that if you have very hot surface water level, then you can keep on using this one, because after that they will be directly discharged back to the sea, right? They're not using it in a cycle manner, right? And salinity gradient energies come from chemical energy, chemical reaction, right? So the original idea was that um, it was first started in the 90s, 70s, where they used the temperature, not temperature, the salinity gradient, because of the osmosis process, right? The water will move from the uh water will move from this will move from less saltier to a more saltier part, right? So then they use this movement of water to run through a turbine to generate electricity. But then those projects, because of the membrane cost, only allows water to move through. It's very expensive, super expensive. So that's why they abandon it. So now the new technology is that they use this membrane, right, to block to allow chemical ion exchange happens, so that it's like a lot of mini cell, right? Imagine a lot of mini dry cells producing a small amount of energy, right, or heat, right? Sometimes they use the low grade heat, to run through the certain part of this uh solution, and then that's how they generate the electricity. Either low grade heat, or they use a small amount of electricity generated from the gradient salinity. So it's just like a lot of dry cell combined together to produce a big power, right? Okay. So if you look at the global ocean energy potential now, most of the energy conversion is being done in the tidal stream, right? So most are the tidal stream, and then no, sorry, most are in the ocean wave, and then and the ocean thermal energy conversion, because it's actually very easy to make, right? Energy were very easy to make, and the tidal stream is a small portion, right? Due to the potential effect to the environment, right? Because tidal, if you want to install a tidal turbine, it will be a very large set of equipment. If you put it under the water, it might disrupt some ship passing through it, right? Or even the marine life. And just like the wind turbine, right? It does generate certain level of frequency. Maybe it's inaudible to us, but it's audible to the sea creatures, right? Okay, so that might cause nuisance in the ocean. So that's why tidal stream is still being in the watch list most of the time. Salinity gradient is because of the investment. The type of investment you need is really, really large, right? So that's give us the wave and the OTEC, yeah. Okay, so in the 1799, right? 1799, year 1799, the first wave energy converter was actually patented by the French inventor Pierre Simon Gerard, right? So you see the first date they start to use the ocean wave energy is in the year of this one, right? The first person who patented the invention. And how many more 100 years later, we have so many more different types of ocean wave energy conversion devices, yeah, around the world, but mostly focus on the Europe. As you see, European Union that holds the most patents, and because of the country and the policy also, right? They have a lot of fundings given, and the climate itself is very suitable, right? Because of the high waves, yeah. And if you see Australia, right? Australia region also is quite suitable because of the sea wave higher. And if you look at Malaysia, Malaysia is somewhere here, right? Okay, so Malaysia is somewhere below China. So because of the location is in the equator, so that is like the lowest wave height we can get. But regardless, there are so many other types of energy we can actually use, not just ocean wave energy, correct? We can have salinity gradient, we can have OTEC and different type, right? So the current ocean energy deployment, right? So we have talked about it, and the current scenario of the ocean energy is that the electricity generated by the ocean wave converters so far has been really expensive compared to wind and solar energy, right? Average generation costs over the lifetime of the projects, right, are around 10 to 30 times higher for wind, and the solar. So people prone to opt for the technology which are more mature, right, and cheaper installation, and that give them more stable income. Imagine you install solar, it can last for 25 years, right, with the investment that you have put in, things like that, right? So people want more stable, right? But if wave energy expand and the technology to mature rapidly, yeah, so the cost falls could mirror those seen in so the problem now is that the ocean wave energy is not in the maturity yet, right? So if it's in the maturity, the overall price and installation, everything will be cheaper. Okay. Okay, so the EU joint research estimate it could just become just twice as expensive as wind and solar within the next 6 years. So it's still not the time yet for the ocean wave for the next 6 years. However, this is far from the foregone conclusion. No commercial scale wave energy farm are yet in. So the conclusion is being drawn because so far, throughout my research career up until now, there's no commercial scale of wave energy farm that are fully in operation. Most of them are just in the prototype. Okay, so if you look at the investment cycle, so the TRL means the technological readiness level, right? So if you want it to be in the industrial stage, it will be in the 7 and the 9. And most of the prototype now is in the 5 to 7 demonstration. So somewhere here between these two, demonstration and I don't say it will be in the pre-commercial as well. But if you look at the if you look at the amount of investment needed, right? Okay, so most of them need the research and innovation grant. So that is for sure. If you want to run the new technology, of course, you needed the grant to research fund to run it. And then the things that make it expensive is where the prototyping, right? Because we need the real sea deployment, right, to support the testing of the prototype in the actual sea environment. So you want to do anything in the subsea level or in the near shore, onshore, offshore area, it will be very, very expensive, correct? And then, of course, as the technological readiness level increases, okay, we need more financial support, right? Including the revenue support. So we need to show that power generations can give a certain level of income back. Right, so that gives us the challenge and the future prospect. So the ocean wave energy converters or the ocean power converters, all types of converters have to survive storm and the salinity of the ocean. So you cannot have so much of the metal part, right? Because it will get corroded, right, within the short time. So that will be possess a very huge challenge for most of the converters, right? So we know that anything underwater will give us the damping effect. So if you have any solenoid moving, we have to waterproof it. Any leakage inside, it will really straight away make the whole system not efficient anymore, right? And the high initial cost of fabricating WEC, okay, or the wave energy converter, and proper maintenance is the key, right? And conversion of random, slow, high force motions of wave into a constant input output. Right. So if you notice that hydroelectricity, why is it so feasible? Because we can actually lock the turbine to a frequency of 49 to 50 hertz, right? That gives us a more stable power generation throughout the power grid, correct? As for this ocean wave energy, this is a big challenge, because the frequency is irregular, right? The frequency of the power generation is irregular, right? But a lot of turbine-based model, we can actually lock the frequency, or anything. So that frequent for me, the turbine type is the key to the future power generation. Right, and problem exists with the transfer of electricity from underwater devices to the onshore grid. We know that subsea cable poses a lot of problem in terms of maintenance and the high cost of installation, right? And not to say the environmental impact this might give us. So if you have a very large system, it might it might possess certain environmental problem to the nearby community, correct? Okay, and large WEC might be seen as a disruption to the marine animal, right? Still, these technology are of high cost, more development is necessary. So this is where we as a scientist can come in, right, to contribute to more better technology, which it will lower down the cost of the technology, things like that. Okay. And the final words is towards the sustainable future is that from my job and my part-time, which is which is very much closely related to the standards, the qualities and standards. So I believe that qualities and standards is actually correlated to the is actually contributing to tackling the climate change, and at the same time to the sustainable development goals. Yeah. So why I say that? Because you see, if we start to set standards, right? If we start to set standards for emission, right? So we can actually limit the amount of greenhouse gases to the environment, correct? Energy efficiency standards, so they give us how many stars of the electrical appliances, correct? Renewable energy standards to encourage more industry, or we set the tariff, right? Or the credits, right? So maybe carbon's credit, so to encourage industry to invest more in the renewable energy, right? Fuel quality standards, right? To promote the cleaner, less carbon intensive, right? You see, carbon offsetting and trading standards. So if we're implementing standards, right? So we are actually limiting a lot of emissions, or we can actually contribute towards a sustainable future. Right. So my role is usually in the calibration and the testing lab role. So what we can offer is actually we help the labs to grow into environment where they live with the quality, right? So if you have quality in your every aspect, you will actually reduce, or I mean contributes to the sustainable future, yeah. Right. So that is but then that is a topic for another time, right? I believe my time is up now. Right. So I will just end my slide. Thank you very much. And I'm happy if there's any question, to answer any question. Thank you. Back to you, chairperson.
Okay, Dr. Lee.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have one question. What is the future of ocean energy in Malaysia?
Mm-hmm.
What is the future? It is applicable or
Which one?
the ocean thermal energy?
Ocean thermal, yes, it is applicable, but we still need to know which area is actually have the highest temperature, surface temperature of the sea. So all types of technology is actually applicable. Even the low height ocean wave is actually still applicable, but then the output might not be that desirable. Okay, so I would say it is applicable in most of the region, but we need to know whether the output is of what we really want, or we can actually have some way to improve it, right?
Okay, okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much for your valuable session. If any of the participant is having any more further questions, kindly drop your questions in the chat box. I guess there are no questions from the participants, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for listening to my keynote. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir. Wish you the same. Now I would like to welcome Dr. M.S. Anisarani, Horticulture College and Research Institute, Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, India, for her lead talk. Ma'am, over to you, please.
Is my slides visible, ma'am?
Not yet, ma'am.
Okay. Once again.
Hey.
Is there any issue, ma'am? Ma'am, you're on mute.
Is my video visible? No. Is it shared?
Not yet, ma'am.
Not yet. Okay, there is some problem with my sharing. Shall I come for next session?
Yes, sure, ma'am.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you. So now I would like to call Dr. M.D. Hassan Uzman, Associate Professor, Higher Institution Center of Excellence, University of Malaya, Malaysia. Sir, over to you, please.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you're pretty audible.
My slide is working or not?
Yes, sir, it's working, sir.
Okay, so welcome to this session. This is Dr. Hassan Nuzzaman from University of Malaya. So University of Malaya is one of the top university in Malaysia. According to QS ranking, you can see the university was 60 for this year, and for the time higher education is 63. So this is one of the top university. So today we shall try to go for a short keynote. This time is very limited, only half an hour. So far, I got the time. So first, we shall try to discuss something about the global challenges and current challenges in energy sector. That is very, very important. Then key driver, challenges, right, of decarbonization or green energy. Then energy sector in Malaysia, sustainable practices, research and development. So you can see here the global challenges for next 50 years. Is number one is energy. Number one is energy, you can see, and number 4 is environment. And there is a very good relation between energy and environment. That I shall share some information to follow up this one. You can see here in the challenge, the energy is, there are two sides. One is demand side challenges, another one is supply side challenges. So what is challenges in the demand side? You can see the demand side challenges is the population is growing. Population is growing all over the world. At the same time, you can see the energy consumption growing is almost proportional. And proportional to the population growth. So what is the challenge here? You can see the main challenge is how to reduce energy consumption or increase energy supply without compromising economic growth, right? And sustainable development. So there are two challenges that I mentioned. Then the second one is supply challenge. The supply challenge, you can see more or less 80% come from fossil fuel. 80% of energy come from fossil fuel. So what is the challenge here? So before going to see the challenge, we need to know the current carbon dioxide concentration, right? And before going there, we need to know the safe level of carbon. So 350 ppm is the safe level of carbon dioxide in the open environment. Then risk level is 400 ppm. If more than 400 ppm, that means we are already in the risk level. Then we can see here what is the high risk level. So if the carbon dioxide level is 450 ppm, that means it is already in the risk level. So you can see here 2018, the carbon dioxide concentration was 407. That means even though 2018 before COVID, the carbon dioxide level was above the safe level. That means already in the risk level. So after the COVID, you can see the carbon dioxide again started increasing. And 2013, right, you can see 424. So already very close to the risk level. So what is the challenge here? The main challenge, how to reduce emission without compromising economic growth. That we cannot test, but we need to solve this problem, how to reduce carbon dioxide. So this is the main challenge now. So people are thinking, right, in different ways. So how to reduce carbon dioxide or supply low carbon or green technology based energy supply. So before going that, we need to know what is the driver of the energy sector. You can see number one that I mentioned is demand growing. So demand is growing because of technological advancement. So each and everything now is technology based. Even though our daily life, mobile, even though household, each and everything is electronics and electrical based equipment. So energy consumption is increasing day by day. Then we know the supply challenges. More or less 80% energy come from fossil fuel. Still now, that add carbon dioxide in the environment. Then security of supply. The most of the equipment, right? Most of the equipment is now is energy based. Then environmental impact that I mentioned now is 424 ppm carbon dioxide. That means already very close to high risk level. So what we need to know or what we need to do is technology and policy. That means still the renewable energy base, right? Power generation is costly compared to the conventional energy source, natural gas or coal. So how to make it? We need to know the technology based on the resource. At the same time, we need to make a policy that can be the green technology or this clean energy technology can be affordable or cost effective. So here, what is the solution? People are talking about two ways. People, right? There are two ways. Number one is renewable energy, right? Number one is renewable energy resources, and number two, energy conservation and management. So renewable energy is still costly compared to conventional energy sources. Then energy conservation and management, that means energy savings, energy conservation, right? To reduce energy consumption. So how much we can? Maybe 10 or 20%, not more than that.
The screenshot is enough only, no?
Right? So what is the solution? That means there is no single solution or simple answer that we can say, oh, if we do this one, we can solve this problem. So people are thinking in different ways. So before thinking the different ways, we need to know the sustainable development. So everywhere people are discussing about the sustainable development, even though our business, our education, each and everything must be sustainable. If not sustainable, this is not effective. So in a short time, right? So sustainable development mean the development that meet the need, that mean current need or present need without compromising the ability of the future generation to meet their own need. That means whatever we have, we cannot finish. We need to give something for our next generation, for coming who will come in future to fulfill their demand. So this is the sustainable development, right? So there are two types of sustainability. Number one is weak sustainability and number two is strong sustainability. Weak sustainability means all the three components of the sustainability. I am going a bit faster because time is very short, only half an hour. The nature means environment, climate, nature, each and everything. That one is very, very important and we need to give priority. But you can see here the weak sustainability, the nature, society, and economy is similar value. That means we can compensate each other. I can give a good example for you. Is carbon tax. right? Carbon tax or carbon trading. So this is many countries in Europe or other countries, even to Asia and many countries, they are going to implement this carbon tax. What is carbon tax? That if you produce carbon, this is depend on what type of technologies, right? Or what type of policy they want to implement. If certain level of carbon tax, as for example, Singapore, they have 25 Sing dollar. So, right? So if your carbon dioxide generation is above the certain limit, they have a limit, then you need to pay the carbon tax. Per ton is 25 Sing dollar. This is carbon tax. And carbon trading is different, right? So that means if we pay or if there is an option to carbon tax, we can produce more carbon and we can pay tax. So this is not sustainability. That means we are giving priority, both are same. So if you have money, you can produce more carbon and you can pay the tax. So we are done here about the nature. But in terms of strong sustainability, first we need to give priority to the nature, then society, then economy. There is a priority for the strong sustainability. You can see here, so green energy and decarbonization, low carbon technologies. So you can see there are different type of technologies that we can say is green or decarbonization technologies. Number one is carbon free. No technology is carbon free, but as the carbon is very, very low compared to conventional, that is why we can say it carbon free technology. Then carbon reduction technology, right? Carbon reduction technology, carbon removal technology, carbon capture and storage, right? Carbon management technology, then resource conservation and recycling technologies. So these are the current low carbon technologies that we can implement in our energy sector. So low carbon technologies or carbon free technology, we can say this is mainly the alternative source of energy, the clean energy. Mostly it is renewable energy, right? The wind, solar, hydro, geothermal, whatever it is, or ocean energy, right? So here you can see these are the source. Then carbon reduction technology, it's a different type of carbon reduction, alternative fuel, carbon capture. So these are the things that, right, the energy efficiency improvement, how much we can improve, right? Energy efficiency equipment, motor, energy rating equipment, energy efficient vehicle, then electric vehicle. So nowadays, electric vehicle is one of the important low carbon technology. And many countries, they are going to implement. China is one of the countries that many cities I visited in China. So they have a lot of electric vehicle in their city. So here, the solution you can see number one is carbon free technology. So what are the carbon free technology? So before going there, we just to see this one, what is the sources of renewable energy in Malaysia? You can see here total. Number one is solar energy. Everywhere in Malaysia, solar energy. The potential of solar energy is very high compared to other sources. Hydro, biothermal, right? Geothermal. This one is compared to other. Solar energy is very, very potential. Not only in Malaysia, not only in ASEAN or Asia country, all over the world, where you will get sun, you can produce solar energy. So this is one of the very popular source of energy. So prospect of solar energy, you can see before going in details. So you can see number one, so far I know, this is one of the biggest solar power plant in India. Is this one 2.25 gigawatt. This is not megawatt or not kilowatt. This one is huge, very big power plant. And number two is China, 2.2 gigawatt. So the solar energy now is very, very big power plant. No more megawatt, already in gigawatt level. So not only India, not only China, most of the countries, they are going for solar. So we know the solar energy is one of the very potential source. So we need to know the problem or challenges. So we started working on how to solve this challenge. So before solving the challenge, I just share some information based on our experiment that we got in our lab test, in our what is called real-time test. You can see here, and this one published in a good journal, Energy Conservation and Management. Most of our paper published in solar energy and renewable energy and energy conservation and management, this type of journal. You can see, you can just go through my paper. So you can see here, the energy, the temperature. You can see irradiation. If irradiation increase, temperature of the cell increase. If temperature of the cell increase, then you can see reduce efficiency. That means power generation is reduced sharply. So to solve this problem, we started with cooling system. So if we cool down the panel by using different type of coolant, right, then we can get better efficiency. You can see better efficiency. With cooling and without cooling, with cooling we get better efficiency. Then we started, right? So if we can use this one, right, that can give better efficiency. So then we start thinking, right? Normally solar energy is two. One is photovoltaic, that means directly you can get electricity. Number two is heat. Solar thermal collector, different type of collector, right? That we can directly get heat. Then we start thinking, if we combine them, that means we can cool down the PV system, right? At the same time, we can get heat. So we start working on PVT, photovoltaic thermal system. That means we can get both electricity and heat together, and that will give us better efficiency. Then we started working on how to, you can see, then we started working on different type of collector. This one is not thermal collector. This one is collector, different type of collector that we put under the solar panel for the cooling system. Right? Then we design which one is give better performance. Then we started, we did lot of work here. Then, right, we got different type of collector give better efficiency for different conditions. But the major problem is here, intermittency. Intermittency, and the solar energy intermittency is very, very high. As for example, right, suddenly if rain, no solar energy. If clouding, right, or whatever it is, suddenly very high, and within short time, no irradiation at all. So how to solve? This is one type of irradiation, intermittency. Another one is day-night. We can get solar energy only daytime, but nighttime there is no solar energy. So how to solve this problem? Right? So there are intermittency, short, day, duration. Then what is called another one is seasonal variation. The winter, right? Summer, rain. So there are a lot of issues for solar energy that we need to solve. To solve this one, we started working on how to solve this intermittency issue. So the one of the potential solution is to store energy in terms of, right, battery as for example for electrical energy storage, and thermal energy storage, also thermal tank. So we can use this one to solve the intermittency issue. Then we started working on, just I want to go through, I think battery, everybody knows, most of the people we use this one, even though our mobile phone, we use battery, right? So battery is very common technology nowadays, right? Not only for energy storage, for other part, each and everything. So battery is very common. So solar energy, solar thermal energy, as we are working on PVT, right? So electricity we can use. At the same time, we need to store heat for night time and the morning time, right? So here we started working on so how to store this energy. You can see compared to other, the PCM is one of the materials that can give better performance compared to all type of energy storage system. So we start working on so how to use it in our practical life, right? Then we started working on that means this PCM phase sense material store heat and release it. When the temperature is high during the daytime, this PCM store heat, and the night time it remove heat from the PCM, right? So that means daytime we can store heat to the PCM, and night time we can get heat from the PCM. But the main problem here, right? The main problem here, the thermal conductivity of the PCM. As time short, I think better not to go very details. To use this one, we started working on to check in our real life or real experiment. It is work or not. You can see different type of PCM, right? The PVT, then different type PVT PCM. So different type of setup, then we get better, right? You can see here. Then we got this result. Then we publish in a good journal. Then there is also problem in PCM. The main problem is the thermal conductivity of the PCM is very, very low. Then what will happen? If low, you can see here, solo charge, solo discharge. So that means this one. So before melting all part of the PCM, it start again solidification. That means the system efficiency can be sometimes 40%, 50, 60, 70, 80%. As the charging and discharging response is very slow of the PCM. Right? So how to solve this one? We can add different type of high thermal conductivity material that can help it. So we started working on, then you can see here, nano enhanced phase change material. So different type of nanoparticle we add in the PCM that can give better thermal conductivity. Then we started working on, I think then we get the better result. You can see here, the compared to PCM, right? The nano enhanced phase change material result is better compared to base one. Right? So this one part that is green energy that we can solve. Then second one is decarbonization and environmental impact assessment of, you can see the PV system, not in Malaysia, all over the world. PV is one of the very popular and potential source or technology that can use for solar energy. So the growth is very high. Then what will happen? If we throw this one on the environment, what will happen? The environmental impact that I showed at the beginning, right? Already we are in the risk level. So if we add more materials, more waste in our environment, it will be more polluted. So we need to know this one. So there are different type of material recovery system. You can see we can at least reduce, not 100%, but we can reduce if we use, right, this recycle processes or material recovery system. Then energy sector, you can see Malaysia is still now more or less 80% energy come from fossil fuel. 80%. Still now more or less 80%. Then what is the emission level? You can see more or less still now 0.7 kg per kilowatt hour in Peninsular Malaysia. So emission is not very low. So Malaysia also need to reduce emission, and Malaysian government, they have a lot of initiative to remove or reduce the carbon dioxide from the grid. So sustainable, then this is the the main option that I mentioned, the solar. Malaysian government giving more focus solar, right? Biomass, hydrogen, new, then other things. So this one you can see this one. Then by 2040, this is the target. Okay, I think number to a electric vehicle. So there are three types of electric vehicle, right? Battery, plug-in, and hybrid. So mainly we are discussing about the battery electric vehicle. That means electric vehicle that is totally run by electric vehicle or battery vehicle. You can sometimes we call it battery electric vehicle, right? BEV. So here you can see the prospect, right? So I think time limited. So huge amount of electric vehicle now coming, and already declared many countries they are right remove their ICE car. So you can see United Kingdom, this one, Netherlands by 2030, Norway by 2028 or 20, right? 27. Their target is 100% electric vehicle, right? And Germany is 2050, right? So many countries you can see 2040. So that means by 2050, most of the country they are going to remove 100% their ICE car and implement electric vehicle. This is one side. Another side is many countries already declared their carbon neutral. Malaysia 2050. Most of the countries is 2050. I think Indonesia is 2060. So by 2050, most of the country is going to be carbon neutral. So how to achieve this one, right? So electric vehicle, Malaysian government now give more focus to make the electric vehicle affordable. But you can see that it's still expensive, the electric vehicle compared to the conventional vehicle. Then we started working on. So in this side, then we can discuss about the total cost of ownership, right? You can see one of my German student, I think this one of my German student, he did this type of work, right? Then you can see the challenges. This one, you can see the charging. This is also published on a good journal. You can see different type of charger. The charging time is still high. As for example, I just give one example. You can see the ICE car, normal internal combustion engine, just 2, 3, 5 minutes. Within 5 minutes, you can refill your tank up to 100 or 80 liter. But in electric vehicle, if your battery capacity is 100 kilowatt hour or 60, 70 kilowatt hour, how long it take time? Maybe 8 hours or overnight. You need to charge it. So this is very, very anxiety that we need to solve. So fast charging, right? Very, very important. You need it faster within that 10 minutes or 20 minutes. If we charge it, then it will be good, affordable. Then people are discussing, even though I started with the green technology, but I mentioned electric vehicle is one of the green technology. But how green it is really green or not? That we need to know. Here you can see at the beginning, ICE car is low emission and electric vehicle is high emission, right? This one is ICE, right? This is internal combustion engine. At the beginning, emission is low, but at the electric vehicle, emission is high because of battery. So you can see this is different type of energy source. Even though 100% renewable energy, that means wind energy, right? This is not my findings, so other people have done. So you can see here, at least 50,000 need to drive to make or to cross the break-even point. So normally car drive is 20 kilometer, 20,000 kilometer per year. That means 2 to 3 years need to make it break-even point. So electric vehicle is not green, not clean at all. It depends on the source of energy. If your energy source is not green, the electric vehicle is worse than the ICE car. That I want to show here. This is Japanese case. This is not my findings directly, right? You can see even, right? The electric vehicle produce more emission compared to conventional car because of energy source. You can see most of the findings, right? The electric vehicle worse than the ICE car. Then our findings, we discussed this one. This, I think time is very limited. Going to finish this one. Then life cycle analysis. It's very, very important. Even though we see, or most of the people are thinking electric vehicle is green, or any other sources, or any other equipment is green, or right? Or how we can determine? We need to discuss this one. We need to analyze life cycle assessment, right? So there are different type of technique that we can confirm this system is really green or not. Or if we want to make it green, where need to work? What type of parameter we need to change it? So life cycle analysis is one of the technique that we can remove or reduce carbon dioxide from the process or from the equipment or from the activities, right? So these are the different type of life cycle impact assessment that we can do, that I mentioned in the electric vehicle, right? Then we can get, I think, sustainability impact. I don't need. This one is different type of sustainability. The food sustainability, energy sustainability, water sustainability. So these are the sustainability impact. Different countries, you can see Canada, right? Up to this one, you can see your own country. So how sustainable it is? Food, water, or energy. Is it really sustainable or not? Then, of course, we need to discuss this one. Energy and environmental related, right? 7, 11, and 13. How is really is work or not? Affordable and clean energy or not, right? So these are the things that we need to analyze before implementing any type of energy project. Right? You can see this one Indonesia, this one Malaysia. You can see this one different countries, right? You can see Thailand, here nearby country, Vietnam, right? Myanmar, then Maldives. You can see this one. This is the sustainability, right? All the sustainability, how is achieved or not? If not achieved, how to achieve it? That is your main target, right? I think smart grid nowadays, the energy is distributed, right? Not in from the single source. So smart grid, even though, right, the distribution side or demand side also. So smart grid is very, very important. I need to give signal when we can use this equipment, right? So smart grid is one of the very important nowadays that we can solve also. You can see here, the central control, different type of energy source, right? Then user also, the transmission, distribution, then electric vehicle, smart house, right? Smart city, battery storage, right? And different type of storage, thermal, electrical, energy storage. So need the grid smart, otherwise cannot solve this issue. Then main focus to solve all the issues that I make it within a short discussion, right? So we need to do research. Electric vehicle, right? Battery energy storage, AI is one of the very important research topic nowadays. So everything related to AI, right? So all the things, all the parameters, we need to do research together, not in a single step. Because now research is very, very multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary, right? So whatever we are thinking, we need a proper policy. Policy is very, very important. That I started at the beginning, right? Number one is policy. Smart, right? The demand increasing, supply challenges, security of supply at the same time, right? Environmental impact. So we have to consider these four parameters. So how to make it? We need a proper technology and suitable policy. The proper policy and suitable policy is very, very important to make it affordable. Even though it is expensive, but it will be affordable. That is our main part that we want to highlight. So far, based on the findings that I can conclude as the energy system, there are many challenges big challenges in the energy sector. As time limited, I just give focus on very specific topic, right? Then to innovate and green energy technologies, there are many green energy resources. As for example, before my presentation, right? Dr. Lee presented ocean energy, ocean thermal, right? So wave, tidal, so different type of energies. The ocean is very big, and this is also one of my research field. Few of my students are working on ocean energy. Then what is called good policy for energy technology. That I mentioned that I highlight now. Or not only Malaysia, all of other countries, they are more discussing on energy policy, good policy, how to make it affordable, right? Not low cost, not, right? This is should be affordable. Even though some are low cost, but not affordable. Other thing is very expensive, right? So innovative and energy storage technologies. This is one of the important part, energy storage. For our daily life, even not in power sector, in our daily life, energy storage is very important equipment nowadays. For our mobile, each and everything need a good storage system. And thank you very much for attending this presentation. And I really thank to the organizer to give me opportunity to share the information. Thank you very much. Do you have any question, please?
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your informative session. If any of the participant is having any further questions, kindly drop your questions in the chat box. I guess there are no questions from the participants, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. See you.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day. So next, I would like to welcome our next keynote speaker of our day, Dr. Raisal Saifullah Muhammad Rashid, Professor at Department of Civil Engineering, Malaysia. As Sir couldn't join at the moment, Sir has shared the pre-recorded video. We'll go for the live.
Morning. First, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizer for inviting me to be part of this conference as the keynote speaker. My name is Raizal Saifullah Muhammad Rashid, and I'm from the Department of Civil Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, University Putra, Malaysia. My title for today's seminar is Effect of Fire Insulation Materials on Cable Action of CFRP Plated RC Beams under Elevated Temperature. So each topic content shown here, which is the introduction, experimental program, result and discussion, limitation, and also conclusion will be explained and discussed. The structural elements such as reinforced concrete beams can deteriorate due to several factors such as aging, poor maintenance, and deterioration due to poor environmental condition. Strengthening or retrofitting of these deteriorate structural members can be done to allow them to recover or increase flexural shear or compression strength. The most popular strengthening materials nowadays is the fiber reinforced polymer, FRP, due to its high strength weight ratio. For RC beams, the externally bonded method is usually used to increase flexural strength, where FRP in sheet or plate form are bonded at the soffit of the beam using epoxy adhesive. While strengthening using FRP can greatly improve the performance of RC structural members, both the FRP and the epoxy adhesive are susceptible to deterioration in the terms of strength and stiffness from elevated temperature due to their low glass transition temperature. The transition temperature is one of the most important properties of any polymer matrix, as it is the temperature region where the polymer transition from hard, glossy material to soft, rubbery material. As polymers, resin are thermosetting materials and chemically cross-link during the curing process, the final cured material does not melt or reflow when heated, but undergoes a slight softening at elevated temperature. Hence, in this study, experimental fire tests were conducted on RC beam strengthened with externally FRP plates. The fire insulation strategy used for the FRP anchorage zone is by placing it outside the furnace. 3 types of fire insulation were tested: the proprietary Sika mortar, ordinary Portland cement, OPC mortar, or intumescent paint. Sikacrete mortar is a commercial product specifically meant to insulate RC structure against fire. The OPC mortar presents as cheaper and more readily available alternative to the Sikacrete mortar. The intumescent paint is a material that is regularly used to insulate steel structure. It was included in the study as it is far lighter compared to the other 2 types of fire insulation. 4 point bending tests was conducted on the beam after the fire test to determine the load carrying capability of the FRP after exposed to high temperature. The experimental program consisted of a total 15 RC beams. The RC beams were divided into 5 groups as shown in Table 1. Group 1 consisted of 3 non-strengthened beams, while Group 2 consisted of 3 EB CFRP strengthened beams without any fire insulation. Group 3, 4, and 5 consisted of 3 externally CFRP strengthened beams, each and insulated against fire using either Sikacrete mortar, ordinary Portland cement, OPC mortar, and intumescent paint. The beams were designed according to Eurocode 2 and had a cross-section of 200 times 300 mm, total length of 3.15 meter and effective span of 3 meters, as shown in the figure. 2 16 mm diameter steel bar were provided as tensile reinforcement, while 2 8 mm diameter steel bar were used as compression reinforcement. For shear, 8 mm diameter steel bar were provided at 150 spacing. Concrete cover for the beams was 30 mm on all sides. The CFRP plate used had a width of 100 mm, thickness of 1.2 mm, and a length of 2.5. The process of installing the CFRP plate onto the tension side of the beam is shown in the figure. 2 thermocouples were installed at the mid-span of the beam, on one at the tensile steel reinforcement and one at the CFRP concrete interface to determine and record the temperature during the fire test. The temperature reading for the furnace were determined from the temperature meter attached to the furnace itself. The beams were also subjected to 4-point bending tests to determine the mid-span load deflection behavior. The setup of the 4-point bending test is as shown in this figure. The beams were simply supported on the hinge bearing on one side and a roller bearing on the other side, over a span of 3,000 millimeters. Identical bearing pads were placed at the loading point on top of the beam. A spreader I-beam resting on top of this provided system for load distribution. The load was applied by the hydraulic jack in increment of 2 kilonewton throughout the test. And a LVDT was placed at the soffit of the beam at the midspan to determine the deflection. The concrete had cubic compressive strength of 23.49 MPa at 28 days, where the relative low compressive strength simulates the concrete deterioration of beams that require strengthening. The 16 mm steel bar had a specified yield stress of 460 MPa and a modulus of elasticity of 200 GPa, while the 8 mm steel bar had a specified yield stress of 250 MPa and a modulus of elasticity of 200 GPa. The CFRP plate had a tensile strength of 2,800 MPa and a modulus of elasticity of 160 GPa, while the epoxy adhesive had a tensile strength of 24.8 MPa at 7 days and modulus of elasticity of 4,482 MPa according to the manufacturer. The CFRP plate and epoxy adhesive were also stated by the manufacturer to have a minimum glass transition temperature of 100 Celsius and 52 Celsius respectively. Sikakrit is a proprietary fire insulation mortar which composed of lightweight phyllosilicate and cementitious binders. The Sikakrit mortar applied on the beam specimen had a thickness of 20 mm and a width of 200 mm. The opposite mortar was used as a fire insulation, had a nominal ratio between cement and fine aggregate of 1:3 and had a thickness of 20 mm and a width of 200 mm when applied on the beam specimen. The intumescent paint used was Sika Unitherm and was originally meant to be used for fire insulation on steel structure, although it is tested on this research as a significant lighter alternative to Sikakrit mortar and OPC mortar. The 4 layers of intumescent paint was applied as fire insulation for beam specimen where each layer had width of 200 mm. The setup of the fire test as shown in this figure. The fire test was performed in large electric furnace with dimension of 2 meter times 0.78 meters times 1 meter. The test conformed to the time temperature curve as ISO 834. Ceramic fiber blanket of 25 mm thickness was used to close the gap at the end of the furnace. During the testing, the beams are supported by a short cantilever I-beam located outside the furnace. The beam section within the furnace was surrounded by a steel protection cage to prevent the beam from falling onto the furnace and damaging if it is failed. Ceramic fiber blankets were placed on top of the beam in the furnace so that only the soffit and the side of the beam are directly exposed to the elevated temperature. This was done to simulate the beams that are carrying slab. Ceramic fiber blankets were also placed at the side of the furnace as shown in the figure to seal the furnace and prevent heat from escaping. A summary of the fire test result of the CFRP plate is shown in this table here, where the time taken for the temperature to reach the glass transition temperature of epoxy adhesive is denoted as TGE. And all 3 types of the insulation material managed to obtain an average higher TGE compared to the uninsulated CFRP plate. The Sikakrit mortar managed to obtain an average a higher TGE compared to the uninsulated CFRP plate by 124%, followed by OPC mortar at 74.6%. The intermittent paint also managed to get 37% higher TGE, the lowest of the three types of fire insulation. As TGE is reached, it is conservative to assume that the debonding of CFRP plate had already occurred, although the debonding was not total, as the CFRP anchorage region still had bond due to the insulation strategy used. From the observation done during the fire test, a cable action had successfully occurred on the CFRP plates of all the strengthened beam. In these states, the CFRP plates could still take load as it has a higher glass transition temperature than epoxy adhesive. The time for the temperature of the CFRP plate to reach the glass transition temperature is denoted as TGF, as shown in the table. The Sikakrit mortar managed to increase the average TGE by 168.3% compared to the uninsulated beams. OPC mortar, on the other hand, managed to respectable increase of 74.8%, while the intermittent paint managed to increase of to 40.9%. The final temperature recorded for the CFRP plate at the end of the fire test is denoted as TF in the table. In general, the beams with fire insulation managed to obtain a lower TF compared to the uninsulated beams. However, the result for TF were found to be very unreliable. For example, beam 3B was recorded to have TF that is about twice the value of recorded for beam 3A, while beam 3C had a TF that is about twice that of 3B, despite the fact that all the three beams have the same geometry and material properties. This may have been caused by error caused by mistake during installation of mortar-based fire insulation, as the beam insulated with intermittent paint did not show this variation in the result. All three beams in group were recorded to have a nearly similar TF. As it is difficult to determine the exact temperature that caused the CFRP plates to completely lose effectiveness, it would be more conservative to assume that it occurs at TGF. By this assumption, it can be seen that the detached fire insulation would make the anchorage fire insulation strategy much less effective, as based on the value of TGF in the table. The cable action that formed would only last until 33 minutes, 25 minutes, 21.5 minutes, and 17.3 minutes of fire for beam insulated with Sikakrit mortar, OPC mortar, and intermittent paint, respectively. After the fire test, 4-point bending tests were conducted on beam 1C, 2C, 3C, 4C, and 5C. The load deflection results are shown in the figure 14, where it can be seen that the load deflection of beams are nearly identical to the control beam 1C. As the increase in load carrying capacity is absent, it can be concluded that by the end of the fire test, the CFRP plate was no longer contributed to the beam, including even the beams with fire insulation installed, causing the beams to act as normal non-strengthened RC beams. This may be caused by the fact that the fire insulation had detached from the beams during the fire test, which, as noted previously, had caused a sudden and severe increase of CFRP plates temperature. The limitation of this study is that the study did not include testing for different thickness of fire insulation. The load condition of beams could not be simulated for beam specimen, as the furnace did not allow for the application of constant load. It is not possible to use strain gauges on the steel reinforcement and CFRP plate as the elevated temperature would damage and burn the strain gauges and the wire attached. It is also not possible to record the deformation of the beam specimen during the fire test due to the limitation of furnace use. The research conclusion is that all three types of material tested were found with the insulation were found to be CFRP plate from fire to some degree, even the intumescent pin, which was originally meant to insulate steel structures. The Sikakrit mortar was found to be 2 times more effective than OPC mortar at reducing the CFRP plate temperature, while OPC mortar were found to be about 2 times more effective than intumescent pin. The cable action successfully occurred on the CFRP plates on the beams insulated either with Sikakrit, OPC mortar, and intumescent pin. The fire insulation detached from the beams during the fire test that caused the temperature of the CFRP plate to increase severely. This reduces the effectiveness of the insulated anchorage fire insulation strategy as the temperature of the exposed CFRP then quickly rise above the glass transition temperature and causing the CFRP to lose its strength. Further research should look into further the understanding the mechanism that caused the fire insulation to detach from the beam as well as how to prevent it from occurring. With that, I end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. We thank Dr. Raisal Saifulnaz Mohammed Rashid for their valuable keynote talk. Now, I would like to welcome Dr. K.R. Rajadurai, Professor and Head, Department of Floriculture and Landscape Architecture, Horticulture College and Research Institute, India.
Very good morning, madam. Am I audible, madam?
Yes, sir. You're pretty audible, sir.
The slides are visible, madam?
Not yet, sir. Like your screen is visible. You can share, like open your PPT and reshare, sir. Now it's visible, sir. Now it's visible, sir. You can start with your presentation, please.
Yes, madam. Now visible, madam?
Yes, sir.
visible.
Yes. Slides moving, madam? Slides are moving?
Yes, sir. It's moving, sir. Please continue.
Very good morning, respected chair, co-chair, and the participant from the different parts of the world. Very good morning to my name is I am Dr. K.R. Rajadurai from Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, Tamil Nadu, India. And the topic of my presentation is floral concrete and absolute as natural cosmetic aids, the present scenario and scope. So in this concrete and absolutes, floral concrete and absolutes are the one of the very important base for the cosmetic industry. So actually, the concept is the flowers are nothing. Concretes and the absolutes are nothing but the aromatic compounds derived from the florals through a different extraction process. Actually, it is in waxy substances or sometimes it is a fluid in nature. So mostly these are all extracted from the flowers like jasmine, rose, tuberose, and lotus. Actually, these both cognate and absolutes are the base for the perfumes and natural fragrance used in the cosmetic industry. So the different methods are using for the extraction of the solvent and concretes in for the commercial scale. They're using a distillation method, organic solvent extraction, express and superfluid critical extraction method. So among the methods, the solvent extraction method is one important method. So normally they are using for the commercial method, commercial scale. Mainly the different organic solvents are among the organic solvents. They're using the hexane as the food grade hexane as the one organic solvent they are using for the extraction of the perfume compounds from the flowers. A recent past they started to recent past they started to use supercritical fluid extraction method. This is a still advanced method for the extraction of the concretes and absolutes. So while using the organic solvents, still even after the extraction, few trace of hexane is present in the end product. So to avoid that, right now all the industries are commercially employed in the using the supercritical fluid extraction method. This is the two method right now they are commercially they are using for the extraction of the flavoring compounds. There's a present nature of the industry. The consumer awareness on the natural ingredients or the natural origin or natural organic products is highly alarming. Everyone is started to everyone is eager to use, everyone is moving towards the using the natural ingredients, natural based products. This is one of the character, one of the nature. It normally it increases the use of cosmetic use of or depend on the most cosmetic industries. The aromatic profusion actually uh, uh, concrete and absolutes are like so nature. This is a nature. Actually, this is the perfumery nature is it's a complex in nature. It is not a simple compound. And the fragrance, the nature of the fragrance emitting the flower is complex in nature. It is a combination of the many components. So that's why it is not easily mimic with the any or any other chemical components. That is, it is a rich in tradition. It's a very complex in nature. So that is we can very much is useful for the different purposes. So the botanical diversity actually in that the flavors are available in wide range of different families, different genus, and different species. The flavors are available, the different fragrances are available. That's why we can able to get array of fragrances through the different species, and the diversified options are available. So we can able to cater the increasing demand of the different types of fragrances. The consumer demand is go on changing. We can able to with this different botanicals, the vast quality is a in a sustainable manner. Actually this is a another say this is a niche segments. It is a nature. It's a niche segment. The processing is actually it is a very costly affair. Niche is normally we can say it is a luxury product too. The scope regarding the scope of the industry flavoring industry. So we are mainly concentrating on the perfumes. In addition to that, recent these perfumes are started to use we can used in different segments, not only for the perfume industry. It is started the medicine industry, color, and its usage is go on increasing. It's a diversifying. Then it's a the usage that concrete industry is growing at the rate of 5 to 6% per year from 5% a year. So it is a very solid growth per year. So then it is increased awareness, as told earlier. This is the awareness about the healthcare, skin care. This is also another. This is a very that the industry is growing. Then the floral extracts have the floral extracts alone. It's accounting nearly 42% in the fragrances. So it is a very again it is a very encouraging that industry is growing. Now the trend of vegan fragrances like Right now, this very vegan diet is very popular. The vegetarian diets like that. Now the consumers are more towards the vegan perfumes. They want to use the different types of natural perfumes. The floral, then the industry now right now they're having the very strong supply chain management. So previously they are growing, they are only extracting, they are sending the some product. But right now, very strong supply chain management from the harvest, from the farmers, from the it is starting from the cultivation from the farmers, then packaging, then transport, then extraction. What is the different kinds of extraction procedure? Then packaging. What are the advanced packaging technologies? Then how to package, then exporting the materials. So everything is streamlined. The supply chain management now is very strong. So this shows it is a very, this industry is growing in a steady manner. The small abstract floor extract, the estimated floor extract, the size is now is a 2.26 billion US dollar. It is expected to reach 3.8 billion dollar by 2029. So the compound annual growth rate also is expected to 5.1%. So this is how the industry is growing at the rapidly in the or you can say it is a systematic manner. They are expanding this market. The top floral, in this very few companies, few top players are there. Some of the top players alone is occupying the nearly 20 to 25% of the share in the floral extract market. Rest of the 78% occupied by the small players. Here the major players are from the different countries. Switzerland, from the Givaudan, from the Switzerland is a major players. Firm Rich, Switzerland, Ireland, some US, some of the fragrance and flavors of international flavors and fragrance is a very big organization. They're very largely they're involved in the extraction of the flowers. Then Germany. Germany also is a very leading country. They are also very much involved in as the company Symrise. Then India also many companies. There's a healthcare company, Jasmine Kangra in Tamil Nadu, Synthite Industries in Tamil Nadu and Kerala provinces. The Neso Natural and Essential Oils in India. These are some of the major players. They are very strongly involved in the extraction of the flower components from the flower extracts. So this is in short about the fragrance in the fragrance industry at the global level. So this is the share, the different major players under their share at the global level. The Givaudan, the US company, this Simrich, International Flavors and Fragrance. These are some of the major players in the extraction of the floral extracts. So what are the applications? The applications very much it is a very vast, very vast and wide. The different segments of the aromatherapy. This is a very important nowadays. For the aromatherapy is for the sick choices from children to age old person. Aromatherapy is one of the some of the illness not able to cure by the direct medicines. So this kind of illness can be easily cured by the aromatherapy. Then perfumery industries very strong. This is a major base for the perfumery industry, the cosmetic industry, the fragrance industry, fat and oils, personal care products, so dairy products. Many number of dairy products. We can flavor dairy products are available. Then confectionaries industry, then bakery. So the tentacles are so going on enormously. These are some of the major industries. So we are all, the floral extracts are using for to make the product more palatable and attractive. So these are some of the major flowers used for the extraction of flora, major species used for the extraction of flora extracts. The Frangipani, the Plumeria alba, is one of the is a very mostly wanted flower. It's actually this flower flavor is mostly preferred by the irrespective of the countries. Most of the countries they prefer the Frangipani. The fragrance is very mild, very mild in nature. So this is one. the Jasminum grandiflorum, and is called Pichi and Malligai. These are the two important species. Tamil Nadu is in India. Tamil Nadu is a major global supplier of the Jasminum sambak flower. As then Acacia decurrens is actually it's called as a black wattle or early green wattle. So this is also one of them. Agave amica. As earlier it is called Polyanthus tuberosa. Now it is called as Agave amica. It's a tuberose. Then Nilambo nucifera. This is a pink lotus. It's a traditional flower of in India. This is a piece is origin in India. These also these are the major contributors of the floral extract at the global level. So these are some of the specific. Normally, in general, concretes are available in the market in the solid form. Absolutes are available in the market in the mostly liquid form. We can say it is not a liquid; it is a viscous liquid. We can say it is a viscous. It's a purified form of the concrete is called as absolute. It's available in the market. These are some of the quality standards fixed by the refractive index, solubility, nature of the solubility, the specific gravity of the gravity. These are some of the those quality characters of the some floral concrete and absolutes. So these are in addition to the major contributors. In addition to that, every people they need different flavors. So we are also using some of the other flowers, rose, so in particular, Rosa damascena and Rosa centifolia. In India, popularly they are growing Rosa damascena. In European countries, they are growing centifolia. This also is contributing a lot for the floral extract industry. Then followed by lavender, as Lavandula officinalis, like chamomile, then peonia species. These are then neroli, calendula, hibiscus, geranium, long. These are the other flower crops. They are also having the different flavor, different fragrances. So this also contributing equally. They're contributing for the growth of the cosmetic industry, or we can say it is make the cosmetic industry more niche and different. The perfumery compounds actually in industry, every aroma, every flower crops, they're having unique aroma compounds. As a name, actually, every when we extract the floral extract, when you can analyze through the GCR, GCMS, it's normally it's contain array of compounds, aromatic compounds. But the industry, we need few compounds are economically important. Few aromatic compounds are very economically important. The aromatic compounds are very economically important, and actually this is a major compounds contributing for the fragrance of the particular flower. So like that, the jasminum sambak, mainly while exporting, before exporting any consignment of the concrete or absolute, they need to check the presence of the particular component. For example, in Gundumalli, in jasminum sambak, we need to assess what is the quantity of the linalool and the farnesin present in the particular what is the quantity, the quality. Everything is already fixed. We need to assess the quality, what is the particular compound, the presence of particular compound, what is the quality of the compound, how much quantity present in the particular compound. This is all the very important. So we need to check all those things. So like that, in jasmine grandiflora, linalool and benzyl acetate are the major fragrance contributing compound. Then rose, geranias and neral, these are the compound. Then agave in tuberose, these are the methyl anthranilate, benzoate, and these are some of the important compounds. The magnolia, linalool, and linalool oxidase are the important compounds. The plumeria alba, the frangipani, these are benzoate, benzoate salicylate. These are some of the major contributing aromatic compound present in the different, or we can say it's a major flower crops. So the floral extract for cosmetic, how the dynamics, present dynamics of the floral extract. So present is a rapid expansion, we can say. There's significant, there's actually the industry is growing rapidly, 5 to 6%, I discussed earlier. So the consumer demand is very high. Then technical advancement. Right now, a lot of research is going on in the development of technologies. Lot of research in the one side, the engineering side, is the other side is a lot of technologies going on to identifying the new species. Many improved efficiency, they developed many technologies with more efficiency, lower cost, and enhanced performance. So technologies also, they are giving maximum importance to developing the technologies for the floral concrete extraction. The consumer awareness also enhancing enormous. So the surge in adoption, there's in the consumer awareness. That's why the rapid growth in the floral extract and usage. The global markets are now the global market highly lucrative, highly standardized. So many players are emerging economic percent. Their lucrative opportunities are there. So many players are coming in. They're doing a lot of good work in the. So this dynamic source. It is a very the entire dynamic source. It clearly it gives very conducive atmosphere for the growth and development of the perfumery industry at the global level. So the growth drivers, the extra cosmetic, the increasing, what are the reasons behind it? The increasing urbanization. This is also one of the main reasons. Urbanization is increasing. So once the urbanization is also one of the major reason for the surge of the cosmetic industry. Then demand for then say the sustainable the sustainable production, the sustainable usage is another big concept big concept nowadays. So they have to utilize all the things in a sustainable manner. So this is that's why the eco-friendly floor exercise again they got the major importance. The digital transformation is also a very it's supporting for the popularization, and they get the lot of enhancement in the cosmetic industry. This is a shifting towards the remote work. These are some of the reasons. This also promoting the reason for the expansion of the cosmetics industries. So some of the these are some of the, I think, some few risk factor. The fluctuation, the commodity, the price volatility is another. So the industry is totally purely depends upon the nature, the person cultivation. So the cultivation is an open condition. Cultivation normally it is cultivation is an open condition. That's what it depends upon the existing climatic condition. That's why the cultivation is a seasonal. Though I can able to produce the flowers in only the season, not in although throughout the year we can't able to cultivate, only the season. So the fluctuation, though only during the season we can get the glut in the market. During the non-season, the scarcity in the flower. So the fluctuation in the availability of them. For example, in India, that in Tamil Nadu, it's a major supplier, global supplier of the jasmine of sambak flower, where the only during the many industries are cosmetics, many concrete extraction units are present in different parts of the Tamil Nadu. So in that we can jasmine flowers are available only during the few months. In the month of April, May, June, July, only 4 months available. The 4 months the price is very low. It is around 200 to 300 rupees. During the in other side, the same year in the month of November, November, December, January, the 3 months, the price, the hiked anything from the 200 rupees to the price of per kg of flower escalated to the level of 4,500 rupees. So during that stage, during that time, all the industries are remain ideal. They are not functioning. So the open cultivation, this is a natural commodity, the natural raw material. This is the biggest problem, the supply of raw materials, the cosmetic market saturation. So this is one of the common problem. So one is the once anyone is introduced a new product or niche product, suddenly everyone started to introduce the same product. Everyone started to introduce the same product in different names. So it intensifies the competition among the growers. It intensifies the competition. In turn, it will glut the market. This is also one of the we identified. This is one of the floral is a risk in the floral cosmetic industry. The supply chain disruptions actually sometimes is actually it's a global industry. A lot of due to the natural disaster, we can't able to supply, we can't able to transport, we can't able to cultivate. So then geopolitical tensions between the conflict between the two countries, neighboring countries. This is some of the lot of the developed countries, developing countries, lot of geopolitical tensions between the countries. This also gives some sort of disruptions for the content, the global cosmetics market. The changing consumer preference. This is also very important. This is one of the very this also we can say this both positive and the negative side. So this in the negative sense, the risk sense, the consumer preferences go on changing in the short succession. So actually we are all using the same fragrance. We need different fragrance. That kind of mindset, that kind of attitude is changing in the very short succession. Those are the gone are the days. It is very different. So it is the changes will take place over a long. It takes quite long time. But here it is a short span of time. Lot of changes there. So the consumer, the farmer, the consumers are the ultimate marketers. The consumer, who are the consumers? The market is totally depends upon the consumers. What the consumer feel, that's the market. What's the market requires? When there is a requirement of the producers, the industries, then so this is the from the backward leakages. So that's why so that's why the companies are very consciously, they have all the companies, industries, and also the R&D wing, research and development wing, very consciously we got the definite at that some definite interval they can collect the feedback from the consumers. We can assess, we can process what is the requirement of the consumers. Accordingly we can do some we can do some definite intervals we have to do some research and development. Then accordingly we can switch over to the different product. These are we identify some of the risk factors in the cosmetics market. So the challenges, the major challenge, the cost and availability, the limiting their widespread use of mass market products. The cost of the process is the process of concrete extraction is a very huge cost involved process. The industry is a very cost involved process. It requires a lot of technical know-how. So for that, so we have to, so with the product raw materials are very costly, the transport raw material costly, the technologies are very costly, the setting up of the industry is costly. So the product also is a niche and unique. That's why it is a cost, the setting up of the factory. So that's why the product cost also very high. The natural, that's a natural based fragrance. The end products are so really costly. It's not affordable by the small buyers. The extraction method, the processing process actually is a very unique, as told earlier. The extraction process also, the solvent extraction, the supercritical extraction, it is a very strong, is very important method. But at the same time, the setting up of the industry is a very, it requires a lot of investment. So very different. It requires sort of skills to operate the extraction process. So every at some every interval we have to change the technology. We have to switch over to different technology to combat the changing consumer demand. Then regulatory hurdles. So this is another biggest problem. Every country, say European, they have so suppose if you want to export the concrete and absolutes to the Europe countries, you want to they are having this set of standards. So we have to satisfy the set of standards, the standards set by the European country. They have the standards are totally different. Then come to the US and Canada, where they are having their own set of standards. We have to complies with the set of standards set by the then some other Middle East countries. So while the exporting the any natural products, natural extracts, the raw materials or finished goods, whatever may be the product. So very stringent standards. Not only stringent standards, the standards are vary from country to country. This is the biggest cost. So every time we need to we need this set of to satisfy the set of standards. We need to have need to develop exclusive laboratory, exclusive standards. We have to test we have to develop we have to maintain a strong testing laboratory to cross check all this, to cross check all the content of our product, whether it is whether all the results are they're satisfying the regulatory measures set by all the different countries. This is also one of the important challenges faced by the industries, cosmetic industries. So the future prospect, we say, so this is a natural extracts are increasing definitely anyway, even under the different risk, different challenges. That requirement is the need and the requirement is go on increasing. The beyond the flavors and fragrance. So it is also, it is a pharmaceutical industry, cosmetic industry, nutraceutical. That is definitely the industry is growing anything like that. So India actually in India, you come to India, it is a diversified country. India, as we are having the different climatic conditions, starting from the temperate, subtropical, tropical conditions. This is actually gave the very good platform. It gave the very good opportunity to grow different types of flowers. So we can able to we can able to supply a different type of industry, different type of absolute congress to the different country. This is one of the opportunity. So we can able to can able to supply the planting, able to supply the converted absolutes. So here the country's biodiversity in India, the biodiversity is a diverse side. We also have the lot of biodiversity rich in our country. We are having the many number of industry, many number of floras. That's why. So we are also having the very big country, very big population. Skilled scientific, we have the very good, very strong skilled scientific workforce is there. So by one side, rich in biodiversity. So other side, the skilled scientific workforce in India. So it's a combined together. It is actually it is a some of the these are the one of the very important character, important nature. So makes the country in this botanically this rich. That's why we can able to supply different types of flavors and the fragrance. We can cater the needs, the global needs. So in conclusion, so the introduction of the synthetic perfumes in the markets leads to decline in markets. When we can see the last 10 years statistics, consistently the usage of the synthetic perfumes are slowly is reducing. The usage also is slowly reducing. So this leads to decline, and the past 2 decades, slowly organic, our natural based, the natural flora based product, the utility, the usage are slowly is increasing. The demand for, so the natural perfume is it shows that the natural perfumes are reviving rapidly. The growth in the demand of perfume raw materials are very fast in the world. So this then this is the overall developments, the bright existing strong research base. And now how the once the consumers the utilities utilization is increasing, so generally then everyone is, our research focus is increasing. Our technology, we started to develop many technologies, everything, all the focus are now started to turn towards then the perfumery industry started to develop more strong research base, a strong technological. So these are the some of this is a presently this is going on. This is in conclusion. Regarding my small recommendations, they say need to identify new sources. So based on the consumer demand, as a horticulturist, we need to identify new species. So by that way we can able to introduce new fragrances. And we can identify new fragrance compound. So by that we can able to give new fragrances, a new fragrance product to the consumers. So need to develop some advanced technologies, very important way to for extraction process. So the demand is increasing rapidly, once the consumption is increasing rapidly, we need to develop advanced technologies. Let's say for the advanced technology in sense of extraction and separation or purification. So for the concrete and absolutes, this is also we need to give more attention for the developing the new technologies. So we can also, this is the final one is the recommendations, the AI technologies, artificial intelligence also. So once the biggest problem is at right now in all the fragrance industry, once before transport or before export of any consignment of concrete or absolute, we need to check we need to check the presence of the aromatic compound present in the particular consignment. We have to send the report along with every consignment. For to assess the fragrance compound present in the every consignment, right now we are normally depend on the gas chromatography and GC or GCMS, gas chromatography and gas chromatography and mass spectroscopy they are using. But these instruments are very technically very only the technical strong technical person only we can use. It takes quite long time to get the result. So once we can send the report, that's why most of the industries are depend on some accredited laboratories. They send to the accredited laboratories. They're waiting for the result for the quite long time, even 10 days, 15 days, even. So for that, once the results coming in, then along with the result, they send the concept. And only we can able to export. So in that, we can able to create, we can some artificial intelligence short for nose technology. With this technologies, these are fragrance, so we can very well, we can use that, they can develop some technologies to, in a short succession time, we can able to assess the quality of the concrete or absolute. So this kind of research is need, is a need of the hour. So with this, this is in short about my presentation. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity. Thank you so much for the organizer of the 10th segment of GoGreen conferences. Thank you one and all for patience hearing. Thank you, sir. Any questions?
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your informative talk. Now I request all the participants, if anyone having any questions, kindly drop your questions in the chat box. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I guess there are no more questions.
Okay. Thank you for it also.
Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to invite Dr. A. Beulah, Professor and Head, Department of Post-Harvest Management, Horticulture College and Research Institute, India. Ma'am, over to you, please.
Yes, good morning. Good morning to the chairperson, co-chairman of the 10th GoGreen Summit and the participants. First of all, I would like to thank for the opportunity given me to present on this application of biotechnology in post-harvest management of horticultural crops. Just I'll share my PPT.
Yes, ma'am, please.
No signals.
So, no show sir. Show more options. Paste. Whether my PPT is visible to you, ma'am?
Not yet, ma'am. Like,
am I audible?
You're audible, ma'am. Your Zoom window is open. Kindly open the PPT, please.
Okay, ma'am.
Madam, your voice is very clear. You are very audible.
Thank you, Ravindran. Just wait, no, I'll share my PPT.
Yes, ma'am. Your PPT is visible.
It is visible.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm Dr. Beulah, Professor and Head, Department of Post-Harvest Management. My specialization is on vegetable crops. Now I'm heading the Department of Post-Harvest Technology. Yesterday onwards, lot of speakers, they've told about the importance of post-harvest management in horticultural crops. So I would like to highlight some of the points because nowadays people are shifting from rural area to urban area. So the concentration of population in urban area is increasing and the consumer demand is also very high. So this creates a critical condition to the horticultural producer because previously the farmers, they won't bother about the quality of the material what they produce, but nowadays they have to produce a right quality, right product to reduce the post-harvest loss, or it has to be reach the consumer with right quality. That is the need of the hour. So the post-harvest loss is a major challenge our country or the developing countries are facing. It depends on the country also, and it depends on the crop and the technology what they adapt. Developing countries, the post-harvest loss is very high, whereas developed countries, because of the cold chain management, post-harvest loss is less. So we have to, developing countries have to take some measures to reduce the post-harvest loss. Most of the developing countries are situated in the tropical regions where high temperature, water shortage, and humidity create problems, especially post-harvest loss. So this post-harvest loss may be due to poor storage or due to processing, as well as poor transport facilities. So UN in the year 2011 itself, they have predicted that 1.3 billion tons of food is wasted every year. So we can reduce that food so that it can be given to the needy people. So with this point, I'll tell you the need for biotechnology in post-harvest management, because as I said earlier, we have to maintain the quality of fruits and vegetables, and also we have to reduce the post-harvest losses, and we have to increase the market share, and also we can provide extra food and nutrition. We can use this biotechnological interventions for all these factors, because biotechnology is a recent advanced science that reduces the time taken for conventional research. Thereby we can increase the quality of antioxidant content may be increased, and the post-harvest physiological factors may be controlled in a neat way, so that we can reduce the post-harvest loss. Another biggest challenge is post-harvest decay. Most of the fruits as well as vegetables are highly perishables. Decay is a major problem. Decay may be due to pathogens or due to like bacteria or fungi. All the microbes, they cause decay. So to control the decay, mostly they use chemicals, fungicides, especially binomial is used in an extensive way to control the post-harvest decay. You can see the picture. They've dipped the fruits, mango fruits, in fungicide solution before packing. So it causes severe health concern. So we can use biotechnological tools to reduce this decay, and thereby we can avoid the usage of this such harmful fungicides. Nowadays, as post-harvest shelf life is increased using these technologies like novel packaging innovations and cold storage and cold chain management, and also some of the quality control measures. As I said earlier, dipping the fruits in fungicide solution is one of the quality control measure they take, or we can dip it in hot water, or else sometimes they use like edible coating materials to increase the shelf life. And intelligent packaging solutions, smart packaging solutions are available to extend the shelf life of fruits and vegetables. Nowadays they use natural preservation techniques also to extend the shelf life of fruits and vegetables. But still, among all the technologies, the post-harvest loss is very less, even though they use this technologies. So we have to adapt later advanced technologies to reduce the post-harvest loss. So we must understand the factors responsible for post-harvest loss. So after harvest, also fruits and vegetables, they are in living material. They respire, transpiration occurs, weight loss occurs, and all the physiological activities takes place even after harvest. That differs from climatic fruits to non-climatic fruits. So we have to understand the physiology behind each and every crop, and we have to develop technologies. So factors that is responsible for post-harvest loss is majorly respiration, transpiration, ethylene synthesis, post-harvest diseases, temperature, relative humidity, atmospheric composition, light, oxidative stress are the major factors that are responsible for post-harvest loss. So this climatic fruits respire faster, then the post-harvest loss will be very high. Because of that, weight loss occurs, and climatic fruits also evolve ethylene. So that leads to post-harvest loss. And some of the fungus as well as bacteria, it causes rot. So we have to control this also. And after harvest, because of the natural condition where the produces are stored, temperature plays an important role for the post-harvest loss. So we have to store the fruits in a cold storage condition, and the carbon dioxide, excess carbon dioxide can reduce the post-harvest loss, and light also causes post-harvest loss. Why I'm listing out all these factors is that we can use biotechnological tools to alter this situation. Suppose some of the technologies are developed, like antisense RNA technologies are developed, so thereby it reduces, like respiration, rate of respiration may be altered, and the ethylene synthesis enzymes involved in the synthesis of ethylene may be controlled, and the diseases causing bacteria or fungi may be destroyed by the biotechnological tools. So we must understand the nature of the produce, and the biotechnological tools may be applied. So these are the biotechnological interventions needed for this shelf life extension, as well as waste decomposition. Biotechnology may be involved for shelf life extension or the waste decomposition. So in case of shelf life extension, we can alter the physiology of the crop, like ripening, respiration. We can also suppress the enzymatic activities, and also there is a possibility to enhance the post-harvest qualities, and also we can suppress the microbial activities. And a lot of food is wasted, so that waste may be decomposed to derive certain compounds which are highly useful to humankind. So coming to the first chapter, that is biotechnology in shelf life extension. So two aspects may be involved. One is genetic engineering and another is genome editing. So they use antisense RNA technology, and they have developed this flavor saver tomato with extended shelf life. Similarly, in potato also, non-browning potato, because they have suppressed the polyphenol oxidases and browning is arrested in certain potatoes. Similarly, Arctic apple also with enhanced quality is they have developed using genetic engineering, and a lot of genome editing tools are available for quality enhancement. The first case is antisense RNA technology. This Calgene company, they have introduced this antisense, that is mRNA, to inhibit the synthesis of polygalactourinase enzyme. Thereby, the pectinase enzyme is the polygalactourinase is suppressed, and the firmness of the fruit is retained. And this is one achievement through biotechnology. First patented variety flavor saver tomato is released. Similarly, for other crops also, we can develop transgenic varieties. After getting approval, it can be released. So this is one success story with extended, even it is rotting is not there up to 3 weeks. So another important technology available is virus-induced gene silencing. So it is also another tool for the enhanced post-harvest life. The basic principle of this technology is post-transcriptional gene silencing process. So here we can concentrate in ethylene production. So the enzymes responsible for this ethylene production may be suppressed so that we can extend the shelf life, and also it can be used for suppressing the activities of pectinase also. This tool is also widely used in the post-harvest management of horticultural crops. So similarly, RNA interference approach is also available for extended shelf life. So this is an eco-friendly technology. Lot of chemicals, if you apply chemicals that cause harmful effects to human health, so this RNA may be externally applied, so that reduces the ACC oxidase. This is a precursor of ethylene synthesis, which may be significantly reduce the ethylene formation. So the role of ethylene and ripening is well documented, and a lot of research is going on ethylene suppression. So we can use RNA interference technology also to reduce the ethylene production and also post-harvest disease control. So another important technology available for enhanced shelf life is overexpression of ACC deaminase gene. So ACC deaminase metabolizes ACC so that 90 to 95% of ethylene production is suppressed. So here the fruits from these plants show delay in ripening, and they remain firm for at least 6 weeks longer than non-transgenic control. So from unripe fruit to ripening, we have lot of stages, different stages. So the biotechnology may be involved in each and every stages of fruit ripening so that we can delay the fruit ripening. At Tamil Nadu, the farmers, they themselves, they are adapting technologies for the extended shelf life. Bananas, granite bananas are produced in bulk, and it is post-harvest practices or pack house operations are done, and it is exported to all the tropical as well as temperate countries. Similarly, it has to be adapted for other crops also to reduce the post-harvest loss. So another important technology available is gene silencing. Polyphenol oxidase activity may be suppressed for that. Polyphenol oxidases are the enzymes responsible for browning. So if you suppress the PO activity, we can reduce the post-harvest browning. Similarly, CRISPR-Cas technology may be used for the delayed expression of gene, that is the RIN is the ripening inhibitor gene. So it is produced in tomato for inhibiting the ripening process. So mutants with the defective RN genes produces partially ripened fruit. This CRISPR-Cas technology has been used to edit genes like SGR1, LCYE, and other genes that is involved in carotenoid metabolic pathways, leading to increased lycopene content, and uniform ripening may be achieved if you use this technology. So another important technology available is TILling, target-induced local lesions in genomes. So this identifies the point mutations. We can locate the mutations, sudden mutations, with the cost-effective, easier way. That can be kindly mute, no? So tilling approach is done for melon fruit with improved shelf life. So this is an achievement. In case of tomato, the targeted gene is ACC deaminase, and it leads to ethylene suppression. Similarly, papaya also polygalacturonase gene was targeted, and they have achieved the enhanced fruit quality. Similarly, papaya, they have targeted pectin methyl esterases. They achieved this delayed in fruit softening. Mango also, endogluconase enzyme is targeted. It suppresses the mango softening. And mango, another alcohol dehydrogenase enzyme was targeted, and also it is responsible for ripening of fruits. It was delayed. So apple polygalactoronase degradation of cell wall is reduced. So strawberry also, SAM transferase, it is responsible for ethylene production, was suppressed. Thereby, the delayed fruit ripening was achieved. So these are some of the biotechnological tools used for extending the shelf life of fruits. Similarly, nowadays we can use this nanotechnology for enhanced shelf life, especially edible coatings are available that enhances the shelf life of fruits and vegetables. Like we have chitin or chitosan are available. The physiology is like that. So if you coat the fruits with edible coating material, so it slows down the ripening processes and induces the host resistance and reduces the gas exchange, and it contains decay causing fungi, or it restricts the decay causing fungi, and it extends the shelf life. So we can use this biotechnological tool to identify the material from fruit waste or other waste that chitins or polymers may be derived from the waste, so that it can be used as the edible coating. Edible coating is the best option to extend the shelf life of the fruits. So external application of RNA interference, it may be applied in the form of nano encapsulated form, so that it uses this pulverization, so it enhances the shelf life of fruits. So at TNAU, they have developed one enhanced freshness formulation with using this hexanol. Hexanol is a chemical that increases the shelf life of banana, apple, grapes, strawberry, and sweet cherry, pear, tomato, broccoli, raspberry, peach, and fresh cut vegetables. It also delays the senescence in carnations, rose, and chrysanthemums. The principle behind the mode of action of hexanol is that it is the inhibitor of phospholipase D enzymes, which plays an important role in the senescence of fruits. So we can use this hexanol to extend the shelf life of other crops also. We have to test the hexanol with other crops. So commercially available, this hexanol formulation, that is EFF, is commercially available. I've seen a lot of private companies, they also develop products like product non plant-based hormones are derived, and the mode of action is that it either suppresses the ethylene synthesis, or it enzymes are reduced, so that it extends the shelf life. One company, they have developed a product even without cold storage. All the crops can be stored for 20 to 30 days. So that would be useful for the countries like India, because our cold chain system is very poor. Most of the farmers, they produce crops meant for local market. If this kind of materials are available, then we can export to other countries also. So a lot of research opportunities are there in biotechnology, as well as post-harvest physiology may be thoroughly understood. We have to understand the post-harvest physiology, so that commercial products may be developed. So I've got a project like from DST with for 44 lakhs rupees have been allotted for the post-harvest handling, as well as value addition of horticultural crops. Banana, moringa, tomato, onion is a major crops produced in this area. Post-harvest loss is high, and one season it is overproduction is there, and another season there is a demand in the market. For that, we have to develop a novel product, or before harvesting also some nano formulations and some of the technologies we have to develop, and it has to be applied so that we can extend the shelf life, and also after harvest the novel product must be developed and it commercialized, and we have to provide training programs to the rural people so that at the lower level we can reduce the post harvest loss. So next, post harvest technology may be used for the fruit waste management. So almost like FAO, it has stated that 492 million tons of fruits and vegetables are wasted annually during all the post-harvest operations. From that, if you see 7.65 kg of edible fruit waste and 16 kg of edible vegetable waste are produced, or per person is generated annually. So this sustainable utilization of fruit waste material is a rich source of secondary metabolized. Our motto is to bring zero waste. That is the international motto. So we can use biotechnological tools to reduce this fruit waste. So these fruit waste are rich sources of phytochemicals, dietary fibers, and polysaccharides. It can be used as a functional ingredient for long-term health benefits. Most of these waste-derived secondary metabolites like polyphenols, which have been reported to have anti-inflammatory and insulin-resistant treating. It can be used for treating diabetic patients, cardiovascular diseases. Probiotics may be developed, and even antimicrobial, antiviral properties may be developed from the fruit waste. So this is the composition of the waste, that is banana peel and pulp alone contains lipids, proteins, ash, as well as dietary fibers. Similarly, all the scientists, they have documented the apple pomace. What is the nutrient content from apple pomace, orange peel, orange pomace, grape pomace, and pineapple pulp and peel, mango peel, seed, kernel, even jackfruit seed, pulp, everything contained nutrient properties. So one biotechnological tool is microalgae production. There is a possibility for microalgae production using biotechnological tool. That may be, these are the microbial strains that may be produced from fruit waste, and they have documented either it can be in vitro or in vivo, and these products are alternatives like biofuels or functional foods, and sometimes it is used in the pharmaceutical industries. Okay, so we can concentrate on these aspects. So at the end, I would like to tell you that there is a lot of opportunity in this post-harvest sector, post-harvest management. Lot of plant-based or hormones must be developed. We have to understand the physiology and plant hormone level changes, what is happening, and we can interfere, and biotechnological tools may be effectively used to develop product as well as to alter the physiology. So it is very difficult to depend on cold chain. So we can develop the product so that it can be used even in the ambient condition. That's what the company is, Chennai based company, they have developed. And even at the ambient condition, if you keep that product, then it attracts the whatever ethylene is produced, it absorbs. The quantity has to be calculated, how much quantity of ethylene is produced from that fruit, and based on that we can keep that small sachet. It absorbs the ethylene, and all the other physiological processes may be controlled. There is a scope in this area. And another important reason for post-harvest loss is post-harvest pathogens. So we have to develop new genes responsible for resistance against post-harvest pathogens. and we can also, it is a forward as well as backward approach. So precise gene expression, and we can control the expression of the genes. So either overexpression or suppresses, and also specific enhancement is possible through biotechnology. So with this, I thank the organizers for the opportunity. So only 5% of funding is given for the post-harvest management, and 95% of the research funding is given for production-oriented projects. So if more of funding is given for post-harvest management, then this field, we can reduce the post-harvest loss. It is very difficult to increase 10% of production because of increased urbanization, industrialization. But there is a very easy method that we can reduce 10% post-harvest loss. So with these few words, I thank for the opportunity. Thank you very much. If there is any question, you can interact with me. Am I audible?
Yes,
Am I audible?
You're audible,
Yes.
audible. Your presentation is
Okay. Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, ma'am. So sorry. There is a technical glitch from our end.
Okay. No, sir. No issue.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your valuable presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to call upon our next lead doc, Dr. M.S. Anisha Rani, Horticulture College and Research Institute, Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, India. Ma'am, over to you, please.
Is it audible, ma'am? And is slides visible?
Oh, no, ma'am, not yet.
Now, is it okay?
Not yet, ma'am.
Not yet. One second.
Yes, ma'am.
There is some problem with sharing my screen, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes. I'm trying.
Okay, ma'am. If it's okay, you could share the PPT to one of our coordinator, ma'am. We will be helping you with the screen sharing.
Please give your email ID, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Through phone you give, huh? Okay, I'll wait.
Yes, ma'am.
But you know, is it?
Your Zoom window is open, ma'am. Now you could share your screen if
Is it okay now? Is it sharing now?
we could see your Zoom window, ma'am, not the
Window,
PPT.
okay. PPT?
No, ma'am, not yet.
Now it's okay?
No, ma'am.
No. Oh, sorry.
Kindly stop sharing your screen, and you could once you open your PPT in the background.
Okay.
Once you tap on share screen, you could see windows. Once the windows is open, like you could see your PPT window opened on tabs. Click on the PPT, then share it.
மேடம் உங்க பிபிடி ஃபைல் எதுல இருக்கு மேடம்?
PPT டெஸ்க்டாப்ல.
டெஸ்க்டாப்ல இருக்கலாம் மேடம். அதை ஓபன் பண்ணிருங்க.
ஓபனா தான் இருக்கு. ஓபனா தான்
ஓபனா
இருக்கு.
இருக்குல்ல மேடம். ஷேர் ஸ்கிரீன் இந்த இதுல போயிட்டு ஷேர் ஸ்கிரீன் போயிட்டு அதை கிளிக் பண்ணீங்கன்னா ஓபன் ஆயிரும் அவ்வளவு. அந்த நீங்க பிரசன்டேஷன்ல ஷேர் ஸ்கிரீன் ஒன்னு இருக்குல்ல மேடம்.
அத பண்ணிட்டு தான் இருக்கிறேன். பட் அந்த விண்டோ இதுல ஓபன் ஆக மாட்டேங்குது. இது ஒரு ஆப்பிள் கம்ப்யூட்டர். அதுல இந்த விண்டோ வந்து ஷேர் ஆக மாட்டேங்குது. Just a second, I will send an email to Miss Roshini.
Yes, ma'am, please.
Yes. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for sharing the slides. Ms. Roshini. Is it audible? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're pretty audible. Please go ahead.
Yes. So I'm Dr. M.S. Anisha Rani, Professor and Horticulture Nodal Officer of Horticultural College and Research Institute of Tamil Nadu Agricultural University. So we are here to hear something about optimizing high-density planting systems in cashew and pruning technologies or techniques in cashew nut cultivation so that to enhance productivity and sustainability. Actually, India contributes 15% of its world export of cashew nut, and it exported 73,823 metric tons during 2020. It increased substantially to 80,366 metric tons during 2021-22. But later, there was a 38% decrease in the export of to 76,824 metric tons during 22-23. Actually, this size of the domestic market, India itself boasts a massive domestic market consuming most of its demand. So that is one reason for the decrease in export. But Vietnam, it exports 90 to 95% of its total cashew production. And then the cultivation of cashew in India, actually, it covers a total area of 0.7 million hectare and it produces 0.8 million tons annually. The productivity is very low, ranging from 400 kg to 600 kg in India, except some few states like Maharashtra, Kerala, where it is 1 tons per hectare. The availability of land is ranging for agriculture is getting declined every year. It started from 0.48 hectare in 1951 to 0.16. Second slide. It declined to 0.16 hectare in 1991, and it declines every year, so that it would be around 0.08 hectare only in 2035. And this is due to fragmentation of land holdings, rising population, and also urbanization. The reasons for low productivity are mainly due to old senile plantations, seedling progenies, and poor adoption of technologies, poor plant population, especially poor plant population due to wider spacing, and then the technologies adopted are very old technologies still in cashew industry. And for sustainable yield in cashew, it is necessary that high density planting system have to be adopted, so that increased plant density per unit area will increase the yield and productivity. So that all the improved practices like improved varieties, improved pruning techniques, improved fertilizer application, improved drip irrigation, and all high-tech practices would necessarily improve the yield due to higher level of photosynthetic activity, higher leaf area, and better utilization of available solar radiation. Everything is important. Next one, please. Next slide, please. And this high density planting system and ultra high density planting system is one improved version of high density planting. And here the variety plays a major role in deciding the usage of in high density planting system, because it should be amenable for pruning. Pruning is an important operation in this high density planting system. So whatever the varieties are amenable for pruning, which are having the ability to put forth new growth, current season shoot growth, are suitable for high density planting system. And as we all know, cashew bears on current season shoots, not like mango or other crops. Here in same Anacardiaceae family, this bears on current season shoot. So every year we have to prune the trees and the tertiary branches so that a lot of new bearing flowers and shoots are induced every year. So for better light interception here, pruning becomes important strategy, and so that earlier precocious cropping and higher regular yields would be got, so that we could get double or triple the income, double the yield or triple the yield in ultra density planting system. Next one, please. So, an experiment was conducted during 2011 to 2022 at Tamil Nadu Agricultural University with the objective of experimenting the ultra high density planting system in cashew using the variety VRI3. with a specific goal of doubling or tripling the cashew nut yield per unit area and comparing different spacings, and also to find out the effect of canopy management, the foliar spray and irrigation, how best all these interventions could increase or double the yield in this high density planting system. Next one. So the strategies adopted were, we selected VRA3 because the importance of VRA3 is they are having bold nuts, and also the plants are highly amenable for pruning. Usually what happens naturally during some storm effects or wind or anything, if a branch breaks, it should be able to rejuvenate and produce new branches, flowering and fruiting. So this was observed earlier in VRA3 in natural pruning strategies. So we selected VRA3. And the plant population per unit area was selected as 4 by 2 meter to accommodate 1,250 plants per hectare. Normally, there are rarely 40 plants per acre, 40 plants per acre or 100 plants per hectare in normal plantations. And later we introduced a 7 by 7 meter was spacing to recommend 200 plants per hectare. But now this high density planting system we standardized earlier during 2012-13, and it was 500 plants per hectare. Now we are intensifying the planting cropping system so that 1,250 plants can be accommodated per hectare, so that maximum land, light, water, nutrients could be utilized per unit area. And since we are giving importance on pruning so that maximum light interception could be achieved, foliar spray is essential. The nutrients are very essential for rejuvenating the crop. So we actually tried with NPK 19:19 mixture at 10 gram per liter during August. That is for a new growth, inducing the new growth. And then monoammonium phosphate 10 gram per liter during fruit set stage. And then TNAU Panchakavya, this is a fermented form of all dairy products at 3% and during fruit set. This was the foliar spray given. And next one. Next slide, please. And we also adopted training methodology and pruning methodology typical for this VRA3. This training methodology consists of starting from 1 month after planting. After planting, we have to remove the sprouts up to 75 centimeter from the ground level so that it is easy for formative pruning of the plant. Each plant we have to remove the first tipping off is done so that we could induce 2 to 3 primary branches. So this primary branch, we will select only 2 to 3, we retain only 2 to 3 primary branch per tree so that we can prune up to 1 foot height to induce more 4 on 5 secondary branches. And these secondary branches, after the growth, up to 1 foot height, they should be again nipped off so that to induce 5 to 6 tertiary branches. Tertiary branches are very important for cashews because, as I already said, it is very important to induce flowering shoots in current season shoot. So every year, this tertiary shoot has to be removed. So we are developing 5 to 6 tertiary branches on secondary branch. This forms a basic framework for this high density planting plants, this ultra UHDP plants, because each and every tree has to perform and occupy its own area of 20 meter square area in this high density planting system. So this is very important. This basic formative pruning, we should develop it within 6 months to 1 year. Then after every year to avoid some interlocking of canopy, to avoid reduction in light interception, we have to conduct pruning every year. We tried with light pruning, medium pruning, and hard pruning during June, July, and all. And we will share the results in later slides. And a drip irrigation schedule was given starting from, say, 8 liters per day during the first month, and then 16 liters per day after 6 to 8 months. Every alternate days is enough, and 32 liters per day once in 4 days after from 8 months to after 1 year throughout the crop. Except rainy days, all the irrigation schedule was given, and this depends upon the region where it is planted, and this is according to the Indian condition. Next one, please. Next slide, please. Yes, this is the field view of this ultra-high-density planting system. Actually, first row shows the 2-year-old plant. That is immediately after planting, we did formative pruning, and then we achieved some 400 kg per hectare of cashew nut in the first year itself. This is the advantage of training and pruning of plants in this system. And then the pruned field, the first row, last photo shows the pruned field. That is tertiary branches are pruned at 30 centimeter level every year during July. And then the second row shows the complete growth of new shoots, current season shoots, and the flowering of the in the shoots. And the second one in the below row shows the full flowering and full canopy achievement in during the 5th year. And the last one shows the full bearing in the 10th year. You can so we can see the presence of nuts, the percentage of fruit set in the 10th year. Next one, please. Actually, this foliar spray was observed better in 4 by 2 meter. The acceptance of in 4 by 2 meter. Actually, what happened? There was increase in number of current season shoots. Number of current season shoot is very important, and here there was a substantial increase in number of current season shoots during both years, during 2013 and 2014, and this increased the number of fruit set also. Next one. And so we can see the number of panicles and number of fruits per meter squared during both the years 2013 and 14. And there was a substantial increase in the number of panicles and number of panicles per meter square. Next one. So during 2013 also, we have conducted a trial so that there was increase in plant height observed due to these continuous pruning, 4 by 2 meter with the light pruning during second fortnight of June, there was an increase in plant height. But however, at 30 centimeter pruning during the second fortnight of July, it showed that optimum maintenance of the height of the plant, the number of nuts and individual nut weight and the yield per tree was also very good. The yield was 5 kg per tree. So if it is 5 kg per tree, we could calculate for the estimated yield, we could calculate for 1,250 plants per hectare. It was very high. We can achieve 2,500 kg per hectare, 3,000 kg per hectare easily. Next one. Next slide, please. And so after 12 years, what we could observe is the canopy ground coverage is decreased upon increasing planting densities. We have maintained unpruned orchards and also pruned orchards for comparison. We could see in unpruned orchards, if in the increased planting densities, what happened is the canopy spread was very thick, and the lower there was lean and lanky growth in the branches, and the canopy spread was only in the top portion of the canopy, and there was overlapping of branches if it is not pruned. So the sunlight reach was also very poor. But in the pruned canopies, you can see the photograph also after 10 years and 12th year, you can see the canopy so that it is optimum as we maintain during the 4th year or 5th year, we can maintain it continuously and we can get a very good canopy growth. And we found that VRI3 is a very good option for this pruning and the UHDP system. Next one, please. And we have also, no, previous one. We have also observed the light transmittance ratio in the, we have studied with in this high density planting trial. Photosynthetic efficiency was studied, and we could see that the wider spacing recorded the highest TAU level of light transmission, but optimum light transmission ratio of TAU was observed in 4 by 2 meter with higher yield. So increased yield potential could be attributed to one thing: increased planting density, proper canopy management, pruning strategies, and appropriate nutrient watch. We could found it. Next one, please. And here, what we could observe with the effect of tertiary pruning is that the second fortnight of July is optimum for Indian conditions. And so that we could influence the production of more number of currencies in shoot and shoot length, and so that resulting in higher yield. Actually, the canopy coverage was good with tertiary pruning. Next one. And we can see the the number of flowering is earlier. Bisexual flower ratio is also good. Fruit set is good, and yield was also good. And shelling percentage was not significant. And the next one, actually, we could see the light transmission ratio actually reduced from vegetative to fruiting stage because of the canopy coverage with flowers and fruits. And the current season shoots were very good in this tertiary pruning strategy. You can observe, you can compare with without pruning, and we can see a lot of light transmission ratio during the vegetative stage. And this is very important for CN ratio conversion. And total chlorophyll content, when it confirms the improved light transmission ratio, and it increased during the vegetative stage, and it is very good during the fruiting stage also. So tertiary pruning influences the total chlorophyll content in the leaves, and which takes part in the photosynthetic efficiency and also the yield. Next one. So I would like to wrap up with that UHTP, ultra high density planting system, is good with variety VRI3. It significantly increases the cashew nut yield. Optimum pruning and irrigation practice are very important. Intensive cultivation practice is very important for this ultra high density planting system. And I would like to imply that this higher density planting improves leaf area index and also light transmission ratio, and increase the chlorophyll content in leaves, so that yield is naturally doubled. And it can increase triple the cashew nut yields using this technology, by adopting this technology. But sustainable and efficient practices are crucial for maximizing this yield. And this is all about my presentation. Thank you so much. Next one. Thank you. Any questions, please?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your presentation. If any of the participants is having any further questions, kindly drop your questions in the chat box.
Yes. If there are no questions.
Oh, I guess there are no questions from the participants.
I would like to thank everybody for listening. Thank you.
Next, I would like to call our next speaker, lead talk, Dr. Irene Vetamoni, Dean Horticulture College and Research Institute, Payur, India. Ma'am, over to you, please.
Please share the slide, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. It is viewed. It is seen.
Okay. Good morning. Is it audible?
Yes, ma'am. It's on. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Good morning to all. I am going to present the topic. My topic, Palmyra as the potential crop to mitigate global warming and its pharmaceutical uses. Instead of pharmaceutical uses, I am very much interested to highlight the antimicrobial, antifungal, and antibacterial uses of Palmyra crop. Next slide. Yes. Actually, we know very well that is Palmyra. Its botanical name is Veracus flaphilifer, family Ericaceae, and it is a state tree of Tamil Nadu in India. And we call this tree as a Kalpakadaru because from root to top, all the parts are being utilized for consumption and also for other purposes. Not only that, nowadays we are concentrating on antibacterial, antimicrobial, and antifungal property, and how best we can utilize these properties to control plant diseases. And we know it is a native of tropical Africa. It is grown extensively in India, Sri Lanka, Malaysia, and in some other parts of Indonesia. Next. And it is the tall tree belonging to the family Ericaceae, and it is native of tropical America. In India, is found naturally in forests and also community land of Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, West Bengal, and Bihar, Karnataka, Gujarat, and Maharashtra. It is recognized as the state crop of Tamil Nadu, and a huge population is depending on the on the uses of different parts of Palmyra. Next. And there are different species. Among the species, the 6 species is very, very important. That one, Borassus ethiopium, it is commonly found in Africa. It is called African palm. Then for that is Borassus achiaceae and Borassus blaphiliber. It is found in Asian countries. Then Borassus keynesianus and Borassus madagascariensis and Borassus sunbeeranensis. Next. Next. Yes, actually, it is Borassus blaphiliber occupies 90% of the area. It is a tall tree with a height of 20 to 30 meters height with a straight trunk. The root is hairy with more slender transverse branches. Bark and wood is also dark. Leaves are palmately divided and flowers yellow, bone is spadices. Actually, that is antibacterial properties are being extracted from flowers, leaves, and then fruits. Next. And actually, we know this is a dioecious palm, and male and female trees are present separately. Male flowers are small, mixed with scaly bracts, and female flowers are larger globose. Since the tree is available at Malaysia, also no need to concentrate more on the morphological characters. So I want to shift to the next slide. Then regarding fruit, the palm produces fruits when 15 to 20 years old, giving an annual crop of 50 to 200 fruits in 6 to 12 bunches per tree. The difference between coconut and palmyra is in coconut we can get fruits so within 7 years, but here it takes lengthy time. So it's very difficult. A man planting there is palmyra tree cannot taste the fruits of this tree. The tender fruits appear from May to August in India, whereas that ripe one available from July to October. And one of my students did a wonderful work in palmyra, that is fruits and that is roots, and he prepared a lot of that is preparations which is useful for curing many diseases. That is many diseases and other consumption purpose. Many dishes have been prepared by using these fruits and roots. Next. Then a chemical constitution, that is amino acids, sterol and fatty acids are present. It contains P amino acids, lysine, aspartate, glutamine, and phenylalanine. These are all the things present. It also contains steroidal saponins and other things. The main digestible carbohydrates are simple sugars, of which sucrose, glucose, and fructose dominate. So the that is the preparations which is being prepared from there is the roots of this tree, the roots of fruits of this tree is being utilized for the preparation of child food as well as geriatric patients. And beta carotene, mixture of 4 main carotenoids and alpha carotene and beta carotene and lycopene and carotene are present. Then minor constituents are vitamin C, vitamin B complex. Next. Then regarding global warming, we know that is climate change and global warming are the major havoc in the environment that are resulting from the accumulation of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases in our atmosphere. That global environment suffered with lot of carbon concentration produced by various atmospheric activities at the rate of 3.5 billion metric tons per annum. Then deforestation is the major factor in increasing carbon concentration from 280 ppm to 368 ppm in the year 2000 and 540 ppm by 2100. This carbon sequestration is the process of capturing and storing atmospheric carbon dioxide, reducing global climate change. Next. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. Then the carbon, the potential of carbon sequestration is determined by the age, height, girth, size, biomass accumulation capacity, canopy diameter, and most important, wood-specific density. We know that this Palmyra palm has potential role in the conservation of an ecosystem as well as one step forward to climate change and global warming mitigation. The Palmyra palm to be chosen for sequestering a maximum amount of atmospheric carbon in the scenario of climate change with the properties of highest specific density and also should have better climate adaptability. Next one. Then mitigating global warming, that is the reduction of greenhouse gases, that is carbon capture, that is efficient at capturing and storing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. That is, it is having thick canopy with a dense foliage, and this has the capacity to capture and store the carbon dioxide. And not only that, that falling of leaves and other things on the soil, it also have a greater role in carbon sequestration, and minimal need of fertilizers and pesticides, reducing greenhouse emissions from agricultural inputs. Because nowadays we are using inorganic fertilizers and pesticides, so since it requires very less quantity of fertilizers, it can reduce the greenhouse gas emissions from agricultural inputs. Then sustainable alternate biofuel production. SAF can be used to produce bioethanol, a renewable energy source. Next one. The wooden leaves can be used as sustainable alternatives to non-renewable materials. So, since we are using the bio materials than that is petrol and diesel, so here the carbon emission as well as the global warming can be controlled. Next. Then carbon dioxide absorption. This Palmyra absorbs carbon dioxide from the atmosphere during photosynthesis, converting it into a biomass. Already I told a huge quantity of biomass, that is approximately 40 to 50 tons of carbon dioxide annually, comparable to other forest species. Next. Next. Then Palmyra wood is durable and used in construction, meaning the carbon remains stored for extended periods, and extensive root systems store carbon underground, contributing to soil carbon level also. Actually, that coconut and other things, all palms are having lateral roots, but this Palmyra is having somewhat deep root system. Not only that, lot of hazard present, and so there also it store lot of carbon underground and contributing to soil carbon levels and prevent soil erosion also. Next. Next. And soil improvement and erosion control. Root system benefits. This is since it is having deep roots, penetrate deep into the soil, helping to stabilize the soil and prevent erosion. And regarding soil structure, since it produce more of carbon, improve soil porosity and aeration, which enhances water infiltration and retention. And organic matter, regarding organic matter contribution, fallen leaves, fruits, and other organic debris enrich the soil with organic matter. So, organic content of the soil is being enriched. And regarding microbial activity, it promotes a healthy soil ecosystem by supporting beneficial microbes that aid in nutrient cycling by increasing the soil content. Next. And drought resistant and water management. It thrives in arid and semi-arid regions with minimal water requirement, and it also requires less water compared to conventional crops like rice and sugarcane. And not only that, large leaves provide shade, reducing soil and water evaporation, and it acts as a windbreak, reducing wind speed and subsequent soil erosion. Next. And regarding biodiversity enhancement, actually, that is, it provides nesting sites for birds, habitats for insects, and food for various animals. Not only for animals, that is, poor people. Most of the people are depending on these products which is being obtained from Palmyra tree. And the areas with Palmyra cultivation often show higher biodiversity levels. Then Flowers attract bees, bats, and other pollinators, enhancing local biodiversity. And fruits and saps are consumed by animals and humans, integrating into local food webs. Next. Then sustainable agricultural practices, that is, it can be intercrop with legumes, vegetables, and other crops, maximizing land use efficiency because of the soil which is having Palmyra is having high organic carbon, and intercropping with Palmyra can improve overall farm productivity as well as crop resilience. And it is products, fruit sap, leaves, and timber, offering multiple revenue streams. And agroforestry integration can also be achieved by this. It fits well in agroforestry system, promoting sustainable land management practices. Next. Then environmental benefits of Palmyra. While most of the palm plants have a fibrous root system, and it has a taproot system that shoots straight down vertically, it could store a huge volume of water in their tubular roots and increases the water table level of the locality. And it has a greater capacity to turn arid land into highly fertile land with rich groundwater resources. This could be a major reason for our ancestors planting palm trees around the water resources like rivers, tanks, and wells. Next. And regarding natural barrier, this plant is too sturdy that could withstand natural calamities like that is as a magical wall. Tamil Nadu has witnessed several natural calamities. Scientific evidences state that many of the strong and sturdy Palmyra stood strong and tall, even withstanding tsunami, which happened during the year 2004, while many age-old trees and buildings were flattened to the ground. This fact this fact instituted in Tamil Nadu government to take emergency measures to replant a large number of fallen plants as a natural barrier. This plant even has the potential to block and reduce the speed of the streams and hurricanes, and could also prevent soil erosion to a greater extent. So Tamil Nadu government now taking a project to collect so many number of nuts, and it is taking steps to sow the seeds wherever that water tanks and as well as rivers and seesaws it is being planted, so that that natural calamities can be prevented, soil erosion can be prevented, and soil organic carbon can also be increased, so that water holding which is water table can also be increased where the Palmyra can be grown. Next. Then Palmyra form male inflorescence activated carbon. That is, environmental pollution has always been a significant issue that has hampered the human health. One contaminant that is very apparent in water is artificial color dye, which has an impact on human health and environment. So, one of the most influential and adaptable options for removing organic and inorganic contaminants from wastewater is adsorption on activated carbon. This Palmyra palm male inflorescence activated carbon has several beneficial compounds and functional groups that could be used to remedial effluents. This absorption method is used to eliminate the surplus ethylene blue dye from the aqueous solution. Next. Then instead of pharmaceutical activities, we can directly go to agricultural uses. Next one, next slide. So, various parts of Borassus flavifer are used to treat various disorders in traditional medicines, and they have been used to treat so many diseases. Compounds including brassinoside, A2F, and other things have been isolated from the different parts of Borassus flavifer. Next. Next. And it is having anti-diabetic activity, and extract from immature endosperm at a concentration of 200 ml was administered against randomly selected 30 numbers of type 2 diabetic patients for 28 days, and discovered that immature endosperm is a good diet for diabetic patients. This was reported by Behra 2022. Next. And it is also having wound healing property. And the next one. Then Anti-arthritic, it is also having anti-arthritic property, and ethanolic extract at the dose of 200 milligram per kg from the flower was employed using that is FCA method induced polyarthritis model for 21 days to screen anti-arthritic potential. This was reported by Shanmugalingam et al. 2021. Next one. And it is reported that it is having anti-cancer activity. One of my the PG student that is developed food which is suitable for the geriatric patient from the hostorium, which is developed in the nuts. Next one. Then anti-inflammatory activity. This is the extract concentration of 150 milligram per kg was prepared from the flower using ethanol and applied to acetic acid induced risk. It has anti-inflammatory activities. Next, according to Patil et al. 2021. Next, it is having anti-pyretic activity also. Most of that is many of the that is phytochemicals are being prepared from the flowers of Palmyra, especially male flowers. Next. Then diuretic activity, we know very well that is actually diuretic effect of tuber using the ethanol extract at the concentration of 200 milligram per kg was investigated in rat, and it has diuretic activity, and in village people, they consume these roots and it is having a very digestive, it increased the digestive property. Next. And immunomodulatory, it is also having immunomodulatory activity, the female flowers. Next. Sorry, male flowers. Then hypersensitivity, it has the potent immunosuppressant activity for 5 hours, and this was compared with cyclosporin A. This was reported by Shanmugalingam et al. 2021. The next one. Next one. Yes, antibacterial activity. It is. It's very, very important because many bacteria, fungus, and that is viruses are affecting the that is plants, especially vegetables, fruits, and other things. So, how about with the phytochemicals which is present in the male and female flowers and the tender fruits and the matured fruits and other parts of the plants like leaves? How much this can be extracted and how much this can be utilized for controlling the plant diseases is going on. So these we are having dust scheme. We are the dust center, and we are having that is so much that is projects being operated, and regarding metabolomic profiling of phytochemicals which is present in various parts of Palmyra, and how best we can utilize this against the bacteria and the fungal culture which is affecting the plant pathogen. These areas we are concentrating. Next. Next, antifungal. The method extract of leaves showed the antifungal property against selected strains, and these are some of the strains at the concentration of 100 microgram per ml, and the results were compared with standard Griseofulvi 100 by. This is according to Shanmugalingam et al. 2021. But we have started this research now latestly. Previously, we concentrated only on the preparation of that is products which is suitable for children as well as the geriatric patient. Now we are moving towards the metabolomic profiling of phytochemicals and their role on antifungal, antimicrobial property. Next one. Antioxidant. It is also very, very important. An extract was prepared using seed and methanol exhibited antioxidant effects, and this has the high antioxidant activity and is scavenging at a concentration of 1 micro G per L. Next. Then antimicrobial activity. Seed coat extract, that is methanolic, was screened for 5 bacterial strains. That is the antimicrobial activity screened for these microbes by disc diffusion and agar well diffusion methods. This was reported by Behra 2022. Next. Then toxicity, it is very, very important component to be studied. Then determination of median lethal dose was done for fixing the therapeutic dose using ethanolic flower extract. This acute toxicity study revealed that even at the higher dose, There was no mortality or any toxic reaction with oral administration of the extract recorded, because it is very, very important. We may tell that many phytochemicals are present in this, and this can be utilized for controlling diseases. But what is the lethal dose? That should be decided. That is very, very important. Suppose if we consume more than that, it will cause toxicity. So, based on his study, it has been reported it is less toxic. Next. And it is also having other activities, that is hemolytic activities and glucosidase inhibitory activity. Next. Then analgesic activity. Next. So it is having hypoglycemic activity. Significant reduction in blood glucose levels was found when we use the extract of dried inflorescence. Then anti-convulsant activity. Next. Then regarding conclusion, it's obvious that various parts of Parasus flavellifera are having different types of pharmacological activities, such as anti-inflammatory and other things. And we have to study how best we can use this in controlling plant diseases. That is against the bacteria and the fungus which is affecting plant, which is causing plant diseases. Next. Then conclusion. That is Palmyra shows a promise as a potential crop to mitigate global warming. And regarding carbon sequestration, Palmyra palms have a significant capacity to sequester carbon, helping to reduce the overall concentration of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. And drought resistant, this crop is highly resilient to drought conditions, making it suitable for cultivation in arid, semi-arid, where other crops might fail. And regarding soil improvement, it can improve soil fertility through its deep root system, which helps in nutrient cycling and soil stabilization. And regarding economic benefits, beyond economic environmental benefits, Palmyra provides economic value through its diverse uses, including food, fiber, and medicinal products. In conclusion, integrating Palmyra into agriculture systems could be a strategic move to combat global warming, while also supporting sustainable development and economic resilience in vulnerable regions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your valuable presentation. If any
Thank
of the
you, ma'am.
thank you, ma'am. If any of the participant is having any other questions, kindly drop your questions in the chat box, please. Okay, I guess there are no questions from the participants. Before we move to the technical sessions, I request every participant to turn on the camera for the gallery image. Please. I repeat myself, before we move to the technical sessions, I request all the participants to turn on the camera for the gallery image. I repeat myself, before we move to our technical sessions, I request all the participants to turn on the camera for the gallery image. Thank you. Thank you all.
It has been muted from your side.
Am I audible now, ma'am?
Yeah, you are audible, and the camera has been muted from your side. So you have to make it on.
Yeah.
No, it is okay. It is visible. Miss Roshni's view is visible.
Now, am I visible, Dr. Leena Singh? I don't think I am visible because it says that your camera has been stopped from. You cannot start your video.
Now kindly check now, ma'am.
Yeah, it's now. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you.
No, it's.
Yeah, ma'am. It's visible, ma'am. You're visible.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So I thank every participant for joining across the world. Now there are some things to say to all the participants. The participants who belongs to the hall A, kindly stay here. I'm sorry. The participants who belongs to main hall, kindly stay here. And the participants who belongs to Hall A, you could see a breakout rooms either on your mobile or the laptop screens. Tap on it, kindly tap on Hall A and join your respective halls. I repeat myself, the participants who belongs to main hall, kindly stay here, and the participants who belongs to Hall A, kindly join through the breakout rooms. If anyone is having any queries regarding it, kindly unmute yourself and we are here to help.
I
Ma'am,
think
they
my
are not
presentation
allowing you.
is
Sorry, one by one, please. Yes, Leena ma'am, you are asking something?
yeah, I was asking that my presentation is the main in the main hall only. So I'll remain here only.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. Myself, Prema Lakshmi. My presentation at hall 2
Okay, in the hall A.
through virtual presentation,
Okay, ma'am. On
online
this,
presentations. So is it automatically change the screen, ma'am?
no, ma'am. You have to tap on the breakout room. Then if you tap on breakout room, it will show us hall A and it will show a button called join. Kindly tap on it and join hall A.
Okay. Tap on this one.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, in the breakout rooms, they're not allowing us to join. Ma'am. Actually, the option join is kindly disabled. Okay.
So just give us a moment.
Okay.
You could see join option. If you are tapping on join, the participants can directly join the hall A. Okay, without further ado, let's start our technical sessions. Now, I would like to welcome our main hall session chairs, Dr. Mohammad S.J. Darwish, Senior Lecturer, Department of Water and Environmental Engineering, University Technology, Malaysia. Kiran Pillai, Subject Matter Specialist, Soil Science, Sri Konda Lakshman, Telangana State Horticulture University, India. Dr. Jifan Zhu, Vice President and Secretary General of China Biodiversity Conservation and Green Development Foundation, China. Sirs, welcome to 10th GoGreen Summit. Now, I would like to welcome our first presenter of the day, Mr. Theo Vichy, on the topic of exploring global regulatory policies to plastic waste, circular economy and prospects for implementation in Malaysia, a systematic literature review. I request Theo Vichy to share the screen and start with the presentation.
All right, shall I share my screen now?
Yes, please.
All right. Presenter view web. Hi, can you all see my slide clearly?
Yes, your screen is visible.
All right. So I would like to start my presentation now. Okay. Good afternoon, panels and all the presenters. I'm Theo Vichy, a PhD student from the Faculty of Technology, Management and Business at University Tun Hussein, Malaysia. Today, I will be presenting my research paper titled Exploring Global Regulatory Policies to Plastic Waste Circular Economy and Prospects for Implementation in Malaysia, a systematic literature review. Plastic waste has become a global environmental concern issue, and Malaysia is no exception. To solve these problems, it is crucial to shift our current linear take, mix, dispose model to a circular economy. Presently, many countries have established circular economy policies. Like the EU countries, they have its own Circular Economy Action Plan 2.0, and France also adopted its Anti-Waste and Circular Economy Law. However, Malaysia currently lacks a comprehensive circular economy policy frameworks and relies on specific actions and regulations within existing law. To address these research gaps, this study conducts a systematic literature review to explore global policies on plastic waste in circular economy, aiming to guide Malaysia's future strategies. So for this study, our objective was to review global existing regulatory policies for plastic waste circular economy and also to assess the applicability of these policies in Malaysia. What is circular economy? Circular economy is a framework which promotes a restorative and regenerative take, makes, use, recover, and restore economy. And it aims to create an economic system where economic growth is decoupled from the consumption of finite resources, achieved through prolonging product and material usage, and also minimizing waste and product pollution. So to understand why we should shift from traditional linear economy to circular economy, let's compare their key differences. In linear economy, the process always follows a take, mix, dispose model. It means that resources are extracted from the environment, used to manufacture products, and then discarded as waste. This approach always relies on continuous extraction of finite resources, which leading to resource depletion. Also, products in a linear economy are often designed for single or short-term use, which generating significant waste that ends up in landfills or is incinerated and contributing to environmental pollution. In contrast to the circular economy, it aims to be restorative and regenerative. Instead of the take, mix, dispose LE models, CE focus more on keeping products, materials, and resources in use for as long as possible through reuse, repair, refurbishment, and also remanufacturing. This approach maintains products and material value and reducing the need for new resources extraction. So this totally contrasts with the LE's approach, making the CE works in a more sustainable way. In the following slides, I will outline the methodology employed in this study to explore the global regulatory policies on plastic waste circular economy and also their implementation prospects in Malaysia. Firstly, we conducted a systematic literature review. This involved analyzing existing academic and also policy-related publications on the topic. The databases used for this search include the Scopus and also Web of Science. In the first phase of systematic literature review, we use specific keywords like the plastic waste management, circular economy, regulatory policies, sustainabilities, and Malaysia to ensure a comprehensive review. So this search yield total 6,425 documents, where 6,134 from Scopus and 221 from Web of Science, which we then will filter them based on the inclusion and exclusion criteria. To ensure a comprehensive review, we applied specific inclusion and exclusion criteria. So we included documents published in English, and their published timeframe was restricted to between January 2001 until 2024 to include the recent data and trends. Our review included various types of documents like articles, review, conference papers, book chapters, and books, where all these sourced from the journals, conference, and proceedings. For exclusion, we omitted documents that not in English or published outside the specific time frame. We also exclude documents types other than these documents types, as well as source not from journals, conference, and also proceedings. Next is the process of selecting data items related to the study. So we start with 6,425 results from the electronic databases. These results were then exported to the CSV file and converted into Microsoft Excel for analysis. Initially, we removed total 121 duplicate records, leaving us with 6,304 unique publications for title and abstract screening based on our criteria. So articles that did not meet our predefined criteria were all excluded. Following this rigorous screening process, 178 publications were deemed eligible for detailed examination, and finally, total 21 of these publications met all the inclusion criteria and were selected for in-depth analysis. This detailed selection process is to ensure that our studies is based on our most relevant and high-quality sources. Next, I will summarize the results of our study. So we analyzed 21 publications in total, and the Journal of Cleaner Production and Sustainability Switzerland had the highest number of articles published. This is because these two journals more focus on environmental and sustainability issues across various sectors. Our analysis also revealed that majority of research on circular economy policies in plastic waste comes from the EU countries, China, and the Netherlands. This shows that both developed and developing countries are focusing on circular economy. Our research highlights that comprehensive regulatory policies are crucial for moving towards a circular economy, as they provide legal support and help ensure sustainable practices are followed. So these policies that must follow on four main areas, where first one is extended producer responsibility, second is product design and labeling standards, third is ban and restrictions, and lastly is deposit schemes. We identified that China, the EU countries, and also Netherlands as great examples for this study. They have successfully implemented policies covering all these four areas, which offering valuable insights for other regions, including Malaysia. Next, we will look at the current situation of CE regulatory policy in Malaysia. Currently, Malaysia is still in the early stage of CE policies compared to the great examples countries like the China, EU, and the Netherlands, which they have a comprehensive national frameworks for plastic waste circular economy. Although Malaysia has made initial steps towards circular economy, but our efforts remain fragmented. CE policies are not yet implemented as a separate policies and are only presented in some sections of the plans. Besides, current initiatives are more focused on minimizing waste and pollution rather than on maximizing the material value. So these gaps highlights that it is an urgent need for comprehensive CE legislation for effectively managed plastic waste in Malaysia. Based on our review and comparison of international data, key recommendations for enhancing CE legislation in Malaysia for plastic waste management include: Malaysia needs a clear national policy on plastic waste management to guide our transition to a circular economy.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, sorry.
Most of your time is completed. Kindly try to wrap up your presentation, please.
All right.
Thank you.
So I will just proceed to my conclusion.
Yes, please.
All right. So in general, an effective regulatory policies have driven the global transition to a circular economy. So Malaysia should strengthen its commitment by implementing a clear regulations and a comprehensive circular economy strategy. This is because embracing a circular economy can greatly reduce plastic waste, benefiting government, businesses, and communities, and also promoting sustainable development. That's all for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Theory. So, is there any questions for the participant? Dr. Darvish, is there any questions for the participant? Session chairs, are there any questions for the participant? Okay, I guess there are no questions for the present.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Kindly stop sharing your screen, please.
All right.
Thank you. Now I would like to welcome our next participant, Ms. Surabhi Tamang, on the topic of impact of climate change analysis in INSAT 3D derived potential evapotranspiration.
Yeah, excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Leena Singh, but the schedule which you have sent it to me, so please can you check me that my presentation is in this hall only? Because the timing is provided this. I don't think that you have made any change in the calendar.
Yeah, there is no change in the calendar, ma'am, but as the keynote talks has delayed, the session is going a bit slow. You
Could
belong
you
to
tell
the
me
same hall.
Same hall. And can you tell me the serial number of my presentation?
Your presentation is 8th presentation, ma'am.
And we are going on?
This is the second presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone, is my PPT visible?
Yes, your PPT is visible. Thank you.
Okay, so my topic for today is impact of climate change in INSAT 3D derived PET hotspots in Indian subcontinent. I'm a researcher in Indian Space Research Organization, and this work has been done under the supervision of Dr. Rahul Nigam, who is a scientist and engineer in ISRO. So this is my index. My index is divided into 5 parts, where I'll be taking you through statistical and spatial as well as temporal analysis of INSAT 3D derived satellite data. Now, the problem statement behind this topic was that most of the research focused on spatial analysis only and with no supporting facts. In my research, I have analyzed both spatial and temporal variation with supporting facts. The main aim of the research is to understand the PET hotspots in Indian subcontinent and supporting how this is affected by climate change variables. So this is the flow methodology where I have used INSAT 3D products like potential evapotranspiration, insolation, and precipitation. Time series analysis has been done. The daily data for 4 years has been pre-processed on a parent scale as well as agroclimatic zone with source spatial scale analysis as well as temporal window. So this is the first slide. Okay, so for this, I have done the statistical analysis. I have calculated both the standard deviation as well as the coefficient of variation for every pixel. So 365 days data has been pre-processed for every 4 years, and this has been done in ArcPy Python programming. Using this 52 weeks standard deviation map, a standard deviation was computed for every pixel, which was further computed annually. So daily data has been converted into weekly analysis and then monthly analysis, and then it was further computed into annual analysis. So the same thing has been done for coefficient of variation as well. The histogram of standard deviation was plotted. So I'll show you the maps that I have generated. The year was from 2018 to 21. So we have figured out in 2018, maximum standard deviation was observed in the Western Ghats, Rajasthan, Punjab, Haryana, and few regions in the East. I wouldn't want to go through every slide because it will take a lot of time, but at the end, I will give you a brief of the outcome. So for now, I want you to go through these maps that have been generated. So these are like the weekly standard deviation maps that has been generated using the daily data. So this has been further computed annually. Now, this is on a monthly scale analysis. So I'll explain you the outcome at the end, but just want you to go through the graph. Now, the same thing has been done for coefficient of variation. So these are the maps for 2018 to 2021. And this is the monthly coefficient of variation. So now the thing is that, it's very difficult to understand looking at the map, what would be the spatial and temporal analysis. You do need a lot of time to analyze this map and to understand. But we do not have so much of time to explain you every graph. So what I've done is that at the end, I have figured out this are for the weekly and monthly variation in the Indian hotspot. So what I've done here is analysis of persistently high PET in the Indian subcontinent over the last 4 years. Now, how this has been done is that after all this maps has been analyzed, the daily data has been pre-processed, right, for 4 years. And then what I've done is that we have used a threshold method to find the persistently high PET. Now, we wanted to find an area in India where PET has been persistently high over the last 4 years. So this analysis wouldn't have been possible without generating this maps initially. So now, what we have done is we have used the threshold method to find the persistently high PET for every month for 4 years. And then using Python, what we have done is we have found one particular area in India where PET has been persistently high over the last 4 years. Now, it lies in the northwestern hemisphere of the Indian subcontinent. This is on a pixel basis. And for the coefficient of variation, the maximum variation has been observed in the part of Jammu and Kashmir in India. Now, that was on a pixel level, and this is on an agroclimatic zone level. Even when we analyzed it, even on the zone wise, the maximum variation, the persistently high PET has been observed in the northwestern hemisphere, as you can see. So our research outcome has been very similar in the pixel level as well as in the agroclimatic zone. Both shows that northwestern part of India has the highest amount of PET over the last 4 years. Now, to give you a brief of how this happened is the high variation in PET has been observed during the monsoon season. That was the temporal analysis. It may be due to high variation in the solar energy due to dynamic cloud movement in the monsoon season. Other than the monsoon season, March and May showed the high degree of variation in PET. March month represents the transition phase between spring and summer. In May, surface insolation remains maximum over India, leading to high PET value. So we have even analyzed the insolation as well as this precipitation, but it's not possible to show the 4 years analysis. So what I've done is I've only attached the June and July graphs here, the maps here. So the main outcome of this was that precipitation has been observed to be the highest in the month of June and July. That is the monsoon season, when standard deviation for the PET data has also been observed to be the maximum in India.
Sorry to interrupt you, Ms. Surabhi.
Yeah.
Your time is almost
Yeah,
completed.
just one minute.
Yes, please.
I'll just conclude it. Yeah. So maximum insolation during this month has been observed in the northwestern India, which receives the lowest rainfall. So even when we analyze the insolation and precipitation, it showed it all aligned to the to the spatial and temporal variation in PET. Now, to conclude, the results of the analysis are useful to understand the weekly, monthly, and interannual PET dynamics in the Indian subcontinent and how these hotspots vary spatially on a temporal window due to variation in insolation and rainfall. Any changes in the pattern of climate variables may change the overall PET hotspots. This has been done for 4 years from 2018. We are even trying to include the 2022 and 2023 analysis. In future, long-term PET data can be analyzed to generate highly vulnerable zones for PET and can be used as an input for digital agroclimatic atlas of India. Thank you. Any questions?
Okay, thank you, Surabhi, for the interesting presentation. If there is any question from the audience.
Yes, there are no questions from the audience, sir.
Okay, seems that there is no question. I think I can give a score of 10 out of 10 for the for the presentation. The results were well presented. The also strictly commit to the time, and this is my evaluation primarily.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay,
So
next.
can we call the next presenter?
Yes, sir. Our next presentation is by Lokesh Muthuswamy. I guess we are not having Lokesh Muthuswamy on call. Next, I would like to welcome Ms. Gopika. Even Ms. Gopika is not there. Okay, sir. Next, I would like to call Ms. Kalpana Krishnan on the topic of rice fall smut disease and increasing threat to rice production in Tamil Nadu, detection, characterization, and management.
Okay.
Good morning, ma'am.
Very good morning.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Yes, yes.
Is there any issue, ma'am?
Whether my PPT is visible, ma'am?
No, ma'am, not yet. Yes, ma'am, now it's visible, but it is in slides. Kindly keep it in slideshow.
Shall I proceed?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Very good afternoon, one and all. First of all, I would like to express my sincere thanks to Tamil Nadu Agriculture University and 10th GoGreen Summit for permitting me to present my part of piece of work which has been done 1 year before on rice. The title of my talk is Rice for Smut Disease, a threat, an increasing threat to rice production in Tamil Nadu, detection, characterization, and management of the disease. So my talk includes, actually I'm going to talk the following subjects like introduction, isolation of the fungus and confirmation, diversity analysis and standardization of artificial inoculation techniques for the pathogen, and finally the very important part of the study is management of the fall smut disease using newer fungicide molecule, which will give final solution for the rice growers in Tamil Nadu and also across India, and conclusion and the way forward. As you all know, this rice is one of the most important staple food for most of the rice growing country, which 90% of the people is depending on this rice as a staple food. And the production and productivity of rice is being affected by many biotic and abiotic factors. Among the biotic factors, disease are considered to be very important one. Among the diseases, the rice fall smut disease, which is being caused by the fungus Fistula virens, is one of the important disease. And earlier, this disease was considered as one of the minor disease of rice across the globe, but nowadays due to changing climate and the disease is coming as an emerging disease and accounts for the major disease and causing a yield reduction about the ranges from 10 to 85%, sometimes 100% whenever the ideal situation exists. So earlier this disease was called as Lakshmi disease, the goddess of Lakshmi, because the farmers thought that the occurrence of this disease increased their yield. They got the bumper yield, but nowadays it's not so. So the occurrence of the disease was first noticed in India, that too in Tamil Nadu, Tirunelveli district during their 1800s by Cook and his co-workers. And later on this disease, actually this disease is called as a sporadic disease earlier. Sporadic means that the disease one which occurs irregular interval intervals and irregular locations and causes mild to severe yield loss. But nowadays it takes upper hand, and for the past 7 years, this occurrence of the disease has been noticed in India and Tamil Nadu and causes yield reduction. And the major rice growing states of India includes Haryana, Punjab, Uttar Pradesh, Karnataka, and Tamil Nadu is one of the important states which cultivates rice in extensively and contribute for the well economy. And the production of the, what is the impact of the disease? The disease mainly affect the ovary of the crop and transform actually the pathogen which gets entry into the crop whenever the flowering takes place. Enter the crop, mainly they infect the ovary and transform the ovary into smart balls like the golden balls like this. Is the impact of the disease, and which later on yellow to green color, that is bottle green, finally turns into dark color, which means that this is the production of fungal spores, and which accounts for about 80% of the yield reduction. What is the major environmental condition which favors the disease development? Means cool climate and frequent drizzling, maybe the drizzling during the heading stage and flowering stage, and the relative humidity of about 80 to 85%, which accounts for the which favors the disease development. Considering the impact of the disease in Tamil Nadu, we wanted to study the actually the impact of this disease in different culture rice varieties with the following objectives. So the first objective of our study was survey and isolation of the pathogen, and second is to confirm the pathogen with the cultural, morphological, molecular methods, and finally, in order to have a biological control, we wanted to explore the endophytes which is harboring inside the rice and system, and exploring studying the effect of these endophytes against the pathogen under in vitro conditions, identification of novel endophytes, and finally, management of this false mud disease using neighbor fungicide molecules under field conditions. The first was we have surveyed extensively, as we have shown already. These are all the samples we have collected in different rice growing areas of Tamil Nadu. As you can see here, minimum of 3 rice balls, smut balls maximum, as much as you can see here, 20 balls have been present. Invariably, all the rice varieties grown in the Tamil Nadu condition have been affected by this false mud fungus. There is no resistant varieties available so far. And these are all the symptoms which we have collected so far, and we can see the smut balls. And we extensively affected field in Tamil Nadu, mainly in the Madurai condition. We have seen 10% infection of this rice mud balls, which affect the crop. And this is the stages of the smut which affect the crop. The ovary is transformed, and finally the final stage, which is the sporulation, which is these spores have been easily carried over by the wind current. Then it easily infect the neighboring field, and also the long distance fields have been affected in a season. And these are all the cultures which we have isolated using the potato 6 rows medium, and it is very hard to isolate the fungus and to grow the fungus. Mainly this fungus grow and attain full growth under low temperature, mainly the 20 to 20 degrees Celsius. And as you can see, we have as much of 70 isolates have been isolated. You can see the growth difference of this fungal isolates. And secondly, we want to confirm the pathogen actually. So we can see, as I said before, the fungal morphology, you can see there's some raised morphology, and this floral fluffy morphology, and the floral-like morphology have been noticed. And color also is from green to dark green color and black color have been noticed. So morphology, this virus fungus is white to dark green color has noticed, and also the growth also been noticed differently at different interval. And this is all the fungal mycelium observed under microscope. This is the fungus which produces chlamydospores, and this is a chlamydospore, which is a spore which spread to the neighboring field through air current, as you can see here. And this is also the smut balls, so the single-celled and the olive green in color, which has been observed under light microscope. As you can see here, the unicellular spores, a lot of spores have been seen, which has been produced with the different isolates we have collected so far. And the same spores have been isolated, observed under scaling electron microscopy. Actually, you can see here the scaling electron microscopy, the spore size also vary from 3 to 5 micrometer in size, and also the small projections present on the surface of the smut spores are nothing but these are called the accumulations. So based upon this accumulation, we can differentiate different isolates of the fungus. And second is the standardization of artificial inoculation techniques. It is very hard to establish the artificial inoculation method for this fungus. We have developed two different methods, spray method and also syringe inoculation methods. And we have raised the rice plants in the glasshouse conditions. We have inoculated, prepared this fungal spores of actively growing fungus that is suspended culture. We sprayed the actually the emerged panicles over we using the spores and allowed to express the symptoms for 21 days by covering the polythene cover after inoculation. This is the one method. By this method, we would like to see the expression of smart spots in the one or two panicles. You can see the symbols. And next is that we would like to, we also tried one of another method called syringe method. We have prepared the same solution.
So sorry to interrupt you, ma'am.
Yeah, it's okay. And we have taken the smart spores solution in the syringe and we inoculate to the head, that is a heart leaf, that is the boot leaf stage. Whenever the panicle is inside, we need to inoculate the syringe, and we have seen the expression of the smart spores. By following these two methods, we have standardized the inoculation of this small smart culture under artificial condition and expression of the symptoms. And we could see only one or two birds, smart spots only, not more than under artificial inoculation conditions. So this study confirms that the pathogen would express inside the panicle and produce the symptoms. Later on, we would like to know the diversity of the pathogens. So far, only Cystiloidinoid virus, only one species have been noticed across Tamil Nadu, across India also, that is Cystiloidinoid virus. We would like to know whether is there any other species infecting rice more than this virus. For this, we have extracted DNA. I went for a polymerase chain reaction and using the Cystiloidinoid virus specific primers. And we would like, actually, we have used 7 isolates of false mud pathogen, and we have extracted DNA. We have carried out polymerase chain reaction, and all the 7 isolates you could able to see the amplification of 230 DNA fragments, which means that this false mud pathogen is actually present in the DNA what we isolated, and which is not present in the control. And we have submitted these samples for sequence analysis, and we got the sequence. We compared our 7 isolates with the already available GenBank sequences. These are all the red highlighted area, or the area of isolates of ours, which has been actually as a similarity with the isolates of Cystiloidinoid virus only. So this phylogenetically confirms that our isolates are pathogenic isolates are coming under the category Cystiloidinoid virus only. There is no any other species affecting rice in the Tamil Nadu conditions. So these isolates have showed up a maximum of 91% identity with the already existing GenBank sequences in the sequences. And finally, we would like, because since the world is nowadays heading towards the organic farming, we would like to have organic biocontrol method of management. So we have initiated the exploring the isolation of this endophytes harboring inside the pathogen and testing under effective. For this, we have isolated from the healthy rice leaves, and we have isolated 10 different bacterial isolates, which have been 1 to 9, which we have tested against the pathogenic isolates under laboratory conditions, and this results shown that, and 3 isolates have shown the maximum disease reduction when compared with the other isolates, and these 3 isolates have been forwarded for the further research, and this research is under progress now. And the final objective of our study was because farmers are facing main problem. If we are farmers is not taking up the spraying method during
Kindly conclude your session, please.
Right, during the right stage, the farmers definitely lose the produce. So final objective was to develop a chemical management method for the management of this disease. For this, we have tested 7 different fungicide, 6 different fungicide molecules under field conditions. So which started with propiconazole and tricyclosol. These are the azole and strobilurin fungicides. This has been given under field condition. These are all the experimental field view, and this fungicide has to be given during heading stage and also 15 days after heading. After we have observed for the presence of the disease under field condition, undertaken observation that among the 6 fungicide tested for under field conditions, the fungicides actually the spray the seventh treatment 6, the azoxystrobin and the propiconazole combination give a maximum disease reduction under field condition, and also it increased the yield up to 5.6 tons per hectare. This was followed by the fungicide combination tebuconazole and trifloxystrobin, which is 6.6, and finally 5.7. Followed by this propiconazole. Next one is the treatment 5. So if we have developed based on this experimental results, we have forwarded this technology to the farming community of Tamil Nadu to manage the disease under field condition. This technology is being followed for the management of rice disease, that is false mud disease under field condition. And the outcome of the study is actually total of 7 Sclerotinia virus have been infecting rice in Tamil Nadu has been isolated, and this Sclerotinia pieces isolates have been confirmed at the cultural molecular level based on the conidia and also chlamydospores present using light microscopy. And based on molecular studies, the presence of 230 base pair, which confirms the Sclerotinia virus species as a Sclerotinia virus, and blast studies confirms some 91% identity of the Sclerotinia virus with the existing Sclerotinia virus under GenPank studies. And also the pathogenicity studies, which we have used 2 different methods. One is the syringe inoculation method, second one is the spray method. Both have helpful in inducing the symptoms under laboratory conditions, and this is a very good study for the further for the PhD students to take forward this experiment under laboratory conditions. And when we have isolated 9 endophytes from the rice ecosystem, and which among which we have identified 3 endophytes which successfully reduce the mycelial growth of this Sclerotinia virus under laboratory condition. This experiment is still under progress, so this has to be taken forward for the field condition study. And finally, we have developed a chemical management technology, that is the fungicide as a combination of azoxystrobin plus propiconazole combination spraying at head boot leaf stage and 15 days after later, which gives maximum disease reduction of 4%, and it has given more yield of rice with the highest benefit ratio for the farmers growing community of 2.3 ratio. This is the outcome of study. And way forward is the biology of the false mud fungus has been not yet fully explored. This work has to be intensified in future. And the exploitation of biocontrol agents for the, since this is our summit, is a GoGreen Summit, we have to live with the green environment. So we need to use in future for the biocontrol agent for the management of this disease, not only rice false mud disease, for any disease. So the study on exploitation of biocontrol agents against rice false mud is to be intensified, and exploring the effect of endophytes against rice has to be studied, and developing a commercial. So far, there is no commercial formulation, bioformulations are available for mitigating the threatening pathogen like false mud under field conditions. This has to be studied extensively. And with this, thank you for giving me the opportunity, and thank you. If any queries, I'm ready to answer, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kalpana, for the interesting and amazing presentation. I open the platform for the questions from any of the audience. Okay, I think I have just a question. Is there any method for early detection of this disease, the disease that you mentioned just now for the rice? Is there an early detection for it?
Early detection, we can do it, sir. During heading stage, we can collect the samples, and we need to go for polymerase chain reaction only. If the pathogen present, we can. But that also, it's too late if you take the symptom, because this disease mainly spread in 2 ways. One is through airborne chlamydospores. Second one is soil-borne soil-borne sclerotia. So the pathogen already it gets entry. There are 2 different ways actually they are climbing the study, whether the pathogen get entry through the embryo or it get entry through the roots and systematically express the inside the crop, and when the egret forms it expresses, that has to be confirmed, sir. But early detection is possible, but if so we collect the sample during heading stage, it's also very difficult to control. So we are giving forecasting to the farmers once because the disease we observed last year, definitely go prior prophylactic spraying of the fungicide during heading stage and late 15 days later. This is the practice we are telling the farmer to avoid. So mainly this disease occurs under field condition whenever the rain coincides during heading stage. That is the main factor which increases the disease with the low temperature.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Thank you.
Right. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay.
ma'am. Next, I would like to welcome our next presenter, Nurul Asquin Binti Ramli, on a topic of local community attitudes towards mangrove forest conservation. Ms. Nurul, you're on mute. Kindly unmute and speak, please.
I'm sorry. Hello, and thank you for the to the panel and all of you. So I'm Nurul Ashkin Binti Ramli from UTM Skudai, Malaysia. So today I'm going to present a bit about my research topic, which is on attitudes towards mangrove conservation among local community. So this is just a view on this presentation. So I'll go next, which is the introduction about the mangrove itself, which is we're talking about the climate change, combating the climate change, which we have mangrove, which is the greatest potential in combating climate change, which is it is the component of the blue carbon ecosystem, which is the blue carbon initiative, focusing on mitigating climate change by conserving and restoring coastal and marine ecosystem, which is one of it is mangrove. So mangrove can absorb 8 times more carbon dioxide, as we know, than the other ecosystem on the planet. So it acts as a big carbon storage house for consuming a large amount of carbon dioxide. So that's the point of view on the importance of mangrove in this era. We try to combat climate change. So this is about the mangrove degradation, which is it remains a significant environmental issue with substantial implication for biodiversity, coastal protection, and climate change mitigation. So as we see here, the graph shows that from 1990 to 2020 shows the degradation of the mangrove in South and Southeast Asia. So Southeast Asia shows the most significant mangrove loss, accounting about 50% of the global decline, which is 20% of it critically endangered. So from this report, Indonesia reported an average annual loss of 6,800 acres, which increased to 21,100 acres per year from 2010 to 2020. So this is a global assessment by International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, in 2024, which is they found that 50% of the world mangrove ecosystem are risk of collapse. So it shows that the mangrove are the vital coastal protection. It reduces flood risk and preventing economic loss and natural disaster. And then next, so for this, my research objective is to examine the relationship between attitude of intention of mangrove conservation behavior among the local community. So why I choose to see the attitude of mangrove conservation towards the intention of mangrove conservation behavior is because we already have all the policy on protecting mangrove, conserving mangrove. We already have all the NGOs protecting, replanting mangrove. So we miss one part of protecting mangrove, which is on the psychological part, which is very important in predicting the behavior of local community towards mangrove conservation. So in the literature review part, it is to strengthen the local capacity to manage mangrove, which have the full adoption of community-based mangrove management method was required. So we already have the community-based mangrove management. So in the community mangrove management itself has the psychological part, which is we see the psychological factor that affect or give the impact to the people to act toward mangrove conservation. So this is to understanding and assessing local community behavior, so towards the conservation itself. So on this slide, you see that it is on conservation psychology, which is two main objective, which is one is to promote the conservation, which is we study of the earth and what can be done to protect it is not a specialty area within psychology, but this is the emerging field for the scientists and researchers and all discipline of practitioner from all discipline to come to take this as a new step towards conserving our mangrove. So this network aims to understand why people harm or benefit from the environment, and we understand how such that behavior began and what we can do to protect it or what we can do to alter it. So the second objective is the solution to environmental issue. So this is one of the objectives of conservation psychology, which is we understand how they act in the face of environmental degradation. What I'm saying is I'm focusing on the local community who live nearby the mangrove forest, because this is the people who receive the impact first if we lost our mangrove. This is the people who depends on their mangrove to live. So the local community that live nearby the mangrove forest is the people that we should understand, and we should predict their behavior, and we should design the mangrove management for them to us as a scientist or practitioner to help the local community to act towards mangrove conservation. So this psychological research is required. It is to understand human better and promote human well-being. So as we see, the relationship between attitude and intention is, I list it from these main point, which is the theoretical framework, the empirical studies, and the practical implication. So in the theoretical framework, we have two framework. I mean that we have two theory. We have two theory that well researched in environmental psychology and behavioral study that say that the relationship between attitude and intention in conservation. So the theory of planned behavior and the value belief BBN norm theory. So this is the individuals who hold a strong biostrict value that towards a positive attitude towards environmental protection, and it can enhance the intention to engage in conservation activities. So the next is the empirical studies, which we have the role of attitude in the influence of awareness and knowledge and the mediating factors. So in the role of environmental attitude is they found that the positive environmental attitude significantly predict the conservation intention. So they concluded that the intention are strong determinant by whether individuals intend to participate in conservation activities or not. So in the influence awareness of knowledge, it shows that the positive attitude can enhance the intention towards conservation, thereby increasing the intention to act. And mediating factors, such as the other factors that mediate the intention from attitude to intention, which such, for example, we have perceived behavior control, social norm, personal norm, and so that this positive attitude towards conservation were important. And lastly is
Ms.
the
Nurul, so sorry to interrupt you. Kindly try to wind up your session, please.
okay. Practical implication, which we have education awareness, community involvement, and policy intervention. So this is one of the framework that well researched, which is from the theory of planned behavior. So I jump to my research for this relationship between attitude and intention. So I choose the research area situated near the Kuala Selangor River, which is they have mangrove coverage in the area that has the issue of degradation. And my respondent is from the local community living nearby mangrove forest itself, which is the Kampung Tanjung Keramat. And so using the analysis, which is I use linear regression analysis to show how the attitude influence local community intention to mangrove conservation. So this is the result. So this is the result of my research, which it shows that this study direction has it shows that the relationship between attitude and intention has a significant and positive relationship, which shows that the intention itself impact the attitude impact the intention towards mangrove conservation behavior. So as a conclusion, this study's direction will aid in addressing the major issue related to factors that influence conservation behavior, as well as providing a better understanding of local community intention and behavior towards conservation. So this study demonstrates the importance of community empowerment in encouraging the local community to save the environment. So as the discussion, we can say that they can garner strong support from the local community for long-term management of mangrove conservation, which the communities are willing itself to be part of the solution and willing to take on conservation responsibility. So that's all for my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nurul Ashikin, for the interesting presentation. Actually, the results are well presented. The methodology is really crucial for Malaysia. From your point of view, can you give an example for the behavior of the local community that affect the mangrove forest? Just one example.
Okay, for example, I just take at my research area. It shows that the community have a positive attitude toward towards mangrove conservation. But why this area shows that has a high degradation, it still have issue because of what they said that there are no place that for the community to report or something negative happened in their mangrove, or no action taken after they report it. So,
okay.
So on this thing, it shows that the policy itself, the empowerment, the enforcement from our policy must together with the community to make this thing happen.
Needs to be improved. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Nurul Ashikin.
Thank you,
sir. All the best for you.
Thank
and
you.
for all the presenters. So can we call the next presenter?
Yes, sir. Our next presenter is Dr. Leena Singh on a topic of challenges of climate change and its impact on environment.
Yes, ma'am, I am visible. So, yeah, good afternoon to everyone from our
Good
end.
afternoon.
So I am from Delhi, India. So I would like to share my screen. Just I'm sharing my screen. Is my screen visible, ma'am? Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Now it's visible, ma'am.
Okay.
Can you
So,
keep in the slideshow, please?
yeah, just let me check out. The slideshow mode. Could you tell me that the Zoom is the new thing? I generally do it from Google Meet. So what should I just press on?
Click on
Or-
slideshow, ma'am. At the tab, you could see, right, home insert design.
Hmm?
On that slideshow, you could see, like, beside the animations.
Just give me a minute. Give me 1 second, okay?
Yes, ma'am, please. Yes, ma'am. Now it's in the presentation mode. You can start with your presentation, please.
Okay.
Thank
A
you.
very good afternoon to everyone, all the dignitaries and the participants. So my presentation today is on challenges of climate change and its impact on environment. And basically, I would be taking the impact on the extreme weather events and its impact on children. So my focus will be the impacts of climate change on children. So next, I'm just moving to my next slide. I'm not able to move now. Yeah. Okay. So I'll begin with the quote of Mahatma Gandhi that earth provides enough to satisfy every man's need and man's greed, but not man's greed. So climate crisis is one of such greeds of man. The burnt is going to be faced by our future generation, our children. UNICEF has also quoted that there may be no greater the growing threat facing the world's child, their children, than the climate change. So here the data which I have used is normally of, it is a review study. So the data has been used from UNICEF and WHO. So it is divided in two parts. First part, I'll be telling about the climate change, and the next part will be related to its impact on children. So if we say what is a climate change, we all know that climate change is happening, and the scientists believe that yes, climate change is real. Some of the scientists are skeptical in this acceptance, but still we think that yes, climate change is happening and it is real. So and there is a difference between a climate and a weather. So day to day changes our weather. But if you have a compiled data of 30, 40 or 50 years, so we can say that the climate change. And now we have that much of data. So we can say the things which are happening are due to climate change. So we can see that how the global warming, we are causing global warming. So we can check out that the rising tropopause is rising. The level due to thermal expansion, the rise of tropopause is already, it has extended to 2 to 3 kilometers. So we can see that less heat is able to escape out, shrinking up of the upper atmosphere. If tropopause will rise, but obvious the upper atmosphere will shrink. Winter warming faster than summer, less oxygen in the air, more heat return to the earth, most fossil fuel in the carbon in the trees, and more fossil fuel in the coal, and more fossil fuel in the ocean. So this is definitely, this could be a change in how is due to climate change. So here you can see a picture which has been clicked by the NASA, and we can see the difference between both the picture. So in 2010, June 26, 2010, the picture was clicked and a huge iceberg broke off the glacier. The picture on the right was taken on August 13, just I think 1 or 1.5 month later. And it was stated that the warmer water below the floating ice and at the sea surface were probably caused due to were the reason for the break. So the Earth scientists basically say that yes, Earth climate is always changing, and there has been times when Earth climate has been warmer than it is now, and there have been times when it was cooler. The time can last 1,000 or million of years, but people who study Earth says that the Earth climate is getting warmer. Earth temperatures have gone up about 1 degree centigrade in the last 100 years. And this may not seem like much, but small changes in Earth temperature can have a big effect. So this is a very beautifully depicted by a photograph where we can see that all the weather events, the topic of my presentation, that the challenges which we are facing through the climate change on our environment. So the forest fire, you can see the cyclones, you can see the sea level rise, we can see the desertification, we can see extreme heat, we can see. So it has been depicted through this picture, and we can say that yes, climate change is real because the glaciers are shrinking, the sea level is rising, and weather has become more extreme. Either it is hot or cold, or we are receiving extreme rainfall, and this is due to the increased concentration of the greenhouse gases, and which is due to anthropogenic activity, man-made activity. So yes, this is the impact of climate change. So next we come to the climate crisis. Again, it has been shown beautifully the extreme weather events, and that we human beings are able to just see, and we are not able to do anything to just see how we can combat or mitigate these extreme weather events. So here I would like to share data. In 2018, the concentration of greenhouse gases was the highest in 3 million years at 407.8 parts per million, which now in the current data says that it is 450 part per million, and it should remain 350. So we have to generally reduce it to 100 part per million, and that seems to be a difficult task. 80% of this carbon dioxide has a very long life in the atmosphere. So if we are going to reduce the concentration today, so the impact the effect which will be, we will be observing, it would take at least 10 to 20 years to see the impact that yes, the emissions has been reduced and we are able to mitigate the climate change effects. So this has caused to Earth a heat of 1.1 degrees Celsius since pre-industrial time, and 2019 was second warmest year ever, 2019 warm. So, by the various CO2 emissions, energy sector, electricity and heat production. The next is the agriculture. The next is the industry, then transportation, then other energy sources and the building. So power sector at 35% accounted for the highest emission, industry 21%, transport sector, already I have explained, so I'll move to next slide. So this you can see, this is a very well predicted model which has been given by the Center of Science and Environment. Here you can see that on the y-axis we can tell we can just see the billion tons of CO2 released per year, and the x is the year it is there. And if we take it as a model for 2010, if we
Dr. Leena Singh, I request you to conclude your session, please.
Year, and if we compare the data with that, yes, ma'am.
Kindly
the carbon dioxide emission. Yeah, I'm coming to conclusion only, ma'am. So I'll just come to, so these are the tipping times. So we will come to the climate crisis and the children. So just I will like to that 3.3 billion children are throughout the world which are facing the burnt of the climate change, and this slide tells us about that how the environmental impact of climate change, like increase in the sea level rise, melting ice, thermal expansion, drought, heat waves, storm, flooding, wildfires, desertifications has the impact on the children, both the exposure risks and the physiological risks. So the impacts on child are heat stress, food insecurity, undernutrition, malnutrition, lack of clean water, storm-related injury, ozone-related, erosion-related changing pattern, disease, diarrheal diseases, waterborne and water-induced diseases like malaria, dengue, chikungunya, etc. So this is again a very well depicted slide which tells us about the blue boxes, tells us about the climate change. The pink boxes tells us about the changes in the physical environment. The square blue boxes tells about the social and economic changes, and the rectangular boxes shows about the impact of children. So just I will give one example, like sea level rise can lead to salt water intrusion into the fresh water, which is a physical environmental condition, and this can lead to vector borne diseases, which has its impact of causing dengue and malaria on the children. And we can see that the social changes can be loss of livelihood, loss of food insecurity. So all the climate change events, whether it is sea level rise, heavy precipitation, temperature increase, or heat wave or extreme weather event, has many physical changes in the physical environment, and which is leading to change in the social and economic changes, and it is going to affect the climate change. And this is a very good model presented by Harvard teaching school of Harvard University, that if we take a period of 2019 to 2037, the 4 stages of the of prenatal, infancy, childhood, and adolescence, we can check that how the children are affected at prenatal, infancy, childhood, and adolescence age. So these are already explained. So finally, I would like to conclude that yes, climate change is real, it is happening, and we have to see that how we can mitigate the impact of children, basically on the impact on our children. So thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Leena, for the outstanding presentation. This is a very crucial topic. And can you just explain briefly in few words the effect of weather changes on mental health of children?
Yes, sir. Definitely, the effect of weather changes. If we check out that, if we take a see the current weather events which are happening, whether it is due to the weather changes that are be extreme. If we check out in Delhi only, you can see that the extreme heat we have observed, and now it is that the rain is also, it is predicted that it will be the extreme only, and the burnt is faced by basically the children, and basically the poor children who lack, basically who do not have that much of resources, or they are impacted by the movement which their parents need to take. So if the there are many things that's a psychological impact. So it will be their livelihood is gone, and
Yeah.
that affects on their dropouts. They are not able to go to the schools, and then they
Yeah.
have to move
Yeah.
from one place to another. So there are many impacts, and that lead definitely not only the physical impacts but also the psychological impacts.
Yeah. So we can say psychological stress. I mean.
Yeah,
Yeah.
psychological stress.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks a lot, and hope you all the best for this interesting topic. And so, can we have any question from other audience, or we move to the next presenter?
Oh, I guess there are no questions from the participants, sir.
Okay.
So our next participant will be Miss Sara Parvin Banu. I guess Miss Sara is not in our line. Next, I would like to call upon. Just a moment, sir. Next, I would like to call upon Bright Ankudzi on a topic of tackling sustainability issue in green synthesis of silver nanoparticles for nanomedicine application, the case of Cyprus esculentus as a reductant source.
Is my slide removed, ma'am? Just please help me out.
Not yet, ma'am. Just give me a moment. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay.
Is there any issue, sir?
Yes. I just. Okay. So I'm presenting on a tackling sustainability issue on green synthesis of silver nanoparticles for nanomedicine application. The case of Cyperus esculentus as reductant source. We know that everybody is going green, and in the field of nanomedicine, it is no exception, because nanoparticles prepared by green approach is relatively safe, it is cost effective, and environmentally friendly than conventional nanoparticles. But there is a challenge in the field of nanoscience, especially when we are preparing nanoparticle by green synthesis approach. The challenge is that for every synthesis, you need a fresh bioresource. And this can lead to a depletion of scarce biomaterials. So we have to adopt strategies that will help us to minimize the heavy dependence of bio resources. So our approach is to come up with a way that we can make the green synthesis approach very sustainable to decrease the heavy dependence of biomaterials. So we design our approach. So we try to use Cyperus esculentus and investigate whether we can use it repeatedly so that we will avoid the heavy dependence of bioresource. So we got our Cyperus esculentus and we soak it in water followed by filtration, and we obtain an extract. And using the extract, we added silver nitrate, and then we got our silver nanoparticles. And then we tried to use the Cyperus esculentus we used earlier on repeatedly. So we were able to repeat the use of this Cyperus esculentus, and we got different fraction. We were able to use it about 6 times. And this is a very good thing because we did not to go for fresh bioresource. We could reuse this nanoparticles several times to prepare different batches of nanoparticle. And this approach is very sustainable and reduce the heavy dependence on biomaterial. So next, we tried to investigate this particle that we prepared and apply it in the field of nanomedicine to see the efficacy compared to other uh, methods of preparing these particles. So we first studied the plasmonic absorbance of the nanoparticle, and we saw the plasmonic absorbance around 440 nanometers. We also look at the sizes of the particles that we prepared, and most of them were quasi spherical in shape. We also looked determined the
Please those who is opening the mic, please mute.
we determined the SRD patterns of the nanoparticles that we prepared, and they were face-centered cubic structure. Also, we measured the FTIR. FTIR spectrum of the nanoparticles to see the phytochemicals that are adsorbed on the surface of this particle. Then next, we studied the antimicrobial properties of these particles. We tested the particles that we prepared against E. coli, K. pneumoniae, MRSA, S. mutant, B. subtilis, S. typhi, and other microorganisms. And we found out that all the microorganisms died upon exposure to the particle that we prepared, telling us that the particles are bactericidal and could inhibit the growth of microorganisms. We also look at the antioxidant properties of the particles, that is the ability of these particles to scavenge free radicals. We know that free radicals are very detrimental to the body because they can cause cancer and other disease. And we realized that the particle that we prepared could scavenge ABTS and DPPH free radicals. For the ABTS, the IC50 value is 0.426, and then DPPH free radical is around 5 milligram per ml. And also, we studied the cytotoxicity properties of the nanoparticles that we prepared using this sustainable approach. And against a prostate cancer cell, we realized that as the concentration increased, the cell viability decreased with an IC50 value of 60 microgram per ml. So in conclusion, we saw that we could actually use this Hyperus esculentus to prepare several nanoparticles multiple times without needing fresh bioresource for every synthesis cycle, which is detrimental to the environment and the entire green synthesis approach. So using our approach and using the Cyperus esculentus, we can strike out a sustainable way of preparing several nanoparticles for application in the field of nanomedicine. And also, we showed that if we prepare the particles this way, it also exhibits great antimicrobial, antioxidant, synergistic, and cytotoxicity properties. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bright. That's very remarkable results, actually. And okay, is there any question from the audience? Any questions so far? Yeah. So, okay, Ms. Roshini, there is no question from the audience.
Okay, sir.
Can we move
Shall
to?
we move to the next participant, sir, then?
Okay.
Okay, sir. Our next presenter is Mr. Jeet Sengupta on the topic of nanotechnology in wastewater treatment. Jeet Sengupta, you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, it's visible.
So, just a minute. So, good afternoon, all. Now I am going to give a brief presentation on the utilization of green nanotechnology in wastewater treatment. So what are the major concerns of wastewater treatment in India? As it's quite visible from the given picture that India has been facing significant challenges in terms of wastewater treatment due to rapid urbanization, industrialization, and huge population explosion. So effective wastewater treatment has become a crucial environmental concern for sustainability, public health, and economic development of the country as a whole. Now, wastewater treatment has become a holistic approach and a critical concern in India, largely due to its impact in environmental health, public health, water resource sustainability, and economic development of the country. As we can see that India's water demand, as it has been projected here, has been twice the available supply of the water. And if this condition continues, then it is expected that in India, at least 2 lakh of people are going to die every year due to lack of access to safe drinking water, not only for the drinking purpose, but also for various other uses. So addressing the challenges requires a multifaceted approach that involves investment in terms of infrastructure, advanced technologies, public awareness, and robust policies in frameworks. And by prioritizing the wastewater treatment, India can only ensure a sustainable development and improve the quality of life. Water contamination has been a remarkable problem in India due to a variety of factors. And the key reasons of concern that mostly encounter environmental impact, ecosystem degradation, outbreak of diseases, water scarcity, and economic impacts. Groundwater, which is account for more than 60% of India's irrigation resources, even has been found to be over extracted and overused, and also it is heavily polluted due to by various radioactive waste, solid waste, as well as many different sludge and sewage from industries, factories, and various other sectors. So as we can see from here, river that has been the major lifeline of India's population, India being a riverine country, that how the river has been getting polluted over the years, and major rivers of India have been found to face numerous tragic conditions due to a combined effect of pollution, over extraction, climate change, and mismanagement of resources. And a basic concern of this include the lack of public awareness and insufficient public funding, and also from the government. Some of the major green technologies that have been developed in terms of wastewater treatment include the green production of various nanoparticles. This can be utilized from microbial culture-based bioremediation, fungi-associated bioremediation, protozoa-mediated bioremediation, and bacteria-mediated bioremediation for a clean and green environmental goal. The various approaches of wastewater treatment mostly include the removal of pathogen, heavy metal, organic pollutant that is present in the water in the form of persistent organic pollutants, and also from the various solid waste that are getting mixed up with the water that is utilized for drinking purpose as well as for other purposes. And also some emerging contaminant removal processes should be followed. As we can see from here that the biosynthesis of various nanoparticles by the microbes, including bacteria, fungi, various forms of algae, that has varied biomedical applications in the form of antimicrobials, diagnostics, and drug delivery. Also, they are provided with anti-cancer properties. So the technologies that can be utilized for this aspect include enzyme nanotechnology, membranes and metal organic framework, utilization of carbon nanostructures, and microbes assisted nanotechnology that has been growing over the years for remediation of industrial wastewater to get less polluted and reusable water that can be utilized for various purposes. So the major pollution sources include the pollution of air, soil, and water from various heavy metals, persistent organic pollutants, and many different sorts of pathogens that are present in the environment. So the bioremediation of these contaminants can be done through the production of nanoparticles, and also that air pollution can be prevented with the help of fullerenes, silica-based materials, graphene, graphite oxides, and carbon-mediated nanotubes. The water remediation, wastewater remediation can be achieved through the utilization of silver, iron, gold nanoparticles, which are produced by many different types of microbes. The different stages for the production of microbial nanoparticle include culturing of the microbe, that is the desired microorganism that is targeted for production of the desired nanoparticle, which is incubated, and the reduction stage is followed by reduction of metal, that the metal can be reduced from its contaminated state to the less contaminated state or to the ground state in order to remedy it from the nature. Harvesting and purification is done, and the nanoparticle is ultimately purified from the solution of cell debris and many different microbes, and it is characterized through transmission electron microscopy, UV spectroscopy, X-ray diffraction, and to analyze their size, shape, structure, and further applications. So these are the different techniques by which the different type of nanoparticles can be utilized for bioremediation purposes. The enzymes, proteins, amino acids, polysaccharides, and different types of biomolecules that are present inside the microbes are utilized for reduction of the metal ions into metal atom. Nucleation is the stage in which these metal atoms are getting accumulated to form a nucleus type of structure, which is followed by growth and capping of the structure, and these fully capped structures can be utilized as nanoparticles. This can be used for the purpose of remediation of environmental pollutants, also can be utilized for the removal of many different pathogens from wastewater. This is a setup for removal of different type of pathogens and contaminants from the wastewater. The bioreactor that have been used is an anaerobic sludge reactor, which is a continuously stirred tank reactor. As we can see that there is a constant inflow and outflow. The inflow mostly comprises of the sludge that also contain the different types of microbes. The microbial community, that is a diverse community of anaerobic microbes that are able to remove the desired metal. Here tellurium has been used. So tellurium in the +4 state is a contaminant. If it is reduced to the TE0 state or the ground state, then this is immune from any kind of pathogens or any kind of contaminant. So this is done with the help of the different type of anaerobic microbes that have been used in this sludge digester, and ultimately the TE0 nanoparticle is released along with the clean water, which can be reused and utilized for many different purposes. These are the different type of microbes that have been utilized for production of the different type of nanoparticles according to the applications, and most of the microbes like Pseudomonas bacillus, Chivanella, these are the bacteria and they are anaerobic in nature. The fungi that are utilized are Aspergillus and Fusarium followed by the mold Penicillium, some algae, Chlorella spirulina, and the yeast Saccharomyces cerevisiae. And they are utilized mostly for the production of metal nanoparticles, as we can see, silver, gold, iron, titanium nanoparticles, some oxide nanoparticles like zinc oxide nanoparticles and iron oxide nanoparticles. They meet up a varieties of applications, and mostly they're antimicrobial, and also they help in the degradation of organic pollutants, that is removal of persistent organic pollutants from the sewage water or the wastewater. And it can be utilized for the removal of heavy metal and detergent from the wastewater, which is again beneficial for contaminant removal and also removes various pathogens from the wastewater. And for this purpose, various system parameters has to be followed, and it has to be optimized in order to improve and enhance the production of microbial nanoparticles. These includes the various biological system parameters in which certain enzymes has to be overexpressed, mostly that are reductases and oxidases that are involved in the oxido-reduction reaction of the various metals, enhancing the secretion of the reducing agents by the microbes. These are included under biological system parameters. Synthetic process parameters involve the optimization of metal precursor concentration and biomass concentration, also the reaction time. Finally, the environmental condition include the incubation time, temperature, pH, aeration, and mixing ratio, and also the different shape and size, that is the morphology of the nanoparticles, can be controlled by optimization of all these parameters. And this helps in reducing and modifying the surface area of the nanoparticles so that a major part of the nanoparticle can come in contact with the desired contaminant or the pathogen for removal of that from wastewater. Most of the countries that have started
sorry to interrupt
utilizing
you,
this
Mr. Jeet.
microbial.
Can you try to conclude, please?
Yes, sir. I've almost reached the concluding part. So the countries that have been found to utilize these microbial nanoparticles in wastewater treatment till now are United States, China, India, Australia, Canada, South Korea, Japan, and many countries of the European Union. So this is a mechanism by which a nanoparticle can help to remove pathogens from the wastewater. Here the zinc oxide nanoparticle examples have been taken. The three mechanisms that we can see mostly include the formation of reactive oxygen species, dissociation of the membrane lipids, and a direct contact of these nanoparticles with the various proteins and lipids portions of the pathogens, which helps in the leakage of the internal contents of the cell, thus leading to the destruction of the microbe, that is the pathogen organism as a whole. So this type of nanoparticles utilization is also eco-friendly and utilized for water purification technique. The key benefits include enhanced efficiency, sustainability, and versatility. So the major goals that have been found to have reached through the utilization of microbial nanoparticles include environmental sustainability, as we can see that these nanoparticles can be reused and recycled and utilized for various other purposes once after usage. Water resource protection, that can be utilized by removal of many harmful pathogens and contaminants from the water. This also safeguards the human health and follows economic benefits and mitigation of climatic changes associated with the persistent organic pollutants and various inorganic pollutants in the form of pesticides, herbicides, weedicides, and all. Okay. So now I'd like to conclude my presentation, and there are some of the conclusions by experts in this type of fields. And okay, thank you for the presentation.
All right, Mr. Jeet, thanks for the outstanding presentation. Actually, your approach was commendable. So we can notice that nanotechnology is have a great role in the removal of contaminants from wastewater, including heavy metals, organic pollutants, and also the pathogens. It enhanced the absorption, it improved the filtration, also improved to enhance some targeted removals. Thanks a lot. And if there's any question from the audience, we can take it. All right, so let's move to the next presenter, Ms. Roshini.
Yes, sir. Our next presentation is by Rupkata Das on the topic of hydroponics, thriving without soil.
Okay, exploring the potential of hydroponics. Yes.
Is
All right.
it visible or not?
Yes, your screen is visible, Ms. Rupkata. Kindly start with your presentation.
Thank you. So today I'm going to present about the topic of hydroponics, which is also known as the future of sustainable agriculture. What is hydroponics? To put it in simple words, it is a method of growing plants without soil. And instead of soil, we are using a solution of various nutrients, which we simply mix in the water to make the nutrient solution, which is the sole source of, which will be the sole source of minerals for the plants in the hydroponics. So this innovative approach has several advantages being a farming method, as hydroponics require very less resources and also less space. Therefore, it can serve as a very crucial method for the farming in the future, as we can see that due to urbanization, we are observing very less space available, and also for the growing population. So how does hydroponic works? So how does it work? So basically, as we have discussed before, it is a method of growing plants in nutrient-rich solution. Therefore, the setup is a bit different from plants growing on soil. To make the system work, the key elements that we require for the setup is the nutrient solution, which serves as the nutrient supply for the plants. And the nutrient supply is very important for their health and the growth and development of the plant. Then the next is the root support, that as the soil is not present, because when we are normally we can see that soil acts as a anchoring material for the plants. Therefore, in hydroponics, we are using some inert materials like rock wool, perlite, etc. as a root support, so that the plant has something to hold on to. And next is the proper oxygenation that we can ensure by using a air pump, or if we can flow the water over continuously make the water move over the roots, then also the oxygenation can be ensured. And lastly, a controlled environment within the with the optimum conditions, for example, the pH, temperature, etc., and other conditions. So that these conditions helps to ensure the maximum growth of the plants. So now moving on to some types of systems, hydroponic systems that we commonly use. We have NFT, DWC, and EBB and flow technique. So first we have NFT, or also known as the nutrient film technique. So in this setup, the plants are placed in a sloping channels or trays, allowing the nutrient solution to flow over the roots. So and we also use a water pump. So this water pump helps to pump the water to the higher end of the sloping channel, and from there it flows to the other end due to the sloping and that's again it comes back to the reservoir. So that's how the movement of the water is done. And due to this movement of the water, the oxygenation is also ensured. And then the next we have DWC or deep water cultivation technique. In this system, the plant roots are kept submerged in the reservoir filled with nutrient solution, allowing constant access of water and nutrients. The oxygenation is also achieved by setting up a air pump in the reservoir. And finally, we have the EBB and flow, also known as the flow and drain technique. In this system, the roots are flooded with the nutrient solution, and after a period of time the water is drained back into the reservoir in a periodic manner, ensuring proper oxygenation and also nutrient and water access periodically. So these are the three techniques that are, or systems that are most commonly used for hydroponics. Now, next we have the nutrient management in hydroponics. So the nutrient management for the nutrient solution in hydroponics is very crucial for the health and growth of the plants, since they rely entirely on the nutrient solution provided. Therefore, it needs a balanced nutrient solution containing all the macronutrients like potassium, calcium, etc., and also the micronutrients like the iron, zinc, etc. And also the pH of the nutrient solution is also important as a very important factor for the plant health and development for the hydroponics. Therefore, it should be maintained between the range of across the range of 5.5 to 6.5 for healthy plant growth. So this is about the nutrient management in hydroponics. And moving on to the next slide, we have some benefits about it. So firstly, it is low maintenance because we don't need to water it daily or give any extra fertilizers and pesticides. It also gives high yields because in hydroponics, we can observe that plants can absorb nutrients directly from water and in more amount. Therefore, the absorption is very efficient, ensuring a higher yield. So that is about the higher yield. And then we have better quality control of nutrients and growing conditions, as we can always change the amount of nutrients to be supplied in the nutrient solution to the plants, and we can also change or customize the pH and other condition to ensure maximum growth of plant or the required growth of plant as we need. So the next benefit we have the size efficiency, as the setup can be stacked one after the another in a vertical way, which we can't do in while farming on land. So it is very useful when in a urban setup. That's why that's why it is used as a very crucial technique for urban setups. As the method of farming requires no fertilizers or pesticides and also very minimum water, as the water gets cycled, therefore it creates a inner or a lesser impact on the environment. And finally, we can maintain the temperature and other physical conditions so that we can get a year-round production, regardless of the seasons. So moving on to the next slide, here are some applications of hydroponics. Hydroponics can be applied in various areas like, for example, outer space agriculture, where it provides a soilless method to grow plants even in zero gravity. Then we have in urban, then we have for urban farming, as because we can set up in any type of places, for example, in buildings or in rooms, or even we can set up in underground. The only thing we need is the nutrient solution, proper oxygenation, and also a light source. So therefore, it is very useful for urban farming. It is also used for research and research and education, as we can perform controlled experiments and studies on the plant growth and development, as hobby and home gardening, because hydroponics is very low maintenance and easy to set up. And finally, for food production in adverse conditions. For example, if we can't find, if there is a lack of fertile land or something happened like that, then we can set up hydroponics, which only needs very less amount of resources. Therefore, it is very useful for such conditions. Now, to conclude, these are some of the future prospects of hydroponics and the significant role it can play in various sectors. Like in vertical farming in urban areas, as urbanization is happening very quickly everywhere, we can observe that. So So we can set up this type of farming in anywhere like buildings, etc. So we don't need any large land or soil lands for this type of farming. Then next we have for nutraceutical and pharmaceutical production, because hydroponics plants absorb a lot more nutrients than normal soil plants. Therefore, the increased nutritional value is and due to this increased nutritional value, these plants or hydroponics plants are being used for pharmaceutical or nutraceutical products. And it also creates job and economic opportunities by increasing the market or growing the market. And finally, for controlled environmental agriculture, in this type of agriculture, we use, for example, we use an isolated room. As we were discussing before, that hydroponics can get we can get a year-round supply or year-round growth for hydroponics. So by using this controlled environmental agriculture, we can ensure the suitable conditions, we can ensure or manage the suitable conditions for such year-round growth. So next, this is what I am working with. So it's not been long.
Allow me to disturb you,
Yes.
Ms. Rukatha. Can you conclude? Can you conclude,
Yes,
please?
I'm just concluding. This is
Okay.
the second last slide. So this is my hydroponic setup progress. So we started with germinating the seeds until it grew some roots. Then we transferred it to this net pots with the inert root support material submerged in the nutrient solution that we will be using. And then finally, after 1 or 1.5 months, we finally shifted them to this actual setup, which is an NFT kind of setup. We have a water pump here. So this is what we are standing with. And finally, I would like to say that hydroponics is a very important method for the near future, as we can observe the urbanization and the decreasing space and increasing population. That's why it is very important for the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the great presentation on hydroponics. Actually, your work shows how the amazing potential of soil-free farming, we can say,
Yes,
for growing various plants like herbs, vegetables, and fruits. And actually, one of my ex-students, she has done her final year project on hydroponics. So I'm really interested in this topic as well.
Yes, sir.
So far I don't have any question, but I would like to know what is the most successful plant that can be cultivated with hydroponics.
Sir, I've just started, so we were doing some test about it. So I have seen that wheat can be wheat. I have observed some cereals like wheat, and then we have fenugreek growing very well when they are kept in the net pots and the second stage. So that's it. We have not really gone to that stage to say much about it, but yes, wheat is very good.
Okay, amazing. Thank
Thank
you
you,
so
sir.
much. And all the best to you in your research.
Thank you, sir.
So if there is any question from the audience, any other question?
Yes, myself, Dr. Kiran Kuli.
Okay,
Yes,
Dr. Kiran, yes.
And I have one doubt, Rupta. Can you tell me why you have clearly told everything about the hydroponics cultivation and everything. So here we need to know one thing. Every farmer
Yes,
need to
sir.
know one thing. If anyone going for how the pH changes and how we can maintain the pH. I want to know if
About the
you can
pH
clear me.
change. So we have not
You got my question?
Sir, can you repeat once again? There was some technical issues, that's it.
Okay, actually, what I am asking, if you are going to going for a hydroponics,
Yes, sir.
here we need to maintain the nutrient solution as well as the pH.
Yes, sir.
if anything alters here, the whole production will be spoiled. We can't
Yes,
get
sir.
anything. So how we can maintain the pH?
So recently I have been researching about it. So if the pH changes towards the acidic, then we can mix some baking soda, like baking soda to 3 gallon of solution. And if towards the alkaline, then we can use vinegar per 4 gallon. So that's how we can maintain the pH.
Okay. I can tell you one thing. If pH increases, then one simple thing, homemade thing, how can we manage?
If the pH increases,
It is available. It is available
baking
in
soda, sir.
everybody home.
Baking soda.
Baking soda, as well as you can add aspirin also. It
Oh,
will
okay,
be
okay.
easy. For 1 gallon water, if you add one aspirin
Yes,
tablet,
sir.
then
Yes,
it
yes.
will clear. It will bring the pH to up to 6.
Yes, sir.
So it is a easy thing because hydroponics nowadays it is getting popular in
Yes, sir.
everywhere. So households, they are mainly growing small scale hydroponics. So if you are suggesting, I think you did your research and everything in that one. If anyone wants to grow in their homes, you can simply advise them to go for hydroponics and do the things which are available in their homes only. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Very nice presentation.
Thank you, sir. So have I stopped presenting or not? I can't understand.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rupkata Das. Now, our next presenter of a day is Paulami Mazzi on a topic of isolation and identification of microscopic phytoplanktons. From now on, our session chair will be Dr. Kiran Pillai. Thank you, Dr. Mohammed, for joining us today.
Okay, most welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Is my slide is visible?
Yes, your slide is visible.
Okay. Good afternoon. I am Paulomi Maji from Sister Nivedita University, India. Today I am going to talking about isolation and identification of microscopic phytoplanktons from local freshwater pond. So we know that freshwater pond is a very good
So
source
sorry
of
to interrupt you,
microorganisms.
Ms. Paulami.
Yes.
Your PPT is in slide mode. Kindly convert it into presentation mode.
Is this showing now?
Just give us a moment. It still is in slide mode itself.
Is it fine?
Not yet. It's okay. Kindly go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, so we know that pond water is a very good source for microorganisms. So from that, we found so many groups of phytoplanktons, typically floating in the ecosystem, or we can say in the marine ecosystem. We found from that pond water microalgae, phytoplanktons, cyanobacteria, formidium, and some photosynthetic bacteria also. So we collect some water from this area and store it at our lab. And after some weeks, we found like green stuffs, and we found that the green light stuffs are algae, and we prepare some specific media with the media is BG11, and inoculate those green-like stuffs and store it at optimum conditions for some weeks. The condition is the temperature is between 17 and 21 degrees Celsius, and the lighting is on for 9 hours and off for 15 hours. So we prepare these conditions because we want to control growth of those microorganisms that they can stay in log phase, not go to the death phase. After 15 days, we observe them in observe under microscope in 40x magnifications, and we found variety of algae. So we go for quadrate streaking and repeatedly do the same, and found out some isolated colonies and observed them under 40x magnification. So after isolation, we prepare some broth culture and inoculate those isolated colonies and store it in optimum conditions for further growth. And here we can see we name these randomly according to their like structures and all. So after some weeks, we found out this amount of growths. Here we can see there are so many subcultures we found. And after the subculture of those isolated colonies, we go for the identification of the species. We found various types of species. We found identified 40 different types of algae, including cyanobacteria, formidium, diatoms, chlorella, cineadesmus. Here we can see those pictures from this. Here we can see those pictures from there we can found out that after isolations of those algae, we go for a column culture. We prepare a column and spread some culture from those isolated colonies. And after some weeks, we found out this picture that there is a very good growth in those algae. And from this column, we can collect our isolated colonies anytime whenever we want to use it. So like this, we store it for further experiment, or we can say for mass productions in future. So I would like to come to the conclusion. In this research, we found 40 different types of algae, and we know about the growth factors required for optimum cultivation of those algae strains. And then we establish a protocol for isolation for those algae. And currently we are focusing on the production of biofuel from these microalgae, or we can say normal algae. So I would like to acknowledge my university, my Vice Chancellor, Dr. Dhrubajyoti Chakrabarty, my Assistant Director, Dr. Rajat Pal, and my guide, Dr. Atri Ghosh, Head of the Department of Microbiology, and my seniors and my friends for, and also the GoGreen Summit for giving me this platform to present. And thanks. And this is a picture of our algae lab in Sister Nivedita University.
Thank you, Palomi, for your nice presentation. I think you have worked out so far on microscopic phytoplanktons.
Yes.
What do you? I want to know one thing. What do you think about the role of phytoplanktons in the environment?
They can they can help to clean the water, or we can say they can use for sustainable development.
And I can add you one thing. It will be very useful in carbon sequestration. You say.
Okay.
You know, actually, these phytoplanktons consume the carbon dioxide and eliminate the oxygen and carbohydrates. Is it or not? Whatever the carbohydrates,
yes,
whatever the carbohydrates they are releasing, that will be useful for the pond microorganisms, and oxygen as well as useful for the microorganisms. So I think you can add this one into your presentation or in your work. Phytoplanktons will be very useful in carbon sequestration.
Yes.
Any, it's a very nice presentation. Any questions from the audience?
I guess there are no questions from the audience, sir. Shall we move to the next presenter, sir? Our next presentation is by Paisa Mukherjee on a topic of actinomycetes mediated plastic degradation solution to a greener planet.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, it's Piyasha Mukherjee.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are pretty audible. Kindly share your screen and start presenting, please.
Okay, ma'am. Is my screen visible?
Yes, your screen is visible.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. I am Piyasha Mukherjee, a student of the Department of Microbiology, Sister Nivedita University, and I am going to be presenting on actinomycetes mediated plastic degradation as a solution to a greener planet. So, as we all know, plastic is one of the most necessary commodities in our lives, and it is the backbone of many industries. However, also the properties like lightweight, strength, durability, corrosion resistivity, etc., are responsible for making plastic such a superior and economical material, which has made it an everyday commodity in our lives. However, the plastics at present, plastic pollution is one of the greatest environmental concerns. Now, some microorganisms are capable of degrading the plastic polymers into simple compounds and utilize them in the process of biodegradation. In this presentation, we will be focusing on the degradation of plastics by actinomycetes. So plastics are basically of 7 different types, each with a different use. For example, the PP or polypropylene, which is used in the yogurt cups, straws, etc., or the PVC, which is generally used in pipes. Now, uncontrolled use of plastics and also the lack of proper recycling facilities has devastating effects on the environment. Plastics in the oceans are detrimental to all marine species, causing the tangling, suffocation, etc. Microplastics have been discovered in different packaged foods, beverages, and the chemicals used in these plastics are carcinogenic, which is causing different health symptoms in humans as well as animals. Coming to the degradation of plastics, it can be via the physiochemical processes or the biological processes. Now, biodegradation can be mediated by bacteria and archaea, by fungi, by actinomycetes. So, we will take a look at the actinomycetes species that are capable of degrading the plastics. For example, Streptomyces varensis, Streptomyces roche are some of the actinomycetes species that are capable of degrading the plastics. Again, the strains such as Streptomyces gujarotii, Micromonospora matsumotois, and different Nocardia species have revealed the ability to degrade plastics. So here we have shown phylogenetic relations of closely related plastic degrading actinomycetes. Coming to the biodegradation of plastics, it generally consists of 4 different steps. First is the biodeterioration, that is the physical, chemical, and mechanical breakdown of the plastics. Next is the biofragmentation, that is the breakdown of the bonds in the plastic polymers and the release of the oligomers. Then we come to the degradation of oligomers to monomers. Finally, the monomers assimilate and excrete the metabolites such as carbon dioxide, water, etc. Let's take a look at the enzymatic pathway that is followed by the microorganisms. So at first, the actinomycetes secretes several enzymes such as PTES, esterase, cutinase, etc., which are adsorbed onto the plastic surface, and it hydrolyzes the bonds in the plastic polymers. The oligomers and monomers are released, which undergo the TCA cycle, and under different enzymatic action, they finally release the metabolites such as carbon dioxide and water. There are different factors that are very much important for this degradation to occur. For example, the molecular weight of the plastics, the size of the plastics, its shape, crystallinity, cross-linking, and also the reaction factors such as pH, temperature, moisture, the enzymes involved, etc. Next, we will take a look at the assays that were used to determine the degradation of plastics. The most common media used in this process is the Bushnell and Haas mineral agar medium that is supplemented with different types of plastics. So the first evaluation method was to check the biodegradation potential by using the plastic emulsified medias. So at first the media is inoculated with a small amount of actinomycetes. Once the actinomycetes grows, if it is capable of degrading plastics, such a halo is observed in the media. Next, we will evaluate the plastics based on the thin film assays. Thin films are used that evaluate the plastic degradation by weight loss, FTIR, and different mechanical tests. So the actinomycetes were inoculated on the thin plastic films, and then such tests were carried out. Next, we will take a look at the pH inclusions in the actinomycetes cells. So in the absence or limited nitrogen and phosphate resources, and when excess carbon sources are present, such inclusions, pH inclusions are observed in the actinomycetes cells. This has been observed using the epifluorescence microscope. So different types of conventional plastics can be degraded. The ones that have been currently researched on are LDPE, PS, and PLA. Next, we can say that the different plastic degrading actinomycetes are still not used industrially because of the slow degradation process, which is a great problem in the industries. However, with the modern genetic engineering, protein engineering, etc., we can say that we can target the enzymatic pathways and plastic degrading pathways and modify it in such a way that they can meet the industrial demands. So with this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Very nice presentation, Mukherjee. So far, you only covered on actinomycetes. That's it?
Yes, sir. Several bacteria are also there, but my aim was to use actinomycetes.
Okay. Any specific interest why you have chosen on
Because
actinomycetes?
as I said, the PHA inclusions, most PHA inclusions are observed in actinomycetes, or most amount of PHA inclusions are observed in actinomycetes. Basically, what it is that actinomycetes is using the carbon source of plastic, using plastic as the carbon source, and it is converting it into a more biodegradable plastic form, which is the PHA inclusion, polyhydroxyalkanoate. So that is why actinomycetes was specifically targeted.
Okay. And one more thing is that you can say that actinomycetes is also more available in our atmosphere ecosystem.
Yes, but one of the disadvantages here is that actinomycetes mostly requires 8 to 8.2 pH. So the pH is
Yes.
very crucial in this experiment.
Yes, yes. It's a very pH dependent microorganism.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. It's a very good presentation and very informative also. Any questions from the audience? Okay. Thank
Okay,
you.
sir. Thank you, sir. Next, we'll go with the next presentation by Sangeet S on a topic of design and fabrication of desalination technique through evaporation and condensation.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Ma'am, is your
Yes.
screen visible?
Not yet.
Now, ma'am. Ma'am, is it visible now?
No. Let's do one thing.
Yeah.
Like I'll be texting you the number. You could WhatsApp that or else do
Okay.
the email.
Yeah, I will WhatsApp it.
Okay. Without wasting time, we'll move to our next presentation by Swapnil Pal on a topic of antimicrobial activity of rhizosphere bacteria isolated from Chulaka granulosa aeruginosa.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Screen is also visible. Kindly keep the slides in the presentation mode and start with your presentation, please.
Right. So, a very good afternoon to all the delegates present here. I am Swapnil Pal from the Department of Biotechnology, Sissanivida University. And in this study, we have isolated a few antimicrobial compound producing bacteria from the root zone of a previously unexplored plant, that is Portulaca grandiflora, which is again a medicinal plant. So the aim of the study was to isolate the antibacterial compound producing microbe from the rhizosphere. Again, we have chosen a pathogen, that is Pseudomonas aeruginosa, as a target for the antimicrobial compounds. And we have screened the antibacterial activity of the compounds produced by these isolates. And next on, we have characterized the isolates by biochemical and morphological screening. Now, moving ahead, if we look at the history of antimicrobial chemotherapy, there have been a few scientists who have worked on effortlessly on this process, starting from Paul Ehrlich, who have worked on anti-trypanosomal drugs, not exactly antibacterial, but still is on the list. And then moving ahead, Alexander Fleming himself, who has worked on the production of penicillin. And then moving ahead, Gerhard Domak, who has worked on the enforcing the sulfur drugs in the field of antimicrobial chemotherapy during the World War II. And not to forget Dr. Selman Waxman, who had invented streptomycin and neomycin, one of the two most important antimicrobial drugs in this era. So the golden era of antimicrobial chemotherapy and antibiotics are long gone. That was the part in the 1940s and 1960s. And in these days, we are seeing a high amount of antimicrobial resistance, in short, AMR, these days. Starting from 1950s and to these recent days, the environmental occurrence of antimicrobial resistance has increased a lot. and a group of pathogens named as escape pathogens in short, that is Enterococcus faecium, Staph aureus, Klebsiella, Acinetobacter, Pseudomonas, and few other Enterobacter species. They are being observed as they have achieved a huge amount of antimicrobial resistance by various mechanisms. And if you see this study, starting from 2010 up to 2021, the number of patients infected by Pseudomonas aeruginosa has increased a lot, almost like a tenfold, and there are higher levels of resistance against beta-lactam antibiotics in Pseudomonas aeruginosa. So that's why we have chosen Pseudomonas aeruginosa as the primary target of our study, so that we can move ahead with that. So the plant we had chosen, Portulaca grandiflora, we found a plantation site of Portulaca grandiflora, and by uprooting the plant, we isolated the rhizosphere soil and took it back to our lab and followed the general procedure of bacterial isolation through spread plating. And we kept the dilution levels pretty high, up to 10 to the power minus 4, since we were eager to isolate as many bacteria as possible. These are the plates of the isolation. And we also use amphotericin B to inhibit any fungal growth. These are the pure cultures that we achieved. And moving ahead, we jumped into the antibacterial screening through agar-well diffusion. So we incubate the microbes in the starch casein agar broth. And again, the main reason for using starch casein agar is that while working on this antimicrobial producing microbes, we are generally interested in isolating different kinds of actinomycetes bacteria. So they generally grow pretty well in the starch casein agar. So that's why we were interested in using this media specifically. So we incubate the bacteria for 5 days to actually let the secondary metabolites accumulate in the media. Following the growth period, we take it out from the incubation and pellet down the cells by centrifuging in 5,000 RPM for 5 minutes. And then we transfer the aqueous extract, just the aqueous supernatant, to the wells, 6 millimeter wells on the Pseudomonas aeruginosa spread plates. And we also, like I said, we have performed the colony morphology, so a few morphological screening, and biochemical characteristics as well. So unfortunately, we found out a few mixed cultures from our isolates and through gram staining again. So we perform a few cycles of quadrant streaking, and then we isolated the pure isolates. So the results is that we identified these 4 bacteria which are producing clear zone of inhibition against Pseudomonas aeruginosa. And like I said, there were a few mixed cultures, namely TSRU17 and TSRU7. So we separated them by a few cycles of quadrant streaking and repetitively conformating through gram staining. So these are the 2 isolates. And again, from TSRU7, we isolated these 2 pure colonies. And to screen the zone of inhibition, the highest zone of inhibition was produced by TSRU72, which was 16.714 millimeters. And there were other few isolates that produced pretty good clear zone of inhibition against Pseudomonas aeruginosa. TSRU17-1, interestingly, showed a pretty low level of zone of inhibition, but still pretty good. So yeah, these are the bar charts. And from gram staining, it was observed that all the isolates are gram positive except one, that is TSRU71. And again, all of them are cocci except TSRU72, which was a gram positive diptococci. So these are the gram stain results. And again, colony morphology studies, we did a few, and you can see a pretty good amount of pigment product produced by TSRU17-2, which is, again has a pretty good emission activities, in fluorescence range. Just the data is not shown here, but it has a pretty good fluorescence activity as well. So these are the colony morphology results, as you can see. And in biochemical tests, we did the general INVIC test, that is the indole methyl advocates precursor and citrate utilization. Other than that, we also performed the starch hydrolysis, triple sugar oil test, and urease test. So from the biochemical test, it is pretty clear that none of the isolates are indole positive. They're all indole negative. And few of the isolates are starch hydrolysis. They're performing starch hydrolysis, which is pretty consistent because they are isolated from the root zone, right? So all the isolates, most of them were MR positive, and most of them were MR negative as well. So the acid production is not much from the isolates, as it is very clear.
So
So
please,
these
can
are
you speed up?
isolates. Yes, sir.
Can you speed up?
Yeah, sure. Almost there. So these are the 6 isolates that we found out from these from the study: 17.1, 17.2, 7.1, 11, and 28. So next ahead, we are looking forward to extract the actual antimicrobial compound produced by this isolate through solvent extraction and then subsequent lyophilization. We're also looking forward to characterize the antimicrobial compound through NMR spectroscopy, and we will be we'll be performing the 16S RDNA aptagon sequencing for hierarchical clustering of the isolates, and the MIC study is still pending, so that will be done. So thank you. Any questions from the audience?
Okay, Swapnil, very nice presentation, and it's very deep also. And I think most of them don't know. Can you tell what is the symptoms of Pseudomonas aeruginosa? Means we have to know. You have worked on it, no? So can you tell something about Pseudomonas aeruginosa?
So generally, Pseudomonas aeruginosa can infect different parts of a patient. It has been seen that Pseudomonas aeruginosa infects the lower respiratory tract generally, and also the wound areas. So if a patient is seen with problems with pneumonia and etc., we can perform a few tests by sputum tests and etc. And through molecular characterization, just a general PCR can find out that it is in fact Pseudomonas aeruginosa. Yes, I'm again not from the medical sector itself, so I'm not quite aware of what are the symptoms of Pseudomonas. Yeah.
Even though it's very deep, this Pseudomonas thing is very nice.
Yes, thank you.
And thank you. And any questions from the audience?
Yeah, please. Any questions?
Oh, I guess there are no questions from the participants. So we'll move ahead with our next presentation by Mr. Sangeet. Mr. Sangeet, you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Yeah. Hope the screen is visible.
Yeah, it's visible.
Hello everyone. Good afternoon. It is honored to be here as the 10th GoGreen Summit, a platform which is dedicated to fostering environmental awareness and sustainable action. Today, our presentation is all about design and fabrication of desalination through evaporation condensation, which involves in removing salts or other impurities from saline water to produce fresh water. Going to the background, importance of water scarcity. Water scarcity is a pressing global concern affecting billions of people, especially in coastal and rigid regions. Also, traditional desalination methods are energy intensive and environmentally taxing. Before going to this, a brief introduction to desalination through evaporation and condensation. What is the basic principle of evaporation? When seawater is heated, causing it to evaporate, this separates the water molecules from salts or other impurities. And also, what is condensation? The water vapor is then cooled and condensed back into liquid form. This process leaves the salts and other impurities behind and resulting in fresh water. Also, the main objective of our project is to develop an sustainable and efficient desalination method, and also to integrate solar energy into desalination process by harnessing the power, and also to improve the focal point temperature, and also to manufacture the whole setup into the affordable cost. Going to the design and fabrication. The basic idea and also the overview, our system utilizes a parabolic dish collector to concentrate solar energy and also heating seawater and causing it to evaporate. These results vapor in condense it to produce fresh water. The main key components involved in our projects are parabolic dish, vessel and mylar sheets. Sangeet, can you continue?
Yeah. So the main components involved in a solar parabolic dish are the receiver, reflector, and the support structure. The receiver, which will be located at the focal point of the reflector, and reflector, which is a large dish-shaped structure that collects and concentrates sunlight. The support structure holds the reflector and the receiver in place, and it must be strong enough to withstand wind and other climatic conditions. So according to the working, the fluid within the receiver is water, which heats up and absorbs concentrated heat energy. Due to heat absorption, the fluid reaches its boiling point during the evaporation process and changes into vapor, and transitioning the state from liquid to vapor. After that, the vapor passes via a pipe to a separate chamber where condensation takes place. During the condensation process, the vapor returns to liquid form by releasing its heat into surrounding air, and the cycle is then repeated by pumping the condensed liquid back to the receiver. So the parabolic dish solar concentrator was tested for about 25 days at various times of the day. The complete setup was positioned in the sun in an accessible area, and the temperature at which the focal point could be reached and measured by using a resistance thermometer. While through the graph, first is the time versus temperature graph. It illustrates the daily temperature fluctuations over 7 days, influenced by factors like solar radiation, weather patterns, and geographical locations. In the next graph, time versus energy, it depicts the cumulative energy consumption trends over the week. For renewables like the solar or wind, which peak aligns with the optimal energy production periods, while the trough indicate the lower availability. While the third graph, the time versus solar irradiance, shows the daily variations in sunlight intensity with peaks during noon and troughs in the evenings. So in the span of our investigation, we noticed that the direct sunlight significantly enhanced the water's temperature in the storage tank in the range of about 95 degrees Celsius to 115 degrees Celsius. So the next will be continued by Naveen.
In addition to this, in our project, our roles and responsibilities include like conducting research and existing different desalination methods and also designing of experimental setup, building of experimental setup, conducting experiments, analyzing data, document finding and collaborating within the team member. Some of the benefits and impacts of our project are the environmental and economic advantages are the system offers an sustainable solution to water scarcity, especially in remote and off-grid locality. And also by adding renewable energy, we reduce reliance on fossil fuels and mitigating climate change impacts. And also by concluding this, as we move from awareness to action, it's crucial to embrace innovative technologies like solar desalination. By adapting such solar desalination technologies, the sustainable solutions, we can nurture a green planet and secure a better future for all. Thank you for your attention. I look forward to you any questions and good discussion.
Okay, Sangeet, very nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
So you did work on temperature as well as and time also, no? In this your research?
Temperature and energy, sir.
Energy. So not
Yes.
about the time.
Time also, sir. Temperature,
Time
time.
also.
So temperature,
Okay,
time, energy, solar irradiance.
okay, I want to know one thing. You
Yes.
want to
Just give us a moment. I guess there is a technical glitch from Sir's side.
Sangeet?
Yes, sir.
You got my point? You want to desalinate the saline water.
Yes,
So
sir.
I want to know how much quantity of water can be desalinized with respect to time. I want to know. That's only.
Yes, sir. Actually, we took nearly 15 days reading, sir. Like from morning 9 a.m. to afternoon 4 p.m. we will take the readings.
Okay.
Also, we will note down as a hourly based. Like from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. We have mostly we will get the more water at afternoon, like 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. Actually, our setup capacity is total 5 liters, sir. Like
Okay.
we are tested like 1 liter, 2 liter, 3 liter, 4 liter, 5 liter. One day we will test 1 liter, another day 2 liters. Like that we will test, sir. Per one,
So
the overall efficiency is 10%. Like if we are
10%.
pouring 1 liter, we may get 90 ml to 100 ml. The overall 10% is our efficiency. We got it.
Okay. Okay. Very nice. Very nice. That's the thing I want to know.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Very nice. And thank you for your presentation. Any questions from the audience?
Hello.
Okay. Thank you, Sangeet.
Hello.
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 Yes.
Please, I want to ask a question.
Yes, please.
Yeah. I just wanted to find out whether this presentation will be disseminated to everybody, because some of us, we are just listeners, and we are just doing the virtual. So if we can, and I also realized that the time difference, we couldn't get it very well because I'm viewing right now from Ghana, Africa. So I just wanted to find out whether all the presentation will be shared to us. Thank you.
Okay. Like all the presentations which happened priorly, you will be getting a YouTube link. You can rewatch there. And now the technical sessions are going. There are 2 halls. You can join either of the hall based on the agenda given, the topic which you are interested to know. Okay. Now we would move on to our next presentation, which is Deepika Krishnaveni on a topic of standardization of moving height and inorganic nutrients for better establishment of Cynodon dactylon. Miss
Yes,
Deepika Krishnaveni.
Shall I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Okay. Whether my screen is visible? Can you hear my voice?
Yeah, voice is heard, screen is not visible, Deepika.
Okay.
Yeah, now screen is visible.
Miss Deepika Krishnaveni, you're on mute. Kindly unmute. Yes.
Deepika, can you unmute?
You're still on mute. Yeah, now you're on mute. Kindly reshare your screen and start presenting, please.
Good afternoon, all. Can you hear my voice and the presentation as well?
We can hear your voice, but your presentation is not yet visible. Yeah, now it's visible. Kindly keep it in presentation mode.
Ma'am, can I present? Whether my voice is audible?
Your voice is audible, but your screen is not visible. Deepika, your voice is not audible.
Now, can you hear, sir?
Yes, you can. You can start now.
Sorry for the inconvenience. So good afternoon to one and all present here. First of all, I thank TNU and 10th GoGreen Summit to present me here. And my research topic is standardization of moving height and inorganic nutrient for better establishment of cyanodactylon. As we all know that lawn is an emotional drawn that can also provide a spiritual comfort. Here, the management of tough grasses or a broad range of tasks, including cultural practices for the development and upkeep of tough as a desired quality level of quality. The rate at which tough grass grows and its ability to keep healthy, free from pest and disease, are generally influenced by fertilization. It's a vital component for turf cultivation for enhancing the turf quality. Proper mowing and application of fertilizer is of utmost important. Here, my objectives are to study the response of grass species, that is Sanodon doctrinal, to different mowing height, and to study the effects of inorganic nutrients on turf quality, turf density, and clipping yield. And coming to the materials and method I have used, or the experimental design is a factorial randomized block design, and the number of treatment is 16 and number of replication is 2. And my plot size is 1 meter by 1.5 meter. Here I have to used two factors. It is factor 1 is moving height and factor 2 is inorganic nutrients. And different moving heights are 1 inch, that is 2.5 centimeter, and moving 2 is 1.5 inch, and moving 3 is 2 inch, and moving 4 is 2.5 inch. And inorganic nutrients used are 50 gram per meter square of urea plus 60 gram per meter square of SOP, and 40 urea, 30 urea, and 20 urea. And also the SOP are used are for 50 gram per meter square of SOP, and 40 and 30. And my observations are leaf length, root length, and then turf shoot length. Here M1T3 shows higher value when compared to other treatments, where leaf length is increased at M1T3, and turf shoot length also get increased at M1T3, and turf root length get increased in M1T3, whereas other treatment shown less when compared with M1T3. And then next, my observation is turf shoot fresh weight and dry weight at 10 centimeter square. Here M1T3 get increased at the treatment M1T3, and dry weight also increased at M1T3, but it does not show a much variation when compared with other treatment in dry weight. And my clipping yield is increased at the treatment M1T3, where other treatments get decreased when compared to M1T3. Here, my physiological parameters are relative water content, catalase activity, and total chlorophyll content. These three analyses were shown highest in the value M1T3 when compared with other treatments. And my conclusion is the optimum moving height and inorganic nutrients would improve the turf quality. My final result is 1 inch moving height and 30 gram of meter square of urea and 40 gram per meter square of sulfate of potash improved the turf quality. Thank you. These are my references. If any queries, can you?
Okay, Deepika.
Sir?
So far in your research, you have shown that M133 and M433 are at par.
M1T3 or best results, sir. M1T3.
M1T3 and I saw M4 and T3 also at par. And shoot length or shoot weight, dry weight also. So what is the difference in these two?
Sir, T3, that is 40% urea and 30% of sulfate of potash, shows similar result, but little difference are there between these two treatments. Like M1T3 improved much better than M4T3, sir.
So you mainly focused on you mainly focused on inorganic nutrients, urea and potash, or only on urea?
Interaction effects on moving height as well as urea and potash.
Okay. So
Those the two
Can you?
factors.
Okay.
Mm.
Thank you. Thank you, Deepika.
Thank
Any
you, sir.
questions from audience?
I guess there are
Thank
no
you. Thank you,
questions,
Deepika.
sir.
Thank you, sir.
So our next participant will be Surabhi Lahari on a topic of emphasizing green technology innovations to enforce environmental sustainability in South Asian countries, a socio-economic discourse. Surabhi Lahari,
Yes,
are we
ma'am.
having you?
Yes, yes, I'm here.
Yes, ma'am. Is there any issue, ma'am?
Ma'am, where?
Is there any issue with sharing your screen?
No, ma'am. Actually, I lost.
Is there any issue
Oh,
in sharing the
1
screen?
minute,
You
1
can
minute.
share to Roshan.
I can share.
You can.
Yes, yes. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am,
Am
you
I?
are pretty audible.
Okay, okay, ma'am. So, good afternoon and warm wishes to all the distinguished persons who are present here. I, Surabhi Lahiri, Assistant Professor in Sociology at Ghoshpukur College of West Bengal, India. Today I am going to present my proposed article. The title of my article is Emphasizing Green Technology Innovation to Enforce Environmental Sustainability in South Asian Countries, a Socio-Economic Discourse. First up come my abstract. South Asian countries, including Afghanistan, Pakistan, India, Nepal, Bangladesh, and Maldives, are actively adopting sustainable and renewable energy resources such as wind, river, solar, and biomass to enhance environmental sustainability. The transfer of technology from developed nation to developing countries is crucial in facilitating this transition. The advancement of green technology innovation is widely acknowledged as an essential component in addressing greenhouse gas emission. The innovation and adoption of green technologies are increasingly vital for developing countries in the South Asian region, offering a significant opportunity to drive innovation, bolster socioeconomic growth, and improve access to safe, clean, and affordable energy. Environmental concerns are receiving greater attention from policymakers and public across Asian countries. The development of technological capabilities can assist developing countries in catching up with more advanced and rapidly growing nations. Additionally, innovation policy can significantly contribute to promoting sustainable development. Now I come introduction. South Asian, South Asia consists of countries located the Himalaya alongside neighboring countries to the east and west. Geographically, the region is primarily shaped by the Indian plate with emerge above sea level as Nepal and northern parts of India of the south of the Himalayas and Hindu Kush. South Asia bordered by the Indian Ocean to the south and its share is land boundaries with West Asia, Central Asia, East Asia, and Southeast Asia. In the 21st century, South Asian countries have encountered significant challenges stemming from environmental crisis. The region comprises India, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Bhutan, Maldives and Nepal, Sri Lanka and Bangladesh has witnessed a surge in environmental problems since 1960s, largely due to amplified economic activities and population growth. Rapid urbanization has also played a vital role in exacerbating this environmental crisis. As per the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change or IPCC, human activities are primarily responsible for these environmental challenges. The Environmental Performance Index or EPI offers a comprehensive measurement of national environmental performance has revealed that South Asia exhibit one of the lowest EPI score among all regions. United Nations Environment Programme has emphasized the potential of resource efficient technologies, highlighting the significance of green technologies in progressing sustainable development objective. Now I come concept of green technology. Concept of green technology is green tech is a combination of science and technology to generate environmentally sustainable product and services. The term green technology or green tech can also apply to the clean energy, utilize alternative fuels and are less environmentally harmful than fossil fuels. Green tech refers to the use of technology to make explicit environmental impact or reduce negative environmental impacts. Green technology, also called environmental technology, comprised innovative ideas, new product and method encourage sustainability and reduce environmental bad impact. There are some types of green technology like green energy, green building, green chemistry, green nanotechnology and environmentally preferred purchasing. Green tech takes into account the long and short-term impact on the environment. The relevance of green technology lies its retention to address environmental concern, also foster social progress, economic improvement, propagate new technology and methods for conserving the natural environment and resource necessary for continued prosperity on earth. It plays a significant role in environmental conservation and sustainable development by promoting sustainable agriculture practice, eco-friendly infrastructure and adoption of electric vehicle, transportation, promoting efficient waste management and construction. Now I come the significance of green technology. The significance of green technology, number one, execution of basic environmental action like innovative waste management technologies, sorting and recycling process, sanitation which can be built through sustainable infrastructure and green technology adaptation. Number two, promote the promotion of green technology, green business and environmentally sustainable practice. Number three, one key focus of green technology is transforming the transportation sector by promoting eco-friendly transportation like hydrogen power vehicle, electric vehicle and alternative fuel to reduce carbon emission and air pollution. Number four, emission of low carbon transitory which involves green technology transfer for better economy and improved energy potential. Number five, green technology innovation involve designing and implementing energy efficient technologies and practices across several divisions including building, transportation and manufacturing. This encompasses the use of smart energy, energy efficient applicants, management system, LED lighting and so on. Number six, the field of green technology is dedicated to advancing the utilizing renewable energy resources such as wind, solar, biomass, hydropower, geothermal, etc. These resources produce fresh energy without emitting harmful greenhouse gas or consume finite capital. Number 7, focus on implementing capacity building outset that will empower all strata of government and other stakeholders to relatively implement sustainable development program and green technology adaptation. And number 8, in agriculture, green innovation focuses on precision farming techniques, agroforestry, organic farming practice, and integrated pest management, encourages sustainable food production and eliminate agriculture footprint. Now I come the concept of environmental sustainability. According to the UN Environmental Programme, environmental sustainability involves making life choice that ensure not better way of life for future generation. Environmental sustainability aims to improve the quality of human life without putting unnecessary strain on the earth's supporting ecosystem. It's about creating an equilibrium between consumerist human culture and the living world. We can do this by living in a way that does not waste or unnecessarily deplete natural resources. Environmental sustainability is important because of how much energy, food, human-made resource we use every day. Rapid population growth has resulted in increased farming and manufacturing, leading to more greenhouse gas emission, unsustainable energy use, and deforestation. Now I come significance of environmental sustainability. Environmental sustainability, the significance of environmental sustainability, number 1, environmental sustainability focuses on the state of planet. It encourages individual to live in a way that create minimal waste and even regenerate some of the resources we use every day. Number 2, environmental sustainability provides huge benefit for human health and that all other species. It reduces our global carbon footprint and reduces our reliance on fossil fuel and other harmful energy practice. Number 3, we can protect ecosystem, endangered species, less pollution in the urban areas, result in a better respiratory health for all. Number 4, environmental sustainability save lives by reducing world hunger, global warming, natural disaster, polluted water and soil pesticide. Now I come the actual condition, overall environmental condition of South Asian countries. Here I display PM 2.5, but I mention specially CO2 emission in South Asian countries. Since 1990, the CO2 emission in Bangladesh have increased more than 6-fold from 14.0.
Sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. Kindly conclude your presentation at the earliest, please.
Achha, okay, ma'am. PM 2.5 particular matter abbreviated as PM encompasses carbon, ammonium, sulfate, nitrate and other pollutant. PM 2.5 specifically refers to the extremely fine particles with a diameter of 2.5 micrometers or less. It serves as the key air quality measure in the World Air Quality Report. Here I shows one of the chart. This is collected from World Quality Report 2023. This indicates that Bangladesh is ranking 1, Pakistan number 2, India is number 3 in World Air Quality Report. Now I come sustainability and green technology adoption in South Asian countries. There are 8 countries who adopted simultaneously the 8 segment, like number 1, green building and sustainable infrastructure, number 2, sustainable agriculture and smart cultivation, number 3, renewable energy resources, number 4, biodiversity conservation and wildlife protection, number 5, green transportation and electric mobility, number 6, greener waste management and recycling, number 7, ESG, which indicate environment, social and governance, and green finance, and number 8, green innovation in water management. Now I come the green building and sustainable infrastructure. South Asian countries have embraced green building concept and sustainable architecture. Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design or LEED certification, which encourage energy efficiency, water conservation and waste reduction, has gained popularity. Furthermore, sustainable design principles such as the incorporation of natural lighting, energy efficient materials, and smart technologies are being implemented in new construction projects throughout the region. The region is focuses on energy efficiency and eco-friendly infrastructure development is evident in the construction of new infrastructure project. Now I come biodiversity. Biodiversity is a very important segment of environmental sustainability. One of the country is Afghanistan, which is comprised of 8 unique.
Madam, sorry to interrupt you. Can you conclude your
Okay,
topic?
sir. Okay, sir. Then I mention renewable energy resources. Then come waste management and recycling. Now comes sustainable agriculture and smart cultivation, green transportation and electric mobility. Then come the role of South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation or SARC, and South Asia Cooperative Environment Program is one of the environmental agency which dominate entire South Asia in environment related any matters. And last, I conclude that air pollution is highly prevalent across all Asian countries. Pollution level have risen in the last few decades due to economic growth and rapid industrialization. Therefore, systematic plan policy needed to overcome in this situation. So thank you. Thank you, the organizer, who giving me an opportunity to, and that's why I can express my thoughts. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Surabhi madam. You have enlightened us about the green technology, green buildings, the waste management technology, and also you also told about the socio-economic status of our Asian countries. Also, we are so much happy to have you in our sessions.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Any questions from the audience? Okay, thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next presentation is by Zahara Ranwala on a topic of health consequences of pollution.
Ma'am, I am audible.
Yeah, you're pretty audible.
Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yes, it's visible. Kindly change into presentation mode and start with your presentation, please.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, is it in presentation mode now?
Oh, not yet. It's okay, not an issue. You can continue like this.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Zara Ranwala from Sister Nivedita University, and today I would like to talk on the topic health consequences of pollution. Firstly, I would like to introduce what pollution is. So, pollution is the introduction of harmful materials into the environment, and these harmful materials are called pollutants. Pollution can take form of any substance or energy and can cause adverse changes and impact on the environment. So there are different types of pollution. One of them is water pollution, which is caused due to the contamination of water bodies with harmful substances, causing gastrointestinal infection and other health problems that are caused by bacteria, parasites, and chemicals. Then we have air pollution, which is caused due to the contamination of air by pollutants in the atmosphere, affecting the respiratory and cardiovascular system by releasing harmful gases and organic compounds like lead, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide. Then we have soil pollution, which is caused due to the contamination of xenobiotic, that is human-made chemicals, or by other alteration in the natural soil environment, affecting the cardiovascular system and brain by release of pesticides and toxic compounds in the soil. Now I would like to talk about the health effects of water pollution. These are some of the major waterborne diseases. First is typhoid fever, which is also known as enteric fever. It is caused by bacterium Salmonella typhi, and it infects the small intestine, resulting in high fever, stomach pain, and other symptoms. Typhoid fever is most common in rural areas of developing countries where modern sanitation is not present. So basically, it occurs in area having contaminated food, unsafe water, and poor sanitation. It is found that it is highly contagious, and it is estimated that up to 20 million people worldwide suffer from this illness each year. Next, we have cholera, which is an infection of the small intestine caused by bacterium Vibrio cholera. Its symptoms usually include diarrhea, vomiting, muscle cramps, and severe dehydration, which is caused mostly by unsafe water, contaminated food containing the bacteria. It is estimated that 2.8 million people worldwide get affected by this disease. Next, we have hepatitis A, which is a contagious liver infection caused by hepatitis A virus, which is caused by consuming contaminated food and water and cause acute or short-term infection. Almost everyone recovers fully from hepatitis A with a lifelong immunity, but however, a very small proportion of people infected with this would die from fulminant hepatitis. Therefore, a safe and effective vaccine is available to prevent hepatitis A. Next, we have Giardia, which is an intestinal infection caused by a parasite through contaminated water, most often found in ponds, streams, and other places. It is mostly found in areas having poor hygiene, management, and unsafe water. It causes stomach cramps, bloating, nausea, and severe diarrhea. It is found that Giardia infection usually clears up within a few weeks, but it may cause intestinal problems long after the parasites are gone. And several drugs are generally effective against this disease, but not everyone responds to these drugs. So, in this case, prevention is the best defense. Uh, Now, I would like to talk about the health effects of pollution on us. First is eyes. High air pollution exposure may lead to conditions such as dry eye syndrome, retinopathy, and cataracts. Then we have stomach. Studies have demonstrated a link between poor air quality and gastrointestinal diseases, including inflammatory bowel disease, irritable bowel disease, and appendix, as the inhalation of air pollution is associated with changes to the gut microbiota. Then we have brain. We know air pollution exposure results in neurological and cognitive impacts that may include memory impairment, learning disabilities, anxiety, depression, and stroke. Liver. Studies have found that long-term exposure to ambient air pollution may result to liver cancer, which may be a cause of death. Then we have lungs. Air pollution directly affects the respiratory system, which may result in respiratory inflammation, asthma, chronic loss of pulmonary. And this is because most air pollutants are breathed in to the respiratory tract, and most respiratory diseases are observed here. Then we have bones. A 2020 study has found that air pollution exposure is linked to lower bone mass and a high risk factor for osteoporosis and bone fracture. Then we have heart. Air pollution results in cardiovascular disease, including heart failure and cardiac arrest. Reproduction. So it has been found that high levels of air pollution has been associated with lower levels of fertility and more difficulty in conceiving. So these were the effects of air pollution on human health. Now we go for the health effects of soil pollution on us. We know that soil pollution occurs due to the contamination of soil by certain chemicals and toxin compounds. So it has short-term diseases and long-term diseases. Short-term diseases are mainly due to exposure of environmental pollution caused by soil contaminants, which may result in headache, nausea, vomiting, chest pain, coughing and lungs problem, fatigue and eye irritation. And long-term diseases, these occurs due to the inhalation of soil particulate matter and the injection of contaminated food, which may result in serious conditions, including cancer, which also includes leukemia, which is caused by genetic changes in blood cells produced in the bone marrow cells. And this is caused by the contact with soil contaminated with cells like gasoline and benzene. Then we have nervous system damage that is especially caused by the presence of lead in soil, and it affects especially the children. Neuromuscular blockage and depression of central nervous system, and damage to vital organs such as liver. Then we have kidney and liver damage that is caused by certain chemicals like mercury present inside the soil, which contaminates the soil and causes liver and kidney damage. As I would like to conclude my presentation by saying that in today's developing world, where pollution is one of the major factors for affecting our health, it is our responsibility to spread awareness about the consequences and impact of pollution on our environment and ourselves, so that we can take necessary precaution and preventive measures to prevent spreading of these harmful diseases into the environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zahra. You have told enlightened us about the health issues by pollution, various pollutions, soil, air, and water. So I want to ask you one thing, just one small thing. Which
Yes.
pollution is more effective on human health? These three, in air or water or soil. What do you think? Which one is more effective on
So
human
I
health?
would say all of the pollution that are present affect our human health, but seeing the current situation, I would say air pollution is affecting the human health more because of the pollution, increase of the pollution and the diseases that are happening in today's world because of the increase of global warming and greenhouse effect. I would say air pollution is affecting us more.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions from the audience? Okay. Thank you, Zara.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now our next presenter is Dr. Shivani Sanjeev on a topic of evaluation of effect of Krimignabasti Upakaram on quality of life in cancer patients of female genital organs. Ma'am, over to you, please.
Thank you very much, madam. I want to share screen.
Yes, ma'am, please. Your voice is a bit low, ma'am. I request you to speak a bit louder.
Yeah, sure. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible now.
Okay. Respected organizers of 10th GoGreen Summit, I express my gratitude towards you all for giving an opportunity to present my topic on virtual conference. As we go green, we ensure the quality of life, and hence we consider the quality of life is the first and foremost disease where pops up in my mind, that is cancer. My PhD work was on the role of Ayurvedic medicine to enhance the quality of life in the female genital cancer, and I want to express my views on this topic only. My topic is evaluation of effect of Krimignabasti Upakram on the quality of life of cancer patients of female genital organs. Due to the scarcity of time, I will go a little bit fast. The cancer of female genital organs are spreading fast in the society due to the changing lifestyles. Among highest prevalence disorders in India, the cervical cancer has the third position in the list of diseases where there are different types of various types of cancers. The prevalence of female genital cancer is 12%, and of conventional treatment, cancers of female genital organs, namely cervical, vaginal, uterine, and ovarian cancers, often tend to occur due to its metastasis, and hence there is an urgent need for the alternative treatment for preventing the recurrence and the metastasis in the patients having gynecological cancers to improve their in Rigveda, the ancient Vedic science in Rigveda, there is a one quote which quotes that Durnama Yoni Mashaye. Cancer is, the word is not quoted in the Ayurvedic text as a disease, but the text has explained the diseases similar to that of cancers. They are quoted as a Dushta Vrana Shotha, Dushta Visarpa, Dushta Granthi, and Dushta Arbuda. Panchakarma treatment in the form of Krimignabasti Upakram, that is a deworming treatment through the enema rectal route, is used in our institute in patients of cancer having female genital cancer to serve this purpose. The selection of the ingredients was on the basis of their anti-cancer activity and their deworming activity. The rationale behind this project is Vata dosha, that is the vitiation of Vata, is very much having important role in the vitiation of the female genital organs. Along with that, this best remedy for the Vata dosha is a Basti Chikitsa, that is rectal route of administration. In Ayurveda, it is quoted as Sharirajanam doshanam kramena paramaushadam Bastir vireko vamanam tatha tailam ghratam madhu. So we have come across the treatment of a female genital organs with the help of a Basti Chikitsa, that is a rectal route of medical administration. Evaluation of effect of Krumigna Basti Upakram on the quality of life in cancer patients having female genital organ. The objectives were to assess the effect of Krumigna Basti Upakram on the signs and symptoms of cancer of organs of female genital organs, the Sanjata Krumi Lakshanani, that is the worm infested symptoms and signs which came across in the cancer with female genital organ, the quality of life of patients suffering from cancer of female genital organ, and the well-being with respect to the Karnofsky square in patients suffering from cancer of female genital organs. The materials and methods were literature study, the classical Ayurvedic texts, Sanskrit dictionaries, books and articles of modern medical system, and related source of the authentic websites. And for the clinical work, the patients suffering from cervical, vaginal, ovarian, and endometrial cancer of all stages and grades were considered. The inclusion criteria, the known diagnosed case of a cancer cancer patients having ovarian cancer, endometrial cancer, vaginal cancer, cervical cancer with all stages, that is stage 1 to 4, and all grades, stage 1 to 3, were included in the both groups. That is the both group. The patients between the group 21 years to 80 years were included in the project. Exclusion criteria, the pregnant and lactating women, then age below 21 years and above 80 years, the patients undergoing chemotherapy and radiotherapy, and patients having a major illness were excluded from the group. Total 184 cancer patients of the female genital tract were examined. Among 70 patients undergoing Shamana Chikitsa, that is conservative line of treatment, were collected on the basis of inclusion criteria, and these 70 patients eligible for Basti Chikitsa, that is medicine through rectal route, having identical stage, grade and conventional treatment and duration of Ayurvedic treatment were considered, and they were randomly enrolled in a study and control group. The treatment was given as a Basti, Matra Basti with Nimba Nirkundi and Karanza Taila, and Niruha Basti with Midanga Mustatrifala, Shigru Dantimul, Yavakuta Kwat, and Prakshepartha Madhu and Sainda. All these are quoted in our Ayurvedic text Sanhita, so it will take more time to elaborate everything, so I am skipping this slide. The assessment criteria was the clinical assessment. The symptoms were assessed on the basis of the symptoms of female genital cancer, the Sanjata Krumi Lakshanani, that is symptoms of the worm infestation, and all the symptoms were graded according to CTCAE, that is common terminology criteria for adverse events guidelines. The assessment criteria, clinical symptoms were considered as a PV discharge, per vaginal discharge, vaginal burning, vaginal itching, abdominal pain, backache, fatigue, and weight loss. The organ, according to CTCAE guidelines, all the gradations were done as it is quoted in the slide. The assessment criteria of worm infestation were the discoloration, pain, body ache, vertigo, anorexia, and diarrhea were considered as a signs and symptoms of worm infestation, and also the gradation was done according to CTCAE guidelines. Now the symptoms of Yoni Vyapat in Ayurveda, it is quoted that there are 20 types of diseases of female genital tract which are quoted in Janaka Samhita, and they were considered the common symptoms from these 20 Yoni Vyapada were considered in this project. Now, second assessment criteria is the European Organization for Research and Treatment of Cancer Quality of Life Questionnaire, that EORTC QLQ-C30, was an integrated system for assessing the quality of life of cancer patients participating in the clinical trials and other types of research which the patient reported outcome are calculated. This is a form of EORTC QLQ-C30, which was completely filled by the patient itself. Then third one criteria assessment was the Karnofsky score. General well-being and the daily routine activities were evaluated in the patient's point of view. Ascending order shows the improvement of well-being, and the assessment scale was as per the formulae. This is a form of Karnofsky square. Now, this general well-being was also assessed with the pathological biochemical examinations like hemogram, liver function test, renal function test, C-reactive protein, biomarker CA125, that is tumor marker for ovarian cancer, and the stool examination for the worm infestation. As the demographic analysis quotes that the patients in study and control group were having the high score diagnosis of cancers, both. I am going to skip these slides because it is very less time to represent. Actually, this is a lecture of 1 hour, but it is very difficult to manage all these slides and explain. So this is the intra-group analysis, and this is the intergroup analysis. I will directly go to the conclusion that clinical evaluation, the highly effective symptoms of cancers of female genital organs, namely vaginal discharge, vaginal itching, and vaginal burning, body ache, were also in Sanjata Krimi Lakshanani. So quality of life of patient treated with Krumigna Basti Upakram were improved notably with the improvement of well-being and reduction in the cancer-related symptomatology, which is reflected in functional global and symptom score of QLQ C33. Karnofsky score measuring and quality of life, measuring well-being and quality of life of cancer patient is used to assess the treatment response. In our study, maintained and increased Karnofsky score in all study groups. Patients at both time point B and time point C indicates the effectiveness of Krumigna Basti Upakram on well-being of the patient suffering from the cancers of female genital organs. Biochemical analysis, the treatment protocol of Krumigna Basti Upakram may be beneficial in controlling disease progression of ovarian cancer patients, proved by a significant reduction in the CA125, that is ovarian tumor marker. And this is a cancer-specific tumor marker for the ovary. 1 month after Krumigna Basti treatment in study group of patient, it has a significantly lowering down of a CA125. Significant disappearance of ova in stool examination 1 month after Krumigna Basti Upakram. This action helps to control the cancer progression as an inflammatory progression as per the Ayurvedic principles. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, madam. You have enlightened us about ancient Ayurvedic treatments for our cancer. And we are so much happy that you have presented and enlightened us about cancer treatments. Thank you very much. Any queries from the participants? Okay. Thank you, madam. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So next, I would like to call upon our next participant of the day, S. Karthikeyan, on a topic of air pollution mitigation potential of avenue trees in Coimbatore, an emerging cosmopolitan city in India. Sir, over to you, please.
Yes, madam. Thank you. Madam, is it audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Is it visible also?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, madam. Thank you. So myself, Karthikeyan from Tamil Nadu Agriculture University from India. So I am here to present my a very good and apt topic of this Go Green Summit. So it relevance with the Green Summit of the theme which awareness to action with nurturing on a greener planet. So it is about the air pollution mitigation potential of avenue trees in Coimbatore. So Coimbatore is a district cosmopolitan city which is developing city in India, in southern part of India also. So here I would like to emphasize the important emerging criteria of the major important thing which we face in our day-to-day life because of the development and the pressure which we create over the environment on the global level with increasing population. So both the balance of population as well as the impact of those population is creating a pressure on the environment, which leads to a lot of developmental activities and which we would try to mitigate on the effect of the day-to-day life which the human life on this earth persists. So with which the latest important the pressure which we create on this environment is the carbon dioxide potential with over a period of time which we could able to see the changes which we could able to see the more than 1% of the ppm level, that is from 421.85 ppm to 426.80 ppm of carbon dioxide, which we could able to realize the potential how we can able to what is the requirement which we need to address for this present day situations. So here on the air quality. So with if we speak about air pollution, we need to talk about the air quality of the life of a human being with which he could able to live on this earth. The major important air pollutants of which is the carbon monoxide, ozone, and nitrous dioxide and sulfur dioxide. All these components which will favor the pollution, air pollution, and as a point of mitigation activities, we need to majorly work upon the real time what we need to go upon for creating this important area of mitigating the air pollution. So with which, sorry. So here the major important thing I would like to emphasize here is the pressure which we create for this air pollution is more than 15% of the global death under age 5 or majorly dependent on this death is due to the air pollution because of the COPD, that is the chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, which creates more than 90% of the disease burden, which is created due to major of the air pollution. So here the major important risk factor which the thing which causes the life risk on earth is the air pollutants. So here which from our to mitigate this potential in Tamil Nadu, in India, the Coimbatore is one of the major district. I would like to represent this air pollution in context of how we could able to mitigate with the present environment with the available trees, and also how we could able to majorly concentrate on the trees which could be able to promote for the mitigating the pollutants with the available greenery, and also how to promote with the existing greenery with the trees. So APTI, we call it with the air pollution tolerance index, which is an inherent capacity of the plants or the trees to encounter the air pollution stress, which created due to industrial or non-industrial areas. So the plantation of these tree species will helps to increase the urban environment quality as well as the cleanliness of a life of a city. So as far as our site area of the study is concerned, it's having a 3 million population with 411 meters above mean sea level, and the climate with salubrious with an annual rainfall of 600 millimeter with the average temperature of 36 and 25. So here the objective of the study area of the avenue tree species available in the city is the major thing which we call upon with the 4 zones we have split it up as control zone, heavy traffic zone, and industrial zone and commercial zone. With this, to estimate its IPTA of the identified potential tolerant species present in the location of these 4 areas were taken into account. And from this, the major important trees which could be of able to tolerate in this was taken, and the important species of Alstonia, Annona, Azadirachta, Delonix, Ficus, Holoptilia, Mangifera, Mutanginia, Filtophorum, Polyalthia, Bongamia, Caecinium, Terminalia, Thespecia. So these species, existing species which were present in the 4 zones were taken into consideration for the APTA tolerance, and this would promote a way forward for further promotion of these type of trees existence in the area, which could able to promote further greenery in the urban environment in a longer way. So as far as APTA is concerned, the major important thing is the relative water content, ascorbic acid, and the chlorophyll content. All these 3 important parameters will pay on the pH of a leaf extract. All these 4 parameters will pay way for the APTA tolerance of a particular plant or species, with which the ascorbic acid as an antioxidant, which is found in almost all parts of a plant pot, and it is a stress reducing factor which is present highly in tolerant plant species. So, and also again the pH of a leaf extract, if it is higher side, if it is highly acidic, it will be the major tolerant species. So in this case, in ascorbic acid, the Ficus religiosa plays a major role in and the species of Peltophorum, all these 3 species play a major role in the presence of ascorbic acid content. And the presence of high ascorbic acid could be the strategy to protect the thylakoid membranes. Sir? Hello? From oxidative damage under such water stress conditions. So, and similar to this, the acidic nature of the presence of acidic nature of the leaf extract could be due to more acidic pollutants, which could be from the vehicle emission or from the ambient air, which could increase the pH value of the acidic nature of the sap content in the tree species. So higher the relative water content, which will increase the greater potential of drought tolerance capacity of the plant, and also the higher level of pollutants, which will be which lowers the chlorophyll content in certain pollutants, which also reduces the total chlorophyll content of the trees. And again, the reduction in chlorophyll content, which would be brought by the acidic pollutants, will causes the pheophytin formation and by acidification of this chlorophyll. So here the relative water content is more in Mutangia, Polyalthia, Holoptilia, and Pongamia, and most of the industrial, commercial, and zones. So again, the chlorophyll content. Chlorophyll content is more in Alstonia, Thespecia, Pongamia, and Caecisium. So all these 3 important factors, and also again for this leaf extracts. So the pH of the leaf extract is more with Delonix, Polyalthia, Pongamia, and Annona. So and also it is lower with Alstonia, Mangifera, Leucocephala, and in Polyalthia. So again, based on the different zone category, all these species whereas the major differences in the presence of existence of its coexistence with the leaf extract, relative water content, and chlorophyll. So the sudden changes of this environment due to maybe the air pollutants, it creates morphological, physiological, and biochemical functioning of the plants and trees. So the air pollutants makes changes in the stomatal and epidermal cell size, lower recurrence and thickening of the cell wall, epicuticular wax deposition, and chlorosis. All these will create an imbalance in the plant morphological or biochemical systems, which could lead to a decrease in the general characteristics or the expression of the trees to the environment. So by which the tolerance of these existing plant or tree species should be known, so that we could able to promote more number of trees along the roadsides or along the inhabitants, so that we could able to increase the value of the living environment in the city sites, so that the life of a human being can be ensured in a longer run. So by which the APTA of these 15 species were worked out based on this relative water content and chlorophyll and these important parameters, by which the Thespecia poplina shows much better value when compared with all the species and its existence. So from this graph, we could able to infer from the value of more than 15 percentage of this the specia and the Ficus religiosa and annona. So this the important factors of the species played the major important role for getting higher promoting a higher value of this Specia and Pongamia. And similarly, apart from these two species, the Montaginia, Peltoporum, Ficus, Azadirachta, Polyalthia, Alstonia. So these also seems to be better performance when compared in almost all the 4 zones which we categorize for the taking into APTI values. So at the end, I could able to infer from this study, like if we could able to make the urban environment much better with the urban green value, we could also coexistence by promoting the urban landscaping. We have to think of in this APTI value of a particular species before introducing into a newer area or further expansion or future expansion. So these two will with the urban areas, with the mitigation of the air pollutants can also be taken into account for enhancing better value of a human life. So that's from me, sir. Thank you. And I also like to thank the my students and also from the laboratory. So she has done a lot of good work from this to justify the thing what is happening in and around the uh, things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karthikeyan sir.
Thank you, sir.
Very informative lecture on avenue plantation. Sir, I have one small doubt, sir.
Yes, sir.
In earlier your slides, you have mentioned devil tree.
Yes, sir.
Devil
That
tree.
is Alstonia.
Sir, actually, I heard that devil trees will give the cancer in liver and lungs.
Sir,
Is it true, sir? Or
sir,
the
that
pollen
is
or the pollen which they release
the
that will
pollen
cause
is
the lung.
yes, sir. That is true. The pollen is having issues with the because of its more number of floriferousness. So that could cause a problem
Yes,
with
sir.
the lungs.
Many
And
not it can cross many nautical miles.
yes, sir. But the thing is here
Then,
the existence of the presence of the major important species, tree species presence is taken into consideration for the studies, not as a new plantation. The existence of these trees have been taken for study purpose.
so it can be advisable for the avenue plantation.
No, we have come up with these two important things. One is with Pongamia and with the Specia. These two have been major important excellent performers would be the Specia and Poplania and Pongamia.
Okay, sir. One more thing, sir.
Yes, sir.
Have you tested the pollution absorption potential of the leaf?
Pollution absorption through APTI only we have made it, sir.
APTI only.
APTI.
Okay. So these two species are more efficient in
yes, sir.
Controlling the pollution.
Yes, sir.
In 4 zones.
More than 17% of this APTI values present in yes, sir. 4 zones.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your information lecture. Any questions from the audience? Okay.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks
Thank
for
you
the
very much.
opportunity. Thanks for the opportunity, sir.
Thank you, sir. So before we go to our next presentation, there is a keynote talk in between. Now I would like to welcome Dr. Ahmed Sadgat, Professor and College of Engineering, Australian University, AU, Kuwait. Sir, over to you, please.
Hello. Good day to everyone. Can you hear me properly?
Yes, sir, you're pretty audible.
Okay. Nice to meet you all guys. I guess I have half an hour, correct?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. So should I share my files here?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'll just try to share it. I guess, should I share my screen or should I? I think maybe a screen, right? Let's try this one. Can you see my screen at the moment, right?
Yes, sir, we could see your screen at the
Okay,
moment.
let's see. Now, a quick bio of me here, and then I start with the
So sorry to interrupt you, sir. Like, we could see your normal screen, not the presentation.
right there. Can you see my presentation, my file here, my PowerPoint file?
No, sir, not exactly.
Okay, let's see what's going on. Let's where I am. I'm just sign in during the meeting. Oh, I guess what happened.
Kindly stop sharing your screen, sir, and open the PPT beforehand before you share the screen.
Sorry, yeah, got it. Okay, I start the screen to share this one with the screen too. Can you see anything here now?
Yes, sir. Now it's pretty visible, sir.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Then shall I start my my presentations? Anyway, as a brief, I'm a full professor at Australian University of Kuwait. I have 30 years of experience in academy. We are here, have research with jointly with CKU, and also we are having certain courses called project-based learning here. I've been involved in multiple research in UK, in Europe, and through 5K Fast funds in Middle East, and also recognized by research achievement at our university, Australian University. Have over 140 published journals and over 4,200 citations. Anyway, the brief description of my talk today, as you see here, it says building sector energy consumption has risen significantly due to climate change, underscoring the need for low energy buildings. A joint project between Kuwait and Australia, funded by KFAS, Kuwait Foundation for Advancement Sciences, constructed 2 portable cabins in Kuwait. These cabins, with internal dimension of 2 meter, 2 meter, 2.8 meter, were made of 75 millimeter thick sandwich panels, insulation type, and metal frames. The purpose was to study thermal and power consumption characteristic. Particularly in Kuwait, it's always hot. We just wanted to study the air conditioning and cooling demand of these cabins. The presentation shared the research we done in different aspects like cool roof techniques, solar assisted air conditioning, phase change materials, which is undergoing, and some experimental computational solution as well. All right, let me start with the next presentation file. So that was this one. So I guess I need to go back here and start sharing with the next PowerPoint, which is this one. Okay. Was this one? Guess I need to stop sharing perhaps and start again. Got it. Is it visible, my presentation now?
Yes, sir, it's pretty visible, sir.
Okay, perfect. Okay, that's the story of development of novel portable cabins for low energy building research in Kuwait. My name is Ahmad Sadakat, and I'm really thankful to the scientific committee, and the organization of 10th GoGreen Summit in Malaysia 2024 for inviting me to have this talk. I try to be within 30 minutes as you've been recommended, and hopefully that will work. Right, so let's see if I share it. Is it gonna still showing the same thing? Still you are with me, right? Still we can see my screen, great? Hello? what's happened here. Hello? Can you still hear me and see me?
Yes, sir.
You can see my presentation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ah,
Yes, sir.
great. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Let's see. How does it work? Yeah. Here, I introduce my research team, the number of colleagues at Australian University, a number of colleagues at Central Queensland University of Australia. They collaborated in this research. The study funded by Kuwait Foundation for Advancement of Sciences, KFAS, Australian University, and also CTU under this grant number. And my talk start with an introduction, a bit of climate of Kuwait, and discussing of portable cabin equipment we use for measurement result and conclusion. To introduce, building sector is one of the largest energy consuming sectors in the world. In Kuwait, space heating, particularly space cooling, accounts for nearly 70% of total residential energy consumptions based on Energy Outlook 2019 in Kuwait. Some researchers also found, the electricity consumption within the building mainly is due to the cooling demand in the very hot weather condition in Kuwait. With high projected space cooling requirement in buildings in both Kuwait and Australia, researchers need to develop thermally efficient building for mainstream use. And then it's extremely difficult to overcome these challenges because further improvement are currently used conventional building envelopes, construction material, and methods somehow exhausted. So there need to be find new potential options like alternative smart materials, certain techniques like also a smart material like phase change material or bi-phase change materials, cool roofs, and implementation of building integrated solar air conditioning system. These are the things which we targeted for this research. Okay, again, here I just provided a bit of background on this research. One of the most advantageous locations for studying the effect of different energy saving maybe is a hot climate like hello? Is it okay, everything? Continue? Okay, sorry, I heard somebody. All right. Yeah. Sorry. Everything good? Because I felt internet disruption from your voice side anyway. It's good I continue anyway. If you compare regular phase change material to regular if you compare phase change material to regular bricks, concrete blocks, usually phase change materials have larger heat storage capacity, which means they can store more thermal energy per unit mass. Yes. There are a number of phase change materials available, including paraffin wax, which is a popular type of BCM or salt hydrates. These are the typical phase change material used inside the buildings, for example. Anyway, I just briefed the background to avoid, there are a number of different type of phase change material listed here. You can get back to me later on to discuss it. Anyway, a studied climate of Kuwait. This is a map, Google map of the Kuwait at the edge of west of Asia, northeast of the Arabian Peninsula. It's bordered to Iraq and Saudi Arabia, and it has a 500 kilometer of water border share with Iran. The location in terms of latitude and longitude is shown here. And Kuwait also includes several, like 10 islands, and the country is quite flat geography. It doesn't have higher than 306 meters above sea level. In terms of, as you see here, radiation and also temperature in the Kuwait, as you can see, from January to December, you have a little colder winter season because of the vicinity to Iraq and Iran. But most of the year is warm. You know, the climate is considered as a subtropical desert climate according to Köppen climate classification. It's less humid, particularly in summer, scorching summers and mild winters. And you can see also the numbers of amount of solar radiations as well in these graphs. Temperature can easily reach nowadays to 50 degrees in daytime in summer, and in the nighttime is around 35 degrees at the moment. In terms of water, it's hardly rain here except in the winter time. Very, very little rain we have during the year, 35 millimeters per month in rainy months. The wind rose also shows here, showing the prevailing direction, usually in south and northwest, and the wind speed are usually small, 2 to 4 meters per second. The methodology of the work to study energy saving in the building start with building two identical portable cabins. As you see in this picture, they are made from sandwich panels inside 2 meter by 2 meter by 2.8 meter height. And we have equipped each one with an air conditioning system to keep indoor temperature at a comfortable level. More description of the sizes of the doors and windows of this portable cabin, just standard sizes of the typical room, for example. We try to create that sizes. Most of research we look at literature is rely on very small models, and they usually do not incorporate any air conditioning systems. So the build start with the fabrication of the structural framework from beams and hollow sections, as you can see in these pictures, and then mounting the sandwich panels and putting some plywood at the floor, and also for the ceiling we use gypsum boards. And in terms of equipment, we use certain equipment, particularly for indoor. We use Davis instrument L-Link that measures variety of weather condition inside, temperature, humidity, several particle matters. So they determine air quality index as well inside, and also heat index is calculated. So we place it at the center of the rooms, each rooms, and located that in the middle of the room, and the data through Wi-Fi and iCloud is stored in the website of the company. The next one is Emporia Energy Monitor instrument. This is a good instrument. We can connect 8 to 16 appliances, single phase, 3 phases, and usually the same way we can store data in a variety of form in terms of seconds, minutes, 15 minutes, hours, and so on. So the data can be accessed anytime. So usually you have access to the Wi-Fi system through your phone or your computer to access to this device. Okay, and this shows the recording of the data and the accuracy of the data, which is energy and power. Next, we also utilize certain data logger system to read at a certain point of the walls and surfaces the temperature. This is explain it with how many data can be stored and studied. And also we install a weather station at one of the rooftop of the buildings. With this, we can measure outside wind speed, wind direction, solar radiation, outdoor temperature, humidity, and also at some point we could measure also the CO2 and particle matters. Anyway, Again, can I check again if everybody can hear me well? Am I still connected? Hello? You still with me? If I can't see you,
Any issue, sir?
everybody is here. Am I still connected?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible, sir.
Okay, good. So the first thing first, we had these two cabins. We needed to make sure they are producing exactly the same thing, you know. So with 2 Davis device installed inside these rooms, we can compare temperature and measures over a few days or a few weeks at the beginning. And this shows, you know, some comparison between temperature variation, humidity variation, and the accuracy was pretty amazing. You know, we got less than 1% error and less for the temperature and around less than 2% error for the humidity. So these rooms represent exactly the same output as we expected. Now we can equip one of these with certain energy amendment system and compare with the other one. So that's where we can have a good comparison. In terms of power and energy consumption, we did the same. And as you can see in a couple of images here, these two cabins, even at the different hours of the day, have more or less the same power consumption. That power consumption was also so promising. So we did a number of transit simulation when we built, you know, based on the information of the data collected from these. So this is just a brief idea if somebody is not quite familiar with transit. Transit is called Transient System Simulation Program, developed by Sanford Alan Klein for his PhD thesis at University of Wisconsin in 1976. And it is anyway used for many researchers, and this is give a bit of history about transit here as well. Okay, so we model the same cabin. When you deal with the PCM, it's become a bit more complicated. You need with a certain type of PCM, which is called here type 1270 or type 399. We have to model the cabins with SketchUp, for example, and incorporate additional let's say surfaces to model with one of these PCM models. So it's a bit cumbersome and complicated, but it's doable anyway. Here it's just an example with type 399, a simulation design, architecture of that design with adding, you know, PCM to different walls of the portable cabins. So we did some measurement, we did some transit simulation here where I highlighted some transit simulation were validated for portable cabins on cooling loads and then applied for 10 classical walling materials among 43 main manufacturers. The result of simulation show that autoclave aerated concrete block walls were energy-saving choices for Kuwait. AAC, we call it AAC. This could save up to 35% cooling compared with other, you know, materials. That was one of the things we get it out of that modeling. Simulation showed promising result that sandwich panels with 75 millimeter, which is currently we built, can save further nearly 38.5, nearly 40% on cooling compared with AAC walling, and that was very, very persuasive, you know, to continue with that research. Here, a comparison shown between AAC and the sandwich panels in terms of cooling, heating, and total energy needed. So that around 38%, 38.5% cooling is really a good achievement for this portable cabin in terms of simulation. But in terms of practice, it's always not what we get from, you know, simulation. We need to be careful what we do. We start with some cool roof ideas. Shingle roofs was one of them. Many buildings use here these shingles. We adopted these things, and we found not really much effective, this sort of roofing. They affect the internal temperature, indoor temperature and humidity somehow, but they are not saving much energy. In terms of energy, was like either increase energy in this case, or if we try other design like this one, which was a metal thin design, also the saving was marginal, very little. The main reason when I studied other publication related to insulated building, because of heavily insulated building, usually they do not enjoy cool roof savings. So insulation is really overweight any other techniques in terms of cool roof. We also try a variety of cool roof paints. I didn't show it here. Yeah. And it's still, with best case, we get around 1 to 3% energy saving in terms of saving indoor energy, cooling energy by increasing the reflection using the paint. All right, next was installation of solar PV panels. That was more promising. We installed based on the admissible dimension of the cabin, which can manage to put like 4 PV panels. And we could save at some points, as you can see here, we measured this energy consumption over 1 year, nearly 1 year. And at some days and some part of the months, we can see around 30% we could save energy using the comparing with the right and left cabin and amount of energy saving. All right. So this was quite promising in terms of solar energy use. In terms of phase change material, we did some preliminary study, put some graphite type PCM, which is what we call it a stabilized form PCMs. And we try to figure out, this is some information regarding this nanographic PCM type. We use it. It has high thermal. Hello, yes? Okay, we have this information regarding this PCM, and this may be more useful to see this, what we call it DSC, differential scanning colorimetry technique. So most of the simulation I saw in the literature are using pure PCM. Pure PCM has the same curve for heating and cooling, but true PCM is what you see like here. We have 2 different curves. One is for heating, one is for cooling. So if you want to do proper simulation, you need to use these type of curves, this type of graphs relating heating and cooling of PCMs. Again, with in terms of practicality, when we get this PCM in Kuwait during some of the hot weeks of the Kuwait, it's easily, as you can see in the transportation, it's quite deformed. So in terms, we want to implement it in the building, the time we get this inside our building should be carefully selected, during the winter time, not summertime. We measured, the wall of the cabins for several weeks, and we analyzed this data in a journal published paper in energy storage, and we realized in order to keep indoor benefit from indoor PCM installation, we probably need to go with a temperature around, I don't know if I can show here by some laser pointer, we can enjoy with around 24 melting temperature of the PCM. We can have like 8 hours of melting and nearly 16 hours of cooling. So this is a sort of balanced temperature for these cabins, because most of the time indoor temperature is kept at 22 degrees. So this is another aspect that we just discover within this research, that we can, by measuring temperature, the places we want to put the PCM material, phase change materials, we can discover what is the best suited melting point for us. All right, here shows at different days, the same conclusion. In terms of transit simulation, were validated for the portable cabin equipped with bio-PCM on walls and ceiling. We found some results here not shown, but I can give you some conclusion. If we use a certain bio-PCM at optimal location inside the cabins and roof, we can save around 30% in Kuwait. This was from simulation anyway. Again, compared with a conventional material like AAC or sandwich panel, bio-PCM can add extra saving, So altogether, if we use sandwich panel and add some perhaps PCMs, we may expect that computationally to get around 70% energy saving in Kuwait. All right, this is a computational work done by Transys. As you can see, I tried different type 1270 PCM, which is made by a manufacturer called bio-PCM in the board, and that shows more or less we can save around as you can see here in the cooling and also in the heating, and the total amount of saving around 22%, something like that. Okay. So here the comparison of a sandwich panel without PCM and a sandwich panel with PCM in terms of heating, cooling, and total. As you can see, I can obtain around 20% in cooling and total when I'm implementing PCM. In terms of what we call it latent. For the latent one, is the case that the PCM completely incorporated inside the sandwich panel, inside the wall. But practically, you cannot do that. You can only hang it, for this testing. If you have some air gaps, that could easily bring it down, So the way you integrate the PCM with the wall is very important. We show in another research that if we have some air gaps within the PCM and the walls, we can drop from that 20% to something around 10% or even worse. Okay, in conclusion, I hope everybody's still with me. We built 2 identical portable cabin and studied different energy saving in Kuwait. We found these 2 portable cabins were thermally identical, and we had similar temperature and humidity trends. We found magnitude and behavior of power consumption for the 2 portable cabins were also identical. Next, we applied some transit simulation to understand our cabins better. We discovered that if we use, 75mm sandwich panel, we can save like 40% energy compared with the AAC material, which is common use in the buildings. That was the start point. We also test 43 manufacturers of walling materials, and through those we discovered that AAC was the best, and AAC in comparison with the rest was already have 35% cooling effect in Kuwait. Next, we studied variety of cool roof ideas. It didn't work in Kuwait. But solar assisted system worked properly. We could save around 30% at some months, and overall we discovered around 24 to 26% in Kuwait energy was saved. Cooling energy was saved in Kuwait, and that's just really make a big contribution to buildings, To determine the most practical melting point for PCM, we did some data logging studies. We measured temperature inside the walls of the portable cabin, and we come up with a suitable melting point of 24 centigrade based on analyzing those data. And then currently we have both those PCM with melting point of 24 and install it. And in the winter time, we really enjoyed a good saving of this PCM. But as we get to the summertime, at the moment, it gets bad and bad. And in June, really, it gets nearly to 0 energy saving PCM. So we try to improve, to remove those air gap we were scared of at the moment, and hope from June, July, and August, hopefully we can get some improvement. We added, a sort of extra insulation with a plywood cover, and try to eliminate the air gaps at the moment. So from transfer simulation, anyway, shows that the combined insulation and PCM can save around 60% energy. In Kuwait, we're happy with PCM in winter time, but in summertime, at the moment, we are not happy. Thank you very much for all your attention and all your participation, and hope everybody was with me all to the point, up to the end. Okay, thank you. I'm here to ask any question. If you have any question to ask from me, okay. Mr. Chairman, I hope I done correctly the half an hour I had.
Yes,
Mr.
yes.
Chairman, sorry, Mr. Joshua. Yeah.
Not an issue, sir. I guess no participant have any other queries, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable time and your presentation, sir.
I hope you enjoy something and learn something from it. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day too.
Thank you. Okay, so I should stop. Or should I leave? Leave.
You can stop sharing the screen, sir.
Oh, it stopped sharing the screen. Okay, let me see. Got it. Stop sharing. Yeah, I'm done. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So next, I would like to continue with our technical sessions. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Sthiti Mukherjee on a topic of technological innovations to control pollution.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, kindly share your screen, please.
Ma'am, is my screen visible?
No, not yet.
Ma'am, is my screen visible now? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Sthiti Mukherjee from Sister Nivedita University, India, and my topic for today is technological innovations to control air pollution. So, as we already know that urban areas across the globe encounter a significant environmental challenge, that being the climate change. And the main contributor to this climate change is air pollution. So, unless cities undergo a transformative shift towards sustainability and control of air pollution, there is a very little hope of addressing this problem. The inadequate management of air quality in the metropolitan cities have far-reaching consequences for human health and well-being. Worldwide, urban growth, industrialization, and increased vehicle use have led to the surge in air pollution, causing severe health issues like respiratory diseases, cancer, and pregnancy complications. It also leads to millions of premature deaths annually. But we are already aware that technology has overtaken the world. Society has been relying on technology to solve their problems, and certainly, technology has been bringing us advancements that have played a big role in saving the environment. For instance, like nowadays, we have smart devices that can be programmed to be turned on or off by detecting the activity in the room. This reduces large amount of energy that is consumed on a daily basis. So, humans are constantly discovering new ways on how to use the technology to preserve and develop the resources. One such innovation is the electrical vehicle, commonly known as EVs. EVs are also powered by electricity, which produce zero emissions, making them much cleaner alternatives, leading to less air pollution. The various technological based The various technological based projects are that are already existing and deployed to curb air pollution include as follows: like the perimeter filtration unit on buses.
It is basically installed on the rooftops. These units effectively capture dust particles, thereby minimizing the contribution of vehicular movement to control air pollution. Another one is wind augmentation purifying unit, commonly known as biofiltration unit, that act as local air purifiers, offering a potential solution to combat the adverse effects of traffic-related pollution. There are more, like according to a report, more than 70 of such Vayu machines were installed last year at some of the most polluted roads intersections such as ITO, Anand Vihar, Wazirpur Chowk, and Shadipur and Bhikajikama. And the efficiency is also increased by the time the old devices are improved and replaced by the new devices. Like while the old devices could clean about 1000 meter cube of air per hour, the new versions uh, could clean 2500 meter cube air per hour. So as we develop the already existing devices, the efficiency to combat air pollution also increases. Another example of innovative approach to reduce the air pollution include the carbon capture and sequestration. Sorry, carbon capture and sequestration. The CSS involves capturing carbon dioxide emissions from power plant or other industrial source and storing them in underground reservoirs, preventing them from being released into the atmosphere. So it is important that we use these technologies in combination with other existing projects in order to have the greatest impact on the air pollution. We must also work to reduce the energy consumption, increase the use of renewable energy resources in order to further reduce the air pollution and improve the environment. Um, some of the technology to combat air pollutions are further like photocatalytic oxidation, ionization technology. These are relatively the newer ways of activation. So like the smog towers and biofiltration system are some of the examples that are quite new ways and technological innovations. For example, like the algae based biofiltration system are some of the common methods. So technology, when we talk about technology, we commonly, like the modern concept of technology revolves around AI. So the AI could be a huge shift towards towards environmental management, and it opens the door for future gate to combat air pollution. So how does AI actually help? AI can significantly contribute to combating air pollution in several ways, including the predictive modeling. Like AI algorithms can analyze weather patterns, traffic data, or industrial activities to forecast air quality, enabling proactive measures. Another one is by optimization of traffic flow. Like AI can optimize how traffic signals and routes to reduce the congestion, decrease in emissions and vehicles. Smart energy management and green building design are one of the future prospects that opens the door for how we can control the air pollution. So these are some of the innovative approaches that we have come across. Um, and this is all from me. Thank you.
A nice presentation, Steffi. You told that AI is more important in controlling air pollution in future generation. Nowadays also we
Yes.
are having traffic control, and we are seeing the uh, air purifiers everywhere. So how can you justify AI is the main role in air control?
So I am not saying that AI is the main thing, but we can also incorporate AI along with the existing projects that are already there. So we can the efficiency can increase. Like the efficiency with which we can control the air pollution can increase with AI.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the participants? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Our next presentation is by Varsha Roy on a topic of gut microbiome associated with cardiovascular disease, atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, and type 2 diabetic mellitus.
Yes, ma'am, I'm audible.
Yeah, you're audible. Kindly share your screen, please.
Is my presentation screen visible?
Yes.
I think. Is my presentation visible?
Yes, your presentation is visible. Kindly, yeah, it's pretty good now. Kindly continue with your presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Just some error in the screen. Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm going to talk about the gut microbiome associated with the cardiovascular disease, especially our atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease and the type 2 diabetes mellitus. So what is gut microbiome? The gut microbiome is the microbial world situated inside the human gut, especially known as the forgotten organ or the multifunctional organs, often because of its multifunctional approach and the help in digestion and metabolism of several biomolecules inside the intestine. There are some important keywords which are going to be discussed in this presentation, like metagenomics, metagenome, metabolomics, metabolome, in vitro characterization, functional presentation, multi-omic approach, glycosylation, dehydrogenation, and the fecal shotgun metagenomics. So at first, let's talk about the cardiovascular disease associated with the gut microbiome. Accumulating evidences suggest that the cardiovascular disease is associated with altered gut microbiome, but the understanding between these theses was hindered by the lack of matched data with the diagnostic biomarkers. So, for comprehensively profile the gut microbiome contribution to the CVD, we needed numerous participants and their samples to be processed through the metagenomics and metabolomics. In this analysis, an integrated approach revealed that the microbial pathways which were implicated in this cardiovascular disease included the metabolism of the following biomolecules like flavonoid, gamma-butyrobitine, and the cholesterol, a very known biomolecule. By evaluating numerous research findings, it was found that the genus Oxalibacter was found to be associated with decreased fecal and plasma cholesterol levels. After isolating multiple Oxalibacter samples and going them through the functional prediction and in vitro characterization, it was found that the Oxalibacter has a capability of metabolizing the cholesterol by means of glycosylation in dehydrogenation. All these research findings suggest that cholesterol metabolism is a broad property of phylogenetically diverse Oxalibacter species with a potential beneficial for the lipid homeostasis and the cardiovascular disease. These are some macroscopic images of the Oxalibacter which I have found from this research article. And now let's talk about the atherosclerosis, in which it was found that Enterobacteriaceae and Streptococcus are the leading microbes present inside the gut, which have a great abundance in the bacterial genus and in the gut microbiome. The abundance of these two genus, Enterobacteriaceae and Streptococcus, led to the deviation of the gut from the status of being healthy, functionally, and potentially for the metabolism and transport of several biomolecules important for the cardiovascular health. Another trial also suggested that there is a dysbiosis, that is, an imbalance in the gut microbiome in the individual suffering from atherosclerosis abundance of the actinobacteria inside the intestine as compared to some butyrate producing bacteria inside the gut of the healthy control. That is, in case of atherosclerosis, there is abundance of actinobacteria, whereas in case of normal human being, there is abundance of butyrobitate producing bacteria. These are the micrographs of Citrobacter friendly, which is a member of the Enterobacteriaceae. The Streptococcus, it is a phylogenetic species. I don't know the real name of this particular species. This is the genus Streptococcus. And the Actinoasis israeli, which is the scanning electrograph of this image. So now this is the final topic, that is the type 2 diabetes mellitus and its association with gut microbiome. There are some gut microbiomes which benefit the human by the production of short chain fatty acid via carbohydrate fermentation inside our intestine. A study on the type 2 diabetes mellitus revealed that the deficiency of this SCFA producing bacteria is associated with this particular disease. And when the conduction of randomized clinical study was performed, it was specifically designed for the isoenergetic diets. Together with the shortcut metagenomics, it was found that the bacterial strains of the same SCFA producing species found inside the gut can be increased availably inside human intestine via dietary fibers. When the short chain fatty acid producing bacteria are promoted by the dietary fiber, are present in a greater diversity and abundance inside the human intestine, the patients with type 2 diabetes mellitus had a great improvement in hemoglobin A1C levels, partially increased by the glucagon-like peptide 1 production. These are some research articles and references which I have used for making this presentation. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. We hope any questions from the audience?
Sorry, sir, couldn't share my audio, just scratched.
It's very nice presentation. Any questions from the audience? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Next, we would like to move on to our next presenter, Dr. R. Manivannan, on a topic of influence of organics and mineral nitrogen on growth and yield of rice in typic ustifluent soil. Dr. Manivannan. I guess we didn't have sir as of now. We'll move to our next presenter, Bharati S, on a topic of quality and nutrient analysis of M4 generation of Moringa, variety of PKM1. Miss Bharati.
Whether it is audible?
Yeah, ma'am, you're audible. Kindly share your screen, please.
Are you able to see my PPT, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible. Kindly go ahead with your presentation.
Okay. So, good evening, one and all present here. I'm Bharati, a PhD scholar from the Department of Vegetable Science, Horticulture College and Research Institute, Tamil Nadu Agricultural University, India. So actually, this is my research work, which currently I'm doing. So in this, the main aim of the study is to develop a variety which is giving more yield for leaf production. So far, there is no variety which has been developed for leaf production. Most of the Moringa varieties have been concentrated on developing a variety with a higher pod yield. So the main objective why we have taken to increase the develop a variety with a high leaf yield is that there is a difficulty in affording nutrient-rich food by poor household, which is mainly due to the costly nature of the food that are available in our market. Also, to promote the intake of food rich in iron, that will provide a sustainable approach to prevent iron deficiency anemia, and also consumption of leafy vegetables can provide good source of nutrients. But most of the leafy vegetables give less biomass comparing moringa. Moringa will be having more biomass as it is a tree crop. And to meet the global demand, as moringa is gaining more importance in global market, especially moringa leaf, which is having a high quality, and also it is having bulk yield, and also we can go for many value added products. So we are going for a research with developing a variety with higher leaf yield. So the main methodology carried out here is, first, the PKM1 seeds were treated with gamma radiation of 100 gray, 200 gray, and 300 gray. Then the best performing progenies were selected and forwarded to M2 generation, and subsequently they were selected and forwarded to M3 generation by my previous workers. So they have given some mutants with the best performance, especially with respect to yield and quality. And the one which was selected in the M3 generation is 15109. So it is a derivative of 200 gray of gamma irradiation, and this was selected and self, and the progenies were raised in the M4 generation. And I have evaluated the M4 generation progenies, which were giving best performance, and to identify a variety which we can forward to next generation. It is not enough to select a variety with only the leaf biomass. So we are going to carry out some quality analysis. So in that sense, I have carried out all the quality analysis which are possible to do. So the most basic and important nutrients like calcium, iron content, ascorbic acid, vitamin A, and protein contents were analyzed in those mutant. And comparing control, some of the mutants like 15, 109, 70, 16, 11, 75, 55, and 64. These mutants performed well in one or the other characters comparing the control PKM1 variety. So, on an overall conclusion, these mutants displayed some notable performance on different characters compared to both control and other mutants. And also, coming to the further observations, we need to select the plant, and we need to forward it to subsequent generation to verify its sustainable character, whether it is stable or it is not stable. So we have to confirm the stability of its performance through further 3 to 4 generations. Then we can select the plant according to our trait of interest. So in this, both yield and quality helps in developing a variety suitable to meet both the food and the nutritional security. Also, coming to the future thrust, moringa have the high export opportunities due to the value-added products developed from all the parts of moringa. So, longer shelf life of moringa leaf powder is an important trait to be concerned. So, comparing other leafy vegetables, bulk.
So sorry, ma'am. Is there any issue? Bharati, ma'am. Bharati, ma'am. I guess there is a connectivity issue, sir. Like we lost ma'am.
Okay.
Could we wait, or else shall we move to the next presentation, sir?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Sorry for the inconvenience.
Okay, ma'am. Please continue with your presentation.
You can conclude your presentation.
Sir?
You can conclude your presentation.
Yes, sir. So far we have identified some mutants which giving best performance over yield and quality. So forwarding those mutants to subsequent generations we can able to identify the stable performance of that mutants, and we can release it as a variety with the potential high leaf yield without compromising any nutritional qualities.
Okay, Bharati.
Sir?
You told that PKM1 variety. Actually,
Yes,
you
sir.
did with PKM1 variety only.
Yes, sir. PKM1 and its mutants.
In its mutants, okay. So your main motto is to develop good leaf yield mutant with PKM.
Yes, sir. Without compromising nutritional qualities.
Nutrition qualities.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then can you tell me that what is the leaf yield of PKM1?
The leaf yield is
from that one only you are mutating everything,
yes,
and you are
yes, sir.
selecting
Yes,
one.
sir. Actually, we are carrying out so many different experiments. This is a small experiment with quality only. But coming to the leaf, PKM1 yield an average of 500 grams per harvest, sir. We'll be harvesting it within a 45 days interval. We'll be getting multiple harvests within a year. So with 45 days interval, 500 gram on average of single yield can be obtained in PKM1. So the mutants have given more than 500 grams of leaf yield. Especially the high
500
performing
gram
mutants
of leaf yield, dry or fresh?
Fresh leaf yield, sir. Fresh leaf yield.
Fresh leaves. Okay,
Yes.
okay. Actually, PKM1 also giving 52 tons of pod yield per hectare.
Yes,
So
sir. Yes.
this variety will be useful as well as for pod and leaf also. You
Yes,
can,
sir. Pod and leaf. But
and it
when
is
we
also
are
drought
leaving
period,
it, yes, sir. When we are leaving it for pod production, we won't be harvesting leaf to the extent. So we'll be going for developing a variety with more leaf yield.
More leaf. Okay, 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 okay. Thank you. It's a very nice presentation. Any queries from the participants?
Thank you so much for the opportunity given here. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, no queries. Okay, thank you. Roshni ma'am, you can.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So our next presentation is by Manjusha MR on a topic of effects of mutagenetic sensitivity induced by the gamma rays, CO60 of acid lime variety. Manjusha?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, you are pretty audible.
Is my PPT visible, ma'am?
Yes, kindly on the presentation. Yeah, it's good now. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Good evening. I'm Manjusha, doing my third PhD in Horticulture College and Research Institute, Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, Periyulam. So today I'm going to present research topic on effect of mutagenic effect of cobalt-60 gamma radiation in variety acid lime variety Balaji. So we know that acid lime Citrus sabroncifolia belongs to the family Rutaceae, one of the most important fruit crop next to sweet orange and mandarin. And in India, it is cultivated about 2,500 million tons of an acid lime are produced from 252 million hectares, and come to Tamil Nadu. The acid lime is cultivated about 10,000 hectares of area in Tamil Nadu. So it is a significant fruit crop having nutrition value with affordable price. Nowadays, is gaining popularity to the adaptability of various agro-climate condition, low investment cost throughout the fruit bearing habit. But due to the lack of irrigation, labor, and input prices, it is vital to optimize the productivity. So in order to overcome this rigorous horticulture practice, to attain the optimum outcome, one of the best option is to create genetic variations by using the ionization radiation for more chromosomal alteration. So for that, it is safe to chromosomal alteration. Sorry. So, so mutation is one of the best method for that. The advantage of our chemical mutation over the physical mutation is, for physical mutation, it has precise dose determination, allowing sufficient reproducibility and high and uniform penetration in the plant tissue, particularly the gamma rays. So, my treatment, I have selected 10 treatments. One of it is control, and the treatment is 5 to 45 gray, and I have irradiated my acetylene seeds from Indira Gandhi Center for Atomic Research Station at Kalpakam. And after irradiation, I have planted this seeds in the poly bag. Then I have observed the morphological characters as well as the biochemical characters. So on the result of this morphological character, I observed that increasing the gamma radiation is decreased the germination rate, survival percentage, number of underdeveloped seedlings, plant height, and length and width of the leaf, as well as the days for the thorn formation. So the decrease of the germination percentage is due to that when the higher dose of gamma radiation is given, it has a detrimental effect on the sprouting. So when due to that chromosomal abnormalities, point mutation, or enzyme inhibitions. So when it is a lower dose as given, it will promote the metabolic activity. That's why in the lower doses it have good growth, germination, plant height, etc. But when it comes to the higher doses, all this morphological character has been decreased. So when plant height, why the plant height has been decreased means due to this radiation effect, due to the higher radiation above 25 gray, all this plant have some chromosomal damage, reducing the mitotic division, nuclear regeneration, and cellular expansion is happening. So that the plant which has been mutated mutated, this incapacity to absorb the nutrient from the soil. So it has decreased the growth. So when it comes to the number of leaves in mutated plants, the number of leaves has been less when compared to the control. This is due to that disruption or inactivation of physiological and development stage caused by this mutation, due to this irradiation. Then come to the internodal length. The mutated plants have less internodal length when compared to the control, because due to the effect of this gamma rays, the auxin degenerations happen. So inadequate to absorb the nutrients, then mitotic suppressions has been happened, and ultimately the chromosome damage. So they're also having some genetic changes in the plant. This caused the internodal length to be less. Thereby the plant stature also being very small when compared to the control plant. So next comes to the relative water content and the proline content. The relative water content in the mutated plant has been raised than the unmutated plant, because there is the deposits of the wax deposition as well as the thicker cuticle in the mutated plant. In proline, proline, as we know, as proline is a stress hormone. When the increasing dose of mutagenic treatment, it may be attributed that role of protecting plant against the free radicals generating during the exposure of the mutagenic treatment, so that the proline content in the mutated plants has been increased when compared to the non-irradiated plant. So I come to the conclusion that the duration of gamma rays and the intensity of the radiation determine the morphological and biochemical changes in the plant. The inhibitory impact may be brought by the fact that greater dose of the gamma radiation produce biological damage at the faster range, and at the lower concentration, it increases the enzymes and growth hormones. So the genetic gain and the variability of commercially available mutant, it cannot be stabilized in the first generation. So the research has to be carried out the next generation to get stabilized about this result. So it's all about my research. And in the photographs it's given that the first photo is I have raised a mutant, and I also observed the chlorophyll mutant at 20 gray. And the next photo is at A is a control plant and M is that mutated plant. This is the difference between the height differences between that plant. And this is all about my research, sir.
Okay, Manjusha, I have one small doubt.
Sir.
You have induced various radiation.
Yes, sir.
0 to 2050, something
0
like
to
that.
45, sir.
45. So
yes.
While increasing the radiation, the plant growth reduced, everything is reduced.
Yes, sir.
Nodal length and leaf, number of leaf and everything is reduced.
Yes.
Generation percentage also reduced.
Yes, sir.
Is there any optimal radiation that can be equal to the control?
Yes, sir, it's for all the values which I said that all the reduction is been apart from 25 gray, sir. 20 third about I can say strictly that's 30 gray, and the optimum radiation for this Balaji variety I got 25 gray, sir. Apart from the 25 gray only, all this reduction is happening.
Okay,
So
before
the
25
optimum
it is
value is 25, sir.
before 25 it is equivalent to control.
So not equivalent, we cannot say, sir. There's some changes in that because it is mutated plant, but
Okay.
not that much variation.
So then any yield difference?
Yield, it is only now it is only about 1 year plan, sir.
No, I'm just asking whether you have any idea about yield difference with radiation.
Other crops, sir? Other crops?
No, in lime only. You are doing first time. No one
yes.
did till now.
They have done, but not to the yield, sir.
Not to the yield. Okay, okay.
So
Any
for the next
review?
generation, sir. We have to continue it for
Okay. Any review regarding the yield or something?
Yield is that, so we'll get seedless variety, then thornless, like that. And for me, I am aiming for the dwarf plants, sir.
Okay.
And as well as thornless also.
Okay. Thank you, Madhusha.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Any queries from participants? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, GoGreen, for giving
Thank
me an
you for your
opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Kindly stop sharing your screen, please. So our next presenter of the day is Kabilyan M on a topic of role of wide hybridization in vegetable crop improvement. Mr. Kabilyan, are we having you? We could see your presentation, but we couldn't hear you, please.
Ma'am, my slides are visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Good evening to all. My topic is role of wide hybridization in vegetable crop improvement. First, the hybridization is nothing but a crossing between the two genetically dissimilar parents. In wide hybridization, there are two types of wide hybridization: interspecific and intergeneric hybridization. Hybridization between the individuals from different species belong to the same genus is known as interspecific hybridization. Within the two different genera in the same family is known as intergeneric hybridization. Coming to the history, the Thomas Fairchild, the first authentic record of distant hybridization in carnation and sweet William. In Rempo, produced the first intergeneric hybrid triticale. In Carpento, is developed intergeneric hybrid Rabano brassica. The classification of wide hybridization, it can be broadly classified as two types: interspecific hybridization and intergeneric hybridization. In interspecific hybridization, also known as intrageneric hybridization, it occurs when the two distinct species of the same genus of the grasses. It gives three types of grasses. First one is a fully fertile grasses, partially fertile grasses, and fully sterile grasses. In the fully fertile grasses, the interspecific grasses are fully fertile between the species that have the complete chromosome homology. The chromosome in the hybrids have normal pairing at the meiosis stage. At the result, in F1 hybrids are fully fertile. For example, cotton, wheat, oat, and soybean. In partial fertile grasses, interspecific grasses are partially fertile between the those species which differ in chromosome number but have some of the chromosome in common. In this situation, the F1 plants are partially fertile or partially sterile. Example: wheat, cotton, and tobacco. In fully sterile classes, the grasses are fully sterile between the species do not have the chromosomal homology. Such hybrids can be self-fertile by the doubling of the chromosome by using colchicine treatment. Example: tobacco, wheat, cotton, brassica, and Vigna species. The features of the interspecific hybridization are it is used when the desirable character is not found in the within the species. We go to for the interspecific hybridization. It is the effective method of a transfer of desirable genes into the cultivator plants. Interspecies hybridization it is more successful in the vegetative propagated species like sugarcane and potato and seed propagated species. In the interspecies hybridization leads to the integration of transfer of some genes from the one species into genome of the another species. The main features of intergeneric hybridization are the recessible genes are not found in different species of the same genus. We can go also intergeneric hybridization. The method is very rarely used. Very rarely used transfer of some specific characters into the cultivator species of allied genera. Intergeneric hybridization has been generally used in the asexually propagated species. In the F1 hybrids between the two genera, always sterile. Already you see the fully sterile plants. The fertility can be restored by the doubling of the chromosomes through the colchicine treatment. The intergeneric hybridization was used by the some of the workers to develop the new crop species. Some of the barriers associated with the YD hybridization are spiral isolation, pre-fertilization barriers, and post-fertilization barriers. So the techniques to overcome the pre-fertilization barriers is in the taxonomic position of the parental species, more resemble to the phenotypically plants are used for the the techniques. The doubling of the chromosome number by using colchicine treatment, the crops like potato, cucumis, and brassica species. Bridge species in the many crops in the two species are otherwise in the crossing it always incompatible, may be hybridized with the help of the third species known as bridging species. For example, we successfully using Solanum vercosum as a female bridging parent to assess the Solanum pinnatisectum, and the Solanum simplicifolium was used as the bridging species in the crossing of Solanum acute and Solanum tuberosum. Menthor pollination. Pollen grains of the some of the species do not germinate on the stigma of the cultivator species. However, the pollen grains are mixed with the killed maternal pollen grains. These incompatible pollen grains take place in the cucumis species. Use of growth regulators. Growth regulators to enhance the zygotic formation in distant hybrids of many cucumber beets, okra, and tomato. Commonly used growth regulators are IAA, IBA, and GA3. The GA3 75 ppm application in the maternal pollen 1 or 2 days before or after the pollination to improve the zygotic formation, faster pollen tip growth, and more embryo survival and more seed set in the wide crosses. Protoplast fusion. It involves fusion of the protoplast of the two incompatible species or genera. The fused hercochrane is placed in the artificial nutrient medium or regenerated into the hybrid plant. The approach is particularly more successful in the vegetatively propagated species. Post-fertilization barriers. There are 4 types of barriers: hybrid embryo abortion, hybrid inviability, hybrid sterility, and hybrid breakdown. The techniques overcome for the post-fertilization barriers are the embryo rescue techniques, ovary cultures, and ovial cultures. Coming to the role of the YD hybridization, it can be used for the disease resistance against the various diseases, insect resistant and abiotic stress tolerance, for quality improvement, for yield enhancement, for development of new crop species, by transfer of sterile cytoplasm for the hybrid protection, for rootstock breeding. It is some of the example for disease resistant in different vegetable species. In okra, resistant to yellow vein mosaic virus, and the genes from the wild species Abel muscus, Aioli, and brinjal. In the bacterial wilt, the resistant gene was from the Solanum spinatomum. In tomato, fusarium wilt, and the transfer of genes from the Solanum hirsutum. In chili, fruit rot, capsicum chinensis. In onion, purple blotch, Allium fistulosum. In potato, late blight, leaf roll, and potato virus X. In from the Solanum demisium. In French bean, rust resistant from Phaseolus flaviscens. In cucumber, green mosaic virus from the Cucumis cardwicki. Some of the insect resistant in the different vegetable crops. For tomato, whitefly from the Solanum hirsutum. For root knot nematode, Solanum peruvianum. For potato, nematode resistant from the Solanum vireni. For fruit and shoot borer from Abel muscus maniger. From brinjal, shoot and fruit borer from Solanum incanum. Epilacna beetle from Solanum nigrum. Fruit fly from cucumber trichonus. Coming to the abiotic stress resistant for different vegetable crops. For tomato, high temperature from Solanum chismani. For potato, frost tolerance Solanum acule. For heat and drought tolerance for potato from Solanum casuation, onion drought tolerance from Allium porum, cucumber salinity from Beninhetsa hispida is nothing but Ashgar. In Brassica, drought and heat tolerance from Brassica chinensis, from okra, low temperature from Abel mascus anglosus. For quality improvement, for tomato, for enrichment of carotenoid from the Solanum hirsutum, for TSS content, Solanum cheesewiki, for melon, thick rind and good keeping quality from Solanum melano, Cucumis mellow, variety Catleobus. In potato, starch content from Solanum acule. In chili, high capsaicin content for Capsicum frutescens. In onion, leaf flavor from Allium front. It is some of the achievements in vegetable crops. In potato, Hisar anomal and Kufri cuber. It resistant to tomato leaf curl virus and resistant to downy mildew. In cucumber, it mainly used for the rain season crop. In amaranthus, Pusa currant tolerant to jar seeds and fruit and shoot borer. In okra, Pusa A4, Punjab 7, Punjab Badmini, Barbani Kranti, Arca anamica, Arca abe, resistant to yellow in mosaic variant and tolerant to the fruit borer. Coming to the intergeneric hybridization achievements, in Hungary, cabbage crossed between the Chinese cabbage is crossed between two different genera. And navicole, kale and turnip. In cauliflower, cabbage and cauliflower. In sweet, turnip and cabbage. In Raphana brassica, radish and cabbage. In Brassica raphanus,
So sorry to
it is
interrupt
crossed
you,
between
sir.
the.
Kindly try to conclude your session, please.
Okay. Some of the limitations in wide hybridization, it is problems associated with the cross incompatibility, hybrid inviability, hybrid sterility, and hybrid breakdown. The desirable characters are generally linked with some undesirable characters, so it can be difficult to the transfer of the carrot. And in some of the interspecific hybrids, the undesirable characters such as non-flowering, late maturity, and seed dormancy also combined from the desirable characters. The transfer of characters controlled by the recessive gene is very difficult to transfer in interspecific crosses. Coming to the conclusion, it holds the significant promise as the next horizon for the crop improvement. The approach involves the crossing discriminity related to species, the capacity to unlock the valuable genetic diversity and introduce the novel traits, and global challenges such as climate change and population growth intensity. The ability to utilize the genetic potential offered by the wide hybridization becomes the increasing in essential. In adopting of wide hybridization is a tool for crop improvement highlights as a productive and forwarding strategy to ensure the food security and sustainable production in agriculture crops. Thank you.
Thank you, Kabilan. You have told about hybridization vegetables to improve the yield and everything, huh? Abiotic stress,
yes,
and disease, pest, everything. So can you justify why we have to go for hybridization rather than grafting? Grafting also give the same output like abiotic stress management, biotic, and it can improve the yield also, and disease pest resistance also there. So why we have to go for hybridization rather than grafting in vegetables?
Sir, in hybridization, the wild species is available for augmentation of plant genetics resources for available for various disease resistant, pest resistant, for carotenoid, for quality improvement, yield enhancement is available for the wild species. So we can go for hybridization between the wild species to cultivated species. It's readily available.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Kabilan. Any queries from the participants? Okay, no question. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you
So
for given opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining. So our next presenter is Jayavalli on a topic of screening of banana germplasm under sodic soil. Jayavalli, are we having you here? Jayavalli, are we having you here? I guess we are not having Jayavalli, sir. We'll move to our next presentation by R. Priyadarshini on a topic of Cilicia, a multifaceted crop with Phytoremediation property. Ms. Priyada.
Audible, ma'am?
Yes, you're audible. Kindly share your screen, please. Yes, your screen is visible.
Okay. So, good evening, everyone. I'm Priyadarshini, PhD student from Tamil Nadu Agricultural University. I'm doing research in the crop Celosia. Celosia also includes some species also. When studying this crop, this is a gist of information about the crop. When studying the crop, I came to know about the important property, that is a phytoremediation property that also includes in this crop. So I'm here to share some few points regarding the phytoremediation property of Celosia species. So there are many remediation techniques for the contaminants in the contaminant that is present in our environment, like in situ and ex situ methods like surface capping, encapsulation, land filling, soil flushing, etc. Why particularly phytoremediation? Phytoremediation, it is one of the eco-friendly method and also aesthetically pleasing approach for, and also it is a convincing tool for eliminating the contaminant from environment. And particularly the ornamental plant species which possess the phytoremediation property, it will enhance aesthetic appeal to the area of the land area which is affected by the pollutant. So they have these plants have the ability for assimilating or detoxifying the metal or some organic chemicals from the environment. And the phytoremediation, it comes under the in situ method of in situ method. And here the primary sources of heavy metals in the environment, it comes from mainly the industrial due to the industrial activities like mining industries and some other industry which causes releasing more pollutants to the environment. So here and some of the heavy metals, it includes like cadmium, copper, chromium, mercury, etc. They causes some serious problems to the human body and also the human organs, which has a toxic, carcinogenic, and mutagenic nature. For eliminating this, by using the phytoremediation plants, which has some common properties, which should possess some common properties, like even though in a highly contaminant area, it should have some capacity of growing fast growth with high biomass production, and it should have the tolerance capacity for the pollutant, and it should possess the extensive root system and the adaptability nature to the environment, and also to accumulate the pollutant. And based on these categories, they have been grouped into different zones like excluders, indicators, accumulators, and hyperaccumulators. So how we can classify the plants, how we can classify the plants that they possess the phytoremediation properties based on their accumulator and hyperaccumulator property. So the accumulators, they possess the higher uptake of pollutant and the accumulation of the pollutant in the tissues of the plant. And hyperaccumulators, they can accumulate high level of harmful heavy metals in their tissues, and also they can grow normally in that environment without any toxic effect on the characters of the plant. So some research have been going on in this crop to identify the phytoremediation property, where the soil sample of the polluted area can be analyzed for its concentration, and it is usually done in the pot experiment, where after the completion of the growth of crop, the sample of the crop is also analyzed for the concentration of pollutant in them. So by comparing them, the conclusion is derived how the plant can uptake the pollutant effectively and also with its normal growth characters. So there are some important parameters like biomass percentage, metal removal percentage, and absorption efficiency. So by deriving all these results, a conclusion can be derived that whether the plant have the better phytoremediation property or not. So here there are some of the strategies for phytoremediation, and also there are different types of phytoremediation, which includes like phytostability. The plant can effectively remove the pollutant through their tissues through various strategies like phytostabilization, where they can plant activity, they reduce the mobilization of the metal. And phytofiltration, the plant part can effectively absorb the metal ion from the aqueous environment. And phytoextraction, where the metal uptake from the environment in the form of plant biomass, and phytovolatilization through the mechanism of the plant evapotranspiration process. So these are all some of the strategies of phytoremediation. And through the researchers which have been conducted in this plant, they have given a conclusion that absorption of heavy metal, that especially the lead metal in the soil, which can occur through two ways of absorption, like through absorption of roots and through the leaves, especially through stomata. And also the Celosia cristata species, they have the capacity for accumulating larger lead concentrations, and it can also partially restore the lead contaminated soils through the process of phytostabilization. And also it can improve the aesthetic of the surrounding area. And coming to recommendation, even Celosia cristata, it cannot be used as a hyper accumulator, but it is an effective accumulator for its high lead concentration, which allows a significant heavy metals to be extracted by the plant when it is harvested. And also it can complete its normal growth cycles, and also it can partially restore the contaminated soils through the strategies of phytoremediation. And some of the factors that will affect the governs the phytoremediation property and also it affects the plant and possessing some damages, where some of the factors governing it includes species of the plant, and physical characteristics of the leaves present in the plant, and age of the plant, and how much the pollutant concentration present in that environment, and how long the pollution process occurs, and the duration of the pollution period. So, and also the environmental conditions like temperature, humidity, etc. So, through all these combining properties on plant, we can decide on plant which can effectively eliminate the contaminant from the soil or not. So, as a conclusion, through the researchers conducted so far, Celosia is one of the best accumulator plant for removing the pollutant from the soil. So that's all about my presentation.
Okay, Priyadarshini, very nice presentation.
Thank you.
I want to know one thing from your
Yes.
presentation. So here you told that phytoremediation can be heavy metal, lead can be phytoremediated through roots and leaf also.
Through roots and the leaves, especially through stomata, in respect to Celosia.
That is nothing but leaf, no? Stomata means.
Yeah.
So can you tell me in which part heavy metal absorption will be more in Celosia?
Sir, one of the factor that will enhance the heavy metal absorption is the rhizosphere microorganism. So, if the presence of rhizosphere microorganism is more in the soil, though it will enhance the absorption capacity through roots, and it will eliminate the pollutant through various strategies that I have discussed, like stabilization or volatilization, that is the evapotranspiration process, through different process that will depend on a specific crop that we are choosing.
Okay. That's it from my side. Any queries from participants? Okay. Thank you, Priyadarshini. Nice presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
So our next presenter of the day is Jayavalli on a topic of screening of banana germplasm under sodic soil. Ms. Jayalakshmi, kindly share your screen, please.
Myself, Dr. R. Jayavalli.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. Kindly go ahead with your presentation. Is there any issue, ma'am?
What happened here?
Ms. Jayavalli, is there any issue? Excuse me, Ms. Jayavalli, is there any issue?
Sound வந்துட்டு தானே இருந்துச்சு. Hello, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, please go ahead with your presentation, please. Now again, you have stopped sharing your screen, ma'am. Kindly reshare it and go ahead with your presentation.
Already the screen.
Kindly reshare it, ma'am. We couldn't see your screen now.
Ma'am. Ma'am,
Yes, ma'am.
audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. Please go ahead.
Okay. Myself, Dr. R. Jayavalli, Assistant Professor, Horticulture College and Research Institute, Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, Coimbatore. My present topic, screening of banana germplasm under sodic soil. Banana, it is botanically called as Musa species and belongs to the family Musaceae. The chromosome number 2n equal to 22, 33, 44. That is origin Indo-Burma region. The banana, the two genus having NCT and Musa. The NCT having 6 to 7 species and Musa having around 50 species. The section domestication. The NCT basic chromosome number 9. The Musa Australimusa, Calimusa, Eumusa, Rhodoclamis, and Insectivusa. It is 5 section of Musa species. So nowadays the present edible bananas are originated from Musa acuminata and Musa pulpiciana hybrids. The Musa acuminata designated as a genome A and pulpiciana B. So the scoring was given by Simmons and Shepard. So AA Matti, it is a diploid and triploid cross Meckel and tetraploid Boltus altapor and AB genome Naipuan like this. So the most of the center working in International Network for Banana Improvement of Banana and Plant in France and International Institute for Tropical Agriculture in Nigeria and Taiwan. So the national level banana research station and Trichy NRCP, Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, one of the leading producer of crop improvement program in banana. So we have released 3 varieties of banana under TNAU during the year 1983. The Cowan hybrid banana, it is developed from multiple hybrid. It is a laden and cross with Musa bulbiciana genome, Savai. The F1 hybrid again cross with Kadali. The Cowan, it is a resemblance to Cowan banana, but it is cultivation under plains also. One more varieties like Kotu banana, it is a cross between Karpuravalli and Pisang lili. It is similar to Naipuvan. It is resistant to Sikataka leaf spot and nematode also. The Kotri banana recently released, it is Karpuravalli and cross with hybrid 201. It is again to Karpuravalli. So why the screening of banana germ blossom under sodic soil? So banana is an important crop in India cultivation. We are contributing around 25% of the world production. So Tamil Nadu is the major leading producer of banana. It is a soil and land parameter is one of the important requirement deciding the production and the productivity of the crop. So the ESP, exchangeable sodium percentage, is more than 15. So the exchangeable sodium percentage is adverse the effect of physical and nutritional properties of the soil. It is detrimental to the growth and yield of the banana. So hence the problem is considering the effect of the soil properties. So the screening of banana germ blossom under sodic soil is need for this time. So the main objective is to assess the variation in yield and fruit quality of banana under germ blossom or varieties, and the physiological and biochemical activities of banana germ blossom under varieties to identify the salt tolerant genome in breeding of banana varieties. So the trial was conducted at HEC and RA Trichy during the year 2022-23. 11 germ blossom were taken for the study. Randomized plant designs were conducted. So these are all the germ blossom taken for the study. Mostly the B genome genotypes and diploid CO2 and NAPU1. Among these, the highest bunch weight 11 kg was recorded for the germ blossom Udayam, followed by Kaveri Sabha and Karpuravalli. The least was recorded in the NAPU1 diploid genome. The AWV genome is the thick pseudostem and withhold heavy bunch. It admits weather condition due to clasping nature of pseudosome. The AB genome is weak pseudosome, so it is vulnerable to the adverse climatic conditions. So variation in yield is under the experimental field condition. This may be due to the presence of genetic characters. This is the table for yield. Udayam followed by Karpuravalli, lowest neighbor one. Then the highest yield was recorded in the Udayam, followed by Kaveri Sabha, and least was recorded in the neighbor one. And the number of hands also recorded in highest in Udayam, followed by Karpuravalli, and minimum hands per punch recorded in the Naipu one. Then number of fingers bunch, Udayam followed by Karpuravalli, and lowest was recorded in the Naipu one. Then finger length and finger breadth, the highest finger length and breadth was recorded Udayam, lowest was recorded in the Naipu one. Then physiological parameters like soil pH, this is main important for any cultivation. So in our study, in our trial, we can recorded more pH 7.43. So then ESP also more than 15. So we have told strongly it is a acidic sodic soil. So this soil, the varieties Musa fulbisiana genome display a much better performance compared to Musa acuminata. Soil is around 1.2 decimant per meter squared. Then exchangeable sodium also more than 15. Chlorophyll content highest was recorded in Udayam, followed by lowest was recorded in the Naipu one. So this is for field view of banana jam blossom. This variety is Kaveri Sabba, Naipu one, and Udayam, Kaveri Kalki, Kaveri Karika, Vail Valai, Poo one, Kotu banana, Mondan. Finally, we can conclude that banana jam blossom, the highest performance was recorded by the ADV, double B genome Udayam. The least performance was recorded by the genome AP, Naipu one. The AWB genome, where the plants have thick pseudostom and can withhold heavy bunch amidst adverse weather conditions due to their clasping nature of pseudostom. The AB genome species have relatively weak pseudostom, which makes the plant vulnerable to adverse climatic conditions. In a breeding program, the yield is one of the most important traits by which a genotype or variety will be evaluated in banana varieties with more fruits per fingers in a bunch or generally preferred. It is generate more yield in the given area. So thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. You have
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
useful.
Shall we move ahead, sir? Dr. Jayvalli, kindly stop sharing your screen, please.
Hello.
Kindly stop sharing your screen, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sorry, I lost the connection from my side.
It's okay, sir. So our next presentation of our day is by Jenny Fazar Fitriana on a topic of effects of plant growth regulators on air layering in cinnamon, which is a video presentation, sir. Just give me a moment. I'll be sharing the screen.
We are send the presentation to committee. Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Altias Bahatmaka from Universitas Negeri Semarang, Indonesia. Today, I'm going to talk about our research titled Effect of Water Addition, Characteristic of Coconut Shell Charcoal Briquette, with our team, Mr. Denny Fajar Fitriana, Mr. Samsudin Anis, Mr. Arsyad Zanadin Ramadan, Mr. Chan Peter Manalu, Mr. Januar Perlaungan Siregar, Mrs. Zara Sionita, and also Mr. Jamiluddin Jafar for joining the 10th GoGreen Summit. Indonesia possesses a cumulative expanse of 3.6 million hectares dedicated to coconut plantation, with around 90% of this land being managed by small-scale farmers. According to the site source, the composition of coconut fruits include three main components: meat, oil, and shell. The cumulative quantity of coconut shells generated amounts to 338,640,000 metric tons. The utilization of coconut shell was present opportunity for the production of many commodities, including handicraft, coconut shell, charcoal, and the briquette. Briquette is a compressed block of the pulp dust. Coconut charcoal briquette is a briquette charcoal with coconut shell as the raw material. This is also supported by export data from Central Statistics Agency, which show in 2021 there were 154,524 tons of briquette export. The ratio of water addition briquetting process can affect the briquetting process. The less amount of the water added in the briquetting process will cause the material to be difficult to mix and difficult to mold. On the other hand, if too much water is added, the resulting briquettes will messy and cannot be formed. This is our purpose, to find the best water addition ratio for the briquetting process and to determine the proximate properties, ultimate physical and also mechanical properties produced from the tree specimen, and the result will be compared to Indonesian national standard to determine which specimen is able to produce best characteristics. And material method will follow the procedures from preparation, carbonization, washing, mixing, blending, briquetting, drying, and the last is characterization. From the specimen, we have briquette 1, briquette 2, briquette 3, and briquette 4 with different description can be seen on the screen. The test of charcoal briquette from moisture content, ash content, volatile matter, fixed carbon, calorific value, density, drop test, and also compressive test. From the result, we can see of water content and ash content. It can be stated from the three samples that all samples are able to meet Indonesian national standard, which states the maximum moisture content is 8% from the briquette. And this is show that the moisture content of three samples are higher than the commercial briquette. And also for the ash content. The other result for volatile matter and fixed carbon. These results show the briquette specimen have not met Indonesian national standard, which is the minimum volatile matter is 15%. However, these results are still able to meet Japanese industrial standard, which states the value of volatile matter between 15% and 30%. And for the fixed carbon value, the highest fixed carbon value belongs to briquette 2, and also the lowest value for briquette 3. The percentage of the water addition increased the briquetting. For calorific value, we can see the result show only specimen for briquette 1 and briquette 2 is able to produce better heating values than the commercial briquette. However, all specimens in this study are still able to meet Indonesian national standard, which states the heating value produced by briquette must exceed 5,000 kilocalorie per gram. And the density test result also show the briquette specimen in this study are able to produce higher density than the commercial briquette. And for variability, all specimen, the variability and size stability. The drop test aim to determine the resistance of the briquette when a hit hard object, so it can minimize the briquette damage during the process packaging, distributing, and storing the briquette. For the compressive strength, we can see from the result, it can be stated the only specimen with briquette 1 and 2 is able to produce better strength values than commercial product. And also for the briquette 1 is able to obtain a higher combustion duration compared to commercial product. And the conclusion of our research, the manufacture of coconut shell charcoal briquette with a variant in the addition water percentage of 20%, 25%, and also 30% using the screw type extruder machine was successfully carried out with several tests. And we can know that the variation of the water percentage addition in briquetting process of the coconut shell charcoal can affect the quality of the briquette. The other result, we already compare with the characteristic commercial product and some parameter that have been established in several countries. The moisture content, ash content, calorific value obtained the research specimens were able to meet the Indonesian standard regulated with the number 016235-2000 criteria as the core value, volatile matter, content, carbon content, and compressive grittiness are able to meet Japanese standard and British standard. And the result of the study, selected specimen with the code briquette 2 was able to produce briquette with better mechanical properties when compared to other briquette specimen. And thank you so much for your attention. And Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah, so that is the end of the presentation. Is there any questions for those participants, sir?
From my side, no questions. Any questions from participants? Okay, we'll go for next.
Okay, sir. Our next presentation for the day is by Fefria Tanbar on a topic of analysis of potential calcite scale and silicate scale problems in different geothermal production wells in the geothermal field, Flores, Indonesia.
Okay. Can you hear me, Josia?
Yes, your voice is audible, sir. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fevria Tanper. I'm from PLN Persero in Indonesia. My title research is analysis of potential calcite scale and silicate scale problem in different geothermal production well with near location in Flores, Indonesia. My study location located at geothermal power plant Nusa Tenggara, East Nusa Tenggara, Indonesia. Geothermal renewable energy with capacity 10 megawatt electric. Have 3 production well analysis potential scaling problem needed to determine the scaling problem potential for UL2, or I call well 2 production well, and plan production well UL3. This is a map of Indonesia, and the location is right here, East Nusa Tenggara. Okay, geothermal power plant and scaling problem. This is a sketch of geothermal. We have a well produced, and after that the steam flow into the turbine. Turbine generate electricity, and after that fluid inject to reservoir or inject to rock. And the problem of silica in geothermal, and this is a geothermal pipe, and we have problem with decreasing diameter well or pipe in surface facilities. And this occur to change its temperature, pressure, chemical composition, and significant reduce flow rate from well to turbine. Okay, we have 3 well production, well 1, well 2, and well 3, and we have scaling sample for geomechanical test. Geochemical test, yeah. For well 3 and 2. This is a sketch for 3 well. This is well 1, a vertical well. Well 2, the right direction, and well 3, the left direction. Okay, geochemical analysis of geothermal field sample is crucial for understanding geothermal field reservoir and it helps determine the water type, how water enter the system. And we have already a test of geochemical analysis fluid, fluid from well 3 and well 2. This is the result of geochemical analysis for well 3. The total dissolved solid measured from well 3 is bicarbonate is main component. Nah, high bicarbonate level often indicate dilution of chloride rich water, groundwater, or bicarbonate rich water. It's common in low temperature system spring in peripheral zone with near natural pH. Okay, how about the well 2? Well 2, we have a significant or main component is silica component. We have different component. Well 2 is silica component is that main component, and well 3 a bicarbonate component. Okay, from lab result, the fluid sample from well 2 and well 3 show dominant compositional difference in the result. The element that dominant the scale test result well 2 forming element silica scaling or CiO2. Well, the test result well 3 well fluid sample shown that bicarbonate dominant, which can form silicate carbonate. That is different silicate form, both bicarbonate silicate and scaling silicate. Relation of rock, we have well 2. Well 2 is drilling until 2 volcanic rock. And well 3, drilling until to mudstone, limestone, and sandstone rock. That was some result. The geothermal fluid in sandstone reservoir tends to form calcium carbonate scale and do not form calcium silicate of silicate crust. The difference in scaling product could be due the direct difference in rock type in production zone well 2 and well 3. Okay, we already calculate silica saturation index. We have SSI more than 1, and then silica scaling can be occur in well per diameter on pipeline diameter. And we have already calculate index Larson, and the result below 0.5, that was indicating possible scaling. Okay, the conclusion from well 3 contain bicarbonate, a potential carbonate scaling compound problem, and penetrates mudstone, limestone, and sandstone rocks. That was the can causing the potential carbonate scaling. For well 2 in same location, just 3 meter or 6 meter distance, rich volcanic rock only experience silica scaling. Scaling difference, well 3 has bicarbonate scaling, and and well 2 has silica scale. Prevention method, calcium carbonate scale in well 3, prevention can be done by injecting scale disperser continuously into the well. And silica scale potential or in well 2 can be maintained with acid injection to the well. And after that, funding and research impact. The funding research we support by grant from Indonesia National Electricity Company, or we call PLN Puslitbang. And research impact support from PLN Puslitbang highlight to commitment to develop sustainable energy resource. And after that, equip the research with the state-of-the-art tool to enhance the feasibility and efficiency geothermal power generation in Indonesia. That's that. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Any question, maybe?
Thank you, Tanbar, for your nice presentation. In your presentation, you have showed that UL2 is towards volcanic rock.
Yes.
And it's showing silica scaling.
Yes.
Okay.
I can hear.
What are you recommending for descaling? Okay, all these two are silica scaling and bicarbonate scaling. For dealing, what you are using for bicarbonate scaling, what you are using for descaling, and for silica scaling, what you are using. You got my point?
I can hear the question, sir. What the question, sir?
Okay, for descaling, in silica scaling, what you are using? Any chemical you are using to remove the scaling?
We can use
Okay, you are not audible. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. Now, our last presentation of our day by Sabrivasan M on a topic of effects of plant growth regulators on air layering in cinnamon. Mr. Sabrivasan, you there?
Ma'am, is it audible?
Yes, it's audible. Kindly share your screen and start presenting, please.
Sure, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, whether my slides are visible, ma'am?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, ma'am. Shall I move?
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. So, good evening to one and all present here. I am Sabarivasanam, research scholar from the Department of Spices and Plantation Crop, Horticulture College and Research Institute, Perikulam, Tamil Nadu Agriculture University. I would like to invite you to my oral presentation entitled as Effect of Plant Growth Regulators on Air Layering in Cinnamon. Generally, the spices are the high-value commodity. The spices are the plant products which are usually added in our food agents in order to improve the aroma and flavor. Among the spices, cinnamon is considered the major tree spices, belong to the family Lauraceae, and commercially cultivated for its bark. The bark obtained from the cinnamon is utilized in our culinary preparation in our day-to-day life, and also the essential oil and oleoresin obtained from the cinnamon is utilized in food, beverage, pharmaceutical, cigarette, and cosmetic industries also. During the last year, particularly annual production of the cinnamon is 0.23 million metric tons during the year 2023, and the mainly cinnamon is cultivated in Indonesia, Sri Lanka, China, India, Vietnam, and Madagascar. During the last year, the price of the cinnamon in the global market is around $986 million during the year 2023, and in future maybe to reach up to nearly $1,672.13 million during the year 2023. So there will be a great demand for the cinnamon in your future markets. So coming to the aim of and objective of my current studies. So generally the cinnamon area and production of the cinnamon is very low due to the lack quality of planting materials. The cinnamon is typically propagated through seeds. The seeds are usually recalcitrant in nature, that is lost the viability within the shorter period of time. If we use seeds for the propagation of the cinnamon, means the produced bark will not have a superior quality compared to the mother plant. So there will be a demand for the vegetative propagation in cinnamon. Due to the lack of findings and also demand for vegetative propagation in cinnamon, present work can be carried out with the objective of study the effect of plant growth regulators on air layering in cinnamon. So coming to the materials methods, the present work has been carried out in Horticulture Research Station, Pechiparai, Kanyakumari district, Tamil Nadu, India, with 7 treatment and 3 replication using the design CRD, completely randomized design. The treatments which include a different concentration of IBA that includes 1000, 2000, and 4000 ppm of IBA, and different concentration of IBA along with the NAA 2500 ppm along with the control. The plants, 2 to 3 year old plants have been chosen for the experiment, and a ring of bark about 2 to 3 centimeters is completely removed just below the leaf petiole, and the treatments are applied. After the application of the treatment, the coco peat is usually covered in the removed portion, and coco peat is covered with thin layer of polythene sheet in order to conserve the moisture inside the coco peat. The plants are kept under observation for 70 to 90 days under field conditions. Coming to the result and discussion, among the different treatmental combination, treatment 3, that is application of IBA at 4000 ppm, recorded the minimum test to root visibility and minimum test to separation of layers from the mother plant and highest rooting percentage. It is due to the positive effect of the IBA, and the IBA is generally coming to synthetic auxin, which helps to improve the rooting percentage in cinnamon. When increase the concentration of IBA, which helps to increase the rooting percentage of the cinnamon. Then application of IBA at 4000 ppm recorded the highest length of the roots and maximum number of branches and leaves per layer. It may be due to the beneficial effect of the IBA, which helps to produce the fastest root growth in particularly in cinnamon, and the plant growth regulator helps to produce more number of roots in cinnamon, which helps to consume more water and nutrients from the coco peats, and which helps to produce a more number of branches and leaves per the layer. And coming to the establishment of mortality percentage, application of IBA at 4000 ppm recorded highest establishment percentage, nearly 57.28%, and minimal mortality percentage, that is 33.78%. Application of IBA, which helps to produce the plants with better establishment percentage and with the minimal mortality. Minimal mortality is due to the presence of better climatic condition and during the root formation in terms of relative humidity, temperature, sunshine, etc. So application of IBA helps to produce a better rooting percentage in, among the different treatmental combination. And finally, come to the conclusion, application of plant growth regulators have a significant impact in air layering in cinnamon. Among the different plant growth regulators, application of IBA at 4000 ppm recorded the highest rooting percentage, minimal days for root emergence, and maximum number of branches, maximum number of leaves, longest root, and highest establishment percentage with minimal mortality rate. From the current study, I conclude that application of IBA at 4000 ppm, which is the most effective and best treatmental for air layering in cinnamon, particularly during the season of April to June and under Pechipara conditions of Kanyakumari district, Tamil Nadu, India. Then these are the references, and thank you.
Thank you, Sabarivasan.
Yes,
so in your research, you have taken IBA and NAA. Okay?
Yes, sir. Yes,
so
sir.
IBA concentration up to 4000 ppm. That is the
yes, sir.
Highest concentration in your treatments. Okay.
Yes,
and
sir.
NAA,
Yes,
NAA
sir.
2500 ppm.
So NAA, yes, sir.
Okay. Here
Yes, sir.
in your research, I 4000 ppm is giving best results, either rooting
Yes, sir.
or leaf or branch, everything.
Yes, sir.
Means increasing the concentration of IBA is increasing the rooting and everything.
Rooting
and
percentage, yes,
branching
sir.
leaf. But
Yes, sir.
as well as increasing the concentration of NAA is also
Yes, sir.
decreasing the rooting.
Not, sir. No, not like that. Among the different concentration, IBA application of IBA at 4000 ppm record the first. Followed, then next best treatment is application of IBA at 4000 ppm plus NAA 2500 ppm. Is the best treatment combination followed.
Okay, okay. So both are showing good results.
Yes, sir. Both are showing good results.
So you are concluding that 4000 ppm IBA is good, and
among the
as well
different
as
4000 ppm is good.
NAA 2500 also best treatment.
Give better results, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Any
Thank you,
queries from the participants? Thank you.
I guess there are no questions, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Kindly stop sharing your screen, please. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Kiran sir, for your valuable time and sharing the session.
Thank you very much, madam, for giving me opportunity.
Thank you, sir. So before I move to the concluding the session, The announcement for all the participants is the certificates will be sent to your registered mail ID within a week. Even the winners list will be mailed to you. So now I would like to conclude the session by giving the vote of thanks. On behalf of BioLeaks, I extend my heartfelt thanks to everyone who made the 10th GoGreen Summit a success. Our deepest gratitude goes to our esteemed speakers and panelists for the insightful discussion and expertise, and to our organizing committee members and academic partners for their unwavering support. A special thanks to all the participants, both in person and virtual. Your enthusiasm and engagement has been invaluable. Thank you all, and we look forward to seeing you at the next upcoming conferences of BioLeaks. Stay green. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I request all the participants again to on the cameras for the gallery image. I repeat myself, I request all the participants kindly turn on the cameras for the gallery image. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Hope to see you in our upcoming conferences also. Have a good day. Stay green.
Thank you. Thank you.